Chapter 481. When Kuang Wang saw the models of the personal spacecraft, he was certain that they were from the Sword Sect. Only the Sword Sect and Myriad Swords Peak, which focused on the sword, had similar spacecraft. Below Pyrolite Mountain, the Emperor Butterfly Grass swayed in the wind, leaving Pyrolite Mountain in a vacuum without any star energy. Outside of the Emperor Butterfly Grass area of effect, dozens of Day-Night clan members spread out and vigilantly stared at the spacecraft that were crashing down in all directions. There were no less than 20 spacecraft that had landed at the same time. In terms of numbers, the combined forces of the Day-Night clan and the Second Grade Hall paled in comparison, but this was the Sword Sect. Without wasting any time, the battle immediately began. The Day-Night clan was the first to attack, and they did not even wait for the airship's cabin doors to open before launching an attack. The Second Grade Hall was not slow either, and beasts roared one after another as they let out battle cries. One of the personal spacecraft was destroyed by a Lemeter from the Day-Night clan, and what greeted it was the brilliance of sword chi that tore through the ground. The Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan were both top powers of the Innerverse. The Day-Night clan had named a flow zone after Day-Night, which showed how tyrannical they were. As for the Sword Sect, they had named their flow zone the First Flow Zone, which was even more tyrannical. Both sides had fought each other countless times and were no strangers to each other. Numerous elderly Lemeters had arrived from the Day-Night clan. Some of them were unable to break through, while others were not allowed to do so. They were trapped by the cage technique, and if they wanted to break through, they had to depend on the Night King clan behind them. One of the Day-Night clan elders had been exceptionally gifted when he was young, and he had possessed an innate gift for destructive power. He was very sensitive to the air around him, and he could adapt to the energy contained in the air to unleash his greatest strength. Unfortunately, he had offended the Night King clan when he was young, and he was not allowed to break through to this day. He had thought that he had wasted his entire life, but now it had come in handy. The Sword Sect disciples were unable to stop the Night King elder, and 2 of them were killed in an instant. The Night King elder's expression was sinister. As long as he could make some contributions on planet Pyrolite, he would be able to break through to the Explorer realm and extend his lifespan. He would have a bright future ahead of him, and he would not give up. In front of him, the door of the spaceship opened. Without thinking, the old man punched out. He could sense the pyrolite in the air. His punch was wrapped in pyrolite, and its power increased again in midair. It landed in front of the spaceship. Inside the spacecraft, a pair of eyes were piercing as they gripped the hilt of their sword and slashed out. The Day-Night elder's fist was sliced apart by the formless sword chi, and his pupils shrank as his scalp went numb. He immediately retreated as he sensed the impending danger, but it was too late. The elder's body was split in 2, and a huge spatial crack spread out in all directions along his body, shocking everyone who was watching. The space on planet Pyrolite was very stable, and it was very difficult for Lemeters to tear through the void. Only geniuses who had reached a certain level of strength could do so. The fact that they could tear through the void proved that there were peerless geniuses here. The personal spacecraft could not withstand the power of the sword chi and broke apart as well, revealing a girl. It was Zhou Xian. She had been the one who had unleashed that attack. She had imitated the first sword of the 13 swords, which had been the result of her many years in the Trial Zone's tilting tower. It was also her strongest attack, and it had cut down the strongest Day-Night clan member. On the other side, thunder rumbled as Yanhua arrived. As a member of the Sword Sect's younger generation who was second only to Lu Xiaoqiu, his lightning sword technique's power had earned him the recognition of the Cosmic Seas experts. Naturally, he was one of the main forces participating in this battle on planet Pyrolite. One by one, the Sword Sect's experts appeared and suppressed the Day-Night clan. Among them, there was one figure that was particularly eye-catching. It was a little girl who looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. She wore a black and purple dress and had an adorable appearance. She was the Yo Court's little princess, Yo Year, who was engaged to Lu Xiaoqiu. She had followed the Sword Sect to planet Pyrolite. This was Yo Year's first time in the Outerverse, and it was even more so her first time in the astral wilderness. She was curious about everything, and her eyes widened as she looked around. Battles and deaths were too common for her, and she did not care. Suddenly, an astral beast charged out from the ground and bit at Yo Year. Not far away, Lu Xiaoyun's expression changed, and she slashed out with her sword. Sword chi tore through the void and tore the astral beast apart in front of Yo Year. Fresh blood splattered onto Yo Yir's clothes. She looked down and pursed her lips. Her clothes were dirty. This is a battlefield. Try to protect yourself, Lu Xiaoyun said coldly. She really did not want to bring the Yo Court's little princess along, but she had no choice. An elder had ordered her to do so and she had to protect the girl. Yo Yir's eyes were filled with disdain, but she still responded meekly to Lu Xiaoyun and appeared very obedient. The battle on the outskirts of Pyrolite Mountain quickly ended. The Day-Night clan members had either died or fled. More than half of the second-grade hall's experts had been killed, and only Hui Chuan and a few others were left. They had tried to use Kuang Wang's Emperor Butterfly Grass to defend Pyrolite Mountain. Outside of planet Pyrolite, Night Queen Chuyu was furious, and she really wanted to kill those Sword Sect disciples. A group of Sword Sect disciples approached Pyrolite Mountain and stopped just outside the area covered by the Emperor Butterfly Grass to face Kuang Wang. I didn't expect you to come as well. Kuang Wang looked helplessly at Lu Xiaoyun and smiled bitterly. Lu Xiaoyun was cold and indifferent and she treated everyone the same, including Kuang Wang, who had been her classmate for many years. Leave Pyrolite Mountain and I won't make things difficult for you. Kuang Wang sighed and waved his hand, causing the Emperor Butterfly Grass to disappear. He was not stupid and he did not think that the Emperor Butterfly Grass would be enough to block the attacks of Lu Xiaoyun, Yanhua, and the other Sword Sect experts. He was not afraid of a one-on-one battle, but there were too many experts from the Sword Sect. If all of them unleashed Sword Qi at the same time, even if it was weakened by the Emperor Butterfly Grass, he would not be able to block it. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyun was stronger than him. Kuang Wang's departure meant that the control of Pyrolite Mountain had been transferred from the second-grade hall and the Day-Night clan to the Sword Sect. At this point, no one dared to claim that they could completely occupy a certain area. Thus, the pyrolite ore that was mined that day was sent back to outer space. Lu Xiaoyun did not steal Kuang Wang's cosmic ring, and she simply watched him leave. Although the Sword Sect did not have many people, every one of them was an expert, and their overall strength surpassed that of the Day-Night clan. With Lu Xiaoyun and Yanhua, the Sword Sect was now the strongest power on planet Pyrolite. The Day-Night clan did not give up, and they hid themselves not too far away from Pyrolite Mountain, waiting for the Day-Night clan's experts to arrive. Not long after, the Day-Night clan did not receive any reinforcements from their limiters. Instead, a young powerhouse whose name had spread throughout the universe arrived. More. He was 12th on the top 100 rankings, a member of the Outerverse Youth Council and a member of West San Dios. Moore's appearance cast a shadow over the hearts of the various great powers, as he was 12th on the top 100 rankings. Although he was currently unable to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite, the moment the Day-Night clan thought of a way to allow explorers or even cruisers to participate, the situation would change. Moore alone was enough to give all the powers a headache. Moore's appearance also caused many powers to think of the dire barbarian clan, the Sword Sect and the others. These powers all had powerhouses at the top of the top 100 rankings, and space-exploring powerhouses could enter planet Pyrolite, which would be beneficial for them. However, it would be troublesome for the powers that did not have any powerhouses at the top of the top 100 rankings, as they were well aware of how terrifying the powerhouses at the top of the top 100 rankings were. Just as the various great powers were considering what to do, the graceful mercenary group arrived. They had been hired by the Ross Empire, as the Ross Empire did not have any limiters that could participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. However, they were unwilling to give up just like that. Even though they had allied with the Blaze Realm, if they did not gain any merit in the contest on planet Pyrolite, then they would be at a disadvantage when it came to the distribution of Pyrolite. Thus, the Ross Empire placed their hopes on explorers, and the graceful mercenary group was hired just like that. There was one person in the group who was ranked 100th on the top 100 rankings, and his name was Sleeping Prince. The 100th place on the top 100 rankings was the lowest ranking on the top 100 rankings. In the eyes of many, this person was not even as powerful as Mu Rong and the other limiters. However, Sleeping Prince was an exception. Ever since he had entered the top 100 rankings, he had always remained at the 100th place. No matter how the rankings of others changed, he would always remain at the 100th place. For example, after Che Han had defeated Qin Chen, Che Han would replace Qin Chen at 88th place on the top 100 rankings. The rankings after Qin Chen would be pushed back, and Sleeping Prince would naturally be removed from the top 100 rankings. However, he would quickly challenge the 100th place on the top 100 rankings, which was the expert who had previously been ranked 99th. Then he would take the 100th place again. It was as if he was already at the 100th place. Many people guessed that his strength far surpassed the 100th place, but he liked the number 100. No one knew his exact strength, but an almighty had once said that he might be able to challenge the top 70 on the top 100 rankings, which was a rather high evaluation. The Ross Empire had hired the graceful mercenary group, and the other powers did not intend to sit around and wait for their deaths. They all tried to contact famous powerhouses in the universe. Regardless of whether or not space-exploring powerhouses could participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite, they still needed to make preparations first. Lu Yin quickly learned that the various powers were hiring experts, as he had received quite a few requests for his help. However, he had rejected all of them. Actually, at this point in the contest on planet Pyrolite, hiring experts was a common occurrence. This was especially true in the face of pressure from the various powerful clans and sections. The powers of the smaller flow zones were even crazier in hiring experts. Regardless of whether they were limiters or explorers, anyone with a bit of fame would be hired. The contest on planet Pyrolite was becoming more and more intense. Hai Chi was by Lu Yin's side, so she naturally knew that the various powers were hiring experts. She was rather interested. I wonder if Bao Bao will be going, Hai Chi said. Lu Yin glanced at her. Bao Bao. Lan Bao Bao. Haven't you heard of her? Hai Chi rolled her eyes. Lu Yin thought about it and recalled that Lan Bao Bao was ranked 25th on the top 100 rankings and was an expert from the Greyweed continent. Hai Chi had contacted her before, and she was the one with the pleasant voice. Are you close to her? Hai Chi nodded. I've always been trapped in the Starfall Sea and there are only a few people I can play with. Bao Bao is my best friend. What about Lan Yu? Lu Yin asked. Hai Chi replied, I've met him once but we're not close. He's also participating in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Hai Chi rolled her eyes. I know. Lan Si has asked my father for a hand in marriage on behalf of his younger brother several times, but my father has always rejected him. You've met Lan Si. Lu Yin was surprised, but there was nothing to be surprised about. Lan Si was the #1 person of the Greyweed continent's younger generation and one of the 10 arbiters, so it wasn't strange for Lu Yin to have met him. Lowly cultivators like you who toil at the bottom naturally won't be able to meet Lan Si, but I'm different, Hai Chi said proudly. Let me ask you a question. Who do you think is stronger, the current me or Lan Si when he was a limiter? Lu Yin asked Hai Chi. Chapter 482. When she heard Lu Yin's question, Hai Chi looked at him seriously. Let me ask you a question of my own. Who do you think is stronger, me or Lan Yu 1,000 years later? How would I know? Then that's it. How would I know if you or Lan Si were stronger? I'm not Star Sibyl. Go look for Star Sibyl. Lu Yin had forgotten about her. If he had known earlier he would have asked her. Right, did Star Sibyl ask you any questions? Hai Chi suddenly looked at Lu Yin with great interest. Lu Yin muttered to himself and then looked at Hai Chi seriously. Take a guess. Hai Chi silently turned away, her brain working at full speed. Just you wait. Although it was easy to choke on a conversation with Hai Chi, it allowed Lu Yin to relax a little. He knew that Karthika would not do anything to Xenu Star, and as long as he did not participate in the battle for planet Pyrolite, Karthika's existence would not affect him in any way. However, this sort of sullenness could not be alleviated, and he needed to find an enlighter to support the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin inexplicably recalled the symbol he had seen in Hu Qingshan's home. After this matter was settled, he would have to discuss it with Hu Qingshan. With his current trump cards, he would not be afraid even if Hu Qingshan had some superpower house backing him. He would not tolerate an unfamiliar organization right under his nose. A few days later, the largest battle since the beginning of the battle for planet Pyrolite erupted on planet Pyrolite. No, it could no longer be considered a battle but rather a war. More than 1,000 people were killed, and the location of the battle was Pyrolite Mountain, as the Day-Night clan's reinforcements had arrived. At the base of Pyrolite Mountain, fresh blood flowed along the dried, dark red earth. Occasionally, strange insects would pop out to eat the corpses, but they would be swept away by the shockwaves of the battle and turned to dust. A sword sect disciple was surrounded by several people, and his sword broke as he fell to the ground, dead. Not far away, a giant astral beast was sliced apart, and sword chi swept past. Several Limeters who were unable to dodge in time were caught in the shockwaves, and their limbs were severed. On the ground, a second Great Hall disciple who was on the verge of death frantically pulled out pyrolite ore and detonated it. The ground trembled, but the explosion's power was not enough to kill the surrounding Limeters, and it did not even break through to 10,000. As far as the eye could see, the entire pyrolite mountain had been turned into a battlefield. The Sword Sect, the Day-Night Clan and the Second Great Hall were all involved, as well as many other powers, including Northline Flowzone's Northgate Gang and Offan. Lu Xiaoyan was holding a long sword, but there was a huge wound on her arm. Blood dripped down the sword hilt and onto the ground. There was also a bloody wound on her forehead. Across from him, Night Queen Yanqing's four-lined purple battle force enveloped her entire body. Her eyes glowed with a purple light as she activated her Night King's body. "You're not my opponent. Since we're both students of the Astral Combat Academy, I'll spare your life." From Lu Xiaoyun gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, refusing to retreat even half a step. Further away, Yanhua was in a worse state than Lu Xiaoyun. His opponent was Zhanlong Day-Night. Against Zhanlong Day-Night, Yanhua couldn't even hurt him. Yo Year was being protected by several disciples of the Sword Sect, and they had already retreated from the battlefield. The Sword Sect had been defeated in this battle. The Day-Night Clan had joined forces with the Second Great Hall, and the Sword Sect simply could not resist them. Kuang Wang was grateful to Lu Xiaoyun and the others for sparing his life, so he did not make a move. Even so, Zhanlong Day-Night alone was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Night Queen Yanqing and Zhou Day-Night, who had just entered the battlefield, were also present. Zhou Day-Night had also been conscripted to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Her red sword had already killed several people, and with her domain the Sword Sect disciples were unable to harm her. Not long after the battle ended, the Day-Night Clan did not want to become enemies with the Sword Sect, so aside from a few disciples who had died, Lu Xiaoyun, Yanhua and Yo Year had all survived. Night Queen Yanqing had let them go, but she had also injured Lu Xiaoyun considerably. She would not be able to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite for the time being. The Day-Night Clan disciples cleaned up the battlefield while Night Queen Yanqing held a star essence in her hand to recover her star energy. Her gaze swept across the battlefield and finally landed on Zhou Day-Night. A sharp glint flashed across her eyes. If not for this woman, Lu Yin would not have been able to join the Council of Astral Academy, and the events that followed would not have happened. This woman was a member of the Day-Night Clan, but she had actually betrayed them. Her hatred for Zhou Day-Night surpassed even that of Lu Yin. As she thought about this, she appeared in front of Zhou Day-Night and slapped her. Zhou Day-Night's eyes widened as she slashed out with her sword. There was a bang and a shockwave swept out in all directions as the ground sank. Zhou Day-Night was suppressed by Night Queen Yanqing's enormous strength, and she felt stifled. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Night Queen Yanqing was cold and arrogant. "Slut, I'll show you who your master is." She then activated her Night King's body and exerted more strength with one hand. Her attack was even more ruthless than Lu Xiaoyun's. At that moment, a hand grabbed Night Queen Yanqing's arm. "Woman, don't go too far." It was Zhanlong Day-Night. Night Queen Yanqing glanced at Zhanlong Day-Night fearfully, snorted and let go before leaving. Zhou Day-Night knelt on one knee and panted heavily. She had no chance of winning against Night Queen Yanqing. Zhanlong Day-Night looked at her with interest. "I heard that you have a good relationship with Lu Yin." Zhou Day-Night coldly replied, "There's no relationship." "Then why are you helping him?" Zhanlong Day-Night asked. Zhou Day-Night sheathed her sword and walked away without even looking at Zhanlong Day-Night. Zhanlong Day-Night looked at her and smirked. "Interesting woman. I like her." Pyrolite Mountain had changed hands once again, and this time, it was controlled by the Day-Night Clan with the Second Great Hall as support. What caught the attention of the various great powers was that the top powerhouses of the past few battles had all been from the Astral Combat Academy, such as Kuang Wang, Lu Xiaoyun and Night Queen Yanqing. The Astral Combat Academy's presence was something that no one could ignore. Even during the most critical period of the struggle for planet Pyrolite, there were still some powers that had sent messages to the Astral Combat Academy, and Astral 10 was the first choice of many powers. None of the current Astral 10 students were weak, and even those from the Outerverse were the same. All of them had at least reached the average standard of the Astral Combat Academy, not to mention Xiao Luo and Silver, who were both area masters, and Lu Yin was at the peak of the universe. Not long after the Day-Night clan took control of Pyrolite Mountain, the Dire Barbarian clan's Avery arrived. The Dire Barbarian clan had officially joined forces with the Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire. Lu Yin had finally returned to Frostwave Weave. This region of space was the starting point of his cultivation, but it was definitely not the end. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes widened as she looked around. "You were born in this region of space?" Lu Yin replied, "Frostwave Weave is huge. Don't look around. I've never been here before." "Didn't you say that Frostwave Weave has been unified by the Great Yu Empire? The Starfall Sea still belongs to the Sea King. Has the Sea King been to every corner of the Starfall Sea?" "Yes," Hai Chi-Chi answered matter-of-factly. Lu Yin was speechless. Battles were breaking out all over planet Pyrolite. Wherever Pyrolite ore was detected, there would be fierce battles. Jared was running away pathetically, followed by Wen Qian'er and Shiyu. Every dog had its day. He had stolen Shiyu's Pyrolite ore, and now Shiyu had taken Wen Qian'er to take revenge. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been killed. "Just you wait, the Blaze Realm won't let you off," Jared roared. All of the Blaze Realm's disciples had been killed except for him. Far behind, Shiyu was not to be outdone. "You won't have a chance. Come on, I want to see the Karmic Flame Sword," Wen Qian'er shouted. Jared was furious and sped up, afraid that they would catch up to him if he was too late. Elsewhere on planet Pyrolite, Northgate Gang and the others were arguing. The smaller flow zones were different from the larger ones. A power like the Day-Night clan could only ally with 1 or 2 people at most, but the smaller flow zones were not strong enough. They could ally with 7 or 8 people or even more than 10 people. Northgate Gang wanted to be the leader of this group, but he was suppressed the moment he opened his mouth. More than 10 people were arguing fiercely. Some wanted to fight for Pyrolite Mountain while others wanted to fight for other areas. In any case, they could not come to a consensus. Afan looked on coldly. He had been forced to come, and he had not wanted to come at all. He had only wanted to wait at East San Dios for Lu Yin to challenge him again. He wanted to see if Lu Yin could take another move. He looked up and saw spacecraft after spacecraft descending like shooting stars. This situation had never stopped, and no one was willing to give up on the Pyrolite ore. Suddenly, Afan's gaze trembled as he looked into the distance. "Stop arguing. There's a change at Pyrolite Mountain." Everyone turned to look in the direction of Pyrolite Mountain. They were not that far away, and they all saw a spacecraft heading straight for the mountain. Someone was shocked. "Is he crazy? He actually landed at Pyrolite Mountain. The spacecraft must have malfunctioned. That guy is unlucky." Pyrolite Mountain has gathered the top experts of the Day-Night clan and the Divine Grade Hall. Even the Sword Sect was defeated. That guy must be doubting his life the moment he stepped out of his spacecraft. "Not necessarily. Maybe it's someone from the Day-Night clan or the Beast Tamers flow zone. It shouldn't be. Even if they did, they would have come in batches." Northgate Gang frowned and glanced at Afan with dissatisfaction. "Don't make a fuss. It's just a spacecraft malfunctioning." Afan's eyes narrowed. Was the spacecraft really malfunctioning? That was very likely, but what if it wasn't? Who was it that had challenged Pyrolite Mountain alone? Was it Lu Yin? That shouldn't be possible. Lu Yin had been in the Starfall Sea not too long ago, and he would not have arrived so quickly. Mu Rong Ling Ke and the other unequaled Limeters were the same. Who else could have done this besides them? Perhaps the spacecraft really had malfunctioned. It wasn't just Afan and the others who had seen the spacecraft flying straight towards Pyrolite Mountain. Many people around Pyrolite Mountain had seen it as well, but they all guessed that either the spacecraft had malfunctioned or that it was someone from the Day-Night clan or the Beast Tamers flow zone. Otherwise, there was no way that someone would be foolish enough to challenge Pyrolite Mountain alone. However, reality often differed from everyone's guesses. The spacecraft was destroyed in midair by a powerful gale that could be seen with the naked eye and exploded. This gale had come from the Day-Night clan's attack on Pyrolite Mountain. The next moment, a flash of sword light flashed and shook the earth. It swept across the sky and unleashed a boundless sword chi that caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Everyone who saw it felt their scalps go numb as fear rose from the depths of their hearts. A spatial crack extended across the sky like a monster opening its bloody maw and trying to devour Pyrolite Mountain. Atop Pyrolite Mountain, Night Queen Yanqing's eyes shrank. 13 swords, Lu Xiaoqiu. Boundless sword chi swept through the entire Pyrolite Mountain. Aside from the area where the pyrolite ore was being mined, everyone else was within the attack range of the sword chi. This was the second sword of the 13 swords. It had its own domain and every sword was as powerful as the first sword. The 13 swords had shaken the heavens and now planet Pyrolite Mountain. Chapter 483. Zhanlong Day Night looked excited as he punched towards the sky. Night Queen Yanqing unleashed her full power, using her Night King's body and 4-line battle force to resist the endless sword chi. Zhou Day Night raised her red long sword and slashed at the sky. Quang Wang's expression was unsightly. He did not dare to release the Azure Dragon at all. The Azure Dragon was simply too large. If he released it, it would just be a live target. He could only endure it himself. Hui Chuan's strange snake was instantly killed. Regardless of whether they were from the Day-Night clan or the second-grade Hull, everyone had to endure Lu Xiaoqiu's attacks. A single sword had wiped out more than half of his enemies. This was Lu Xiaoqiu and this was the 13 swords. There were many more corpses on Mount Tai. High up in the sky, Lu Xiaoqiu looked down calmly. Those who were still alive were either lucky or strong. Far away from Pyrolite Mountain, Northgate Gang, Fan and the others were all dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to challenge Pyrolite Mountain. Lu Xiaoqiu, a person who was almost forgotten, shocked everyone at this moment. During the Astral Combat Academy's Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Xiaoqiu had been one of the few people who had the potential to become the champion. He had defeated Realm Master Quang Wang with a single sword strike. Starsabil, Han Chong, Night Queen Yanqing, and the others had all turned serious when they saw Lu Xiaoqiu attack. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoqiu had been defeated by Lu Yin. However, many people believed that Lu Xiaoqiu's defeat was due to luck, as his sword had been broken during that brief moment of blank space, which had given Lu Yin the opportunity to attack. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiu's name spread throughout the entire universe. Even though he had been defeated, that battle was still considered to be the final battle of the Astral Combat Tournament, as Lu Xiaoqiu was not actually weaker than Lu Yin. However, during the Tournament of the Strongest, Lu Xiaoqiu had lost to that woman from the technocracy which had silenced him. Many people had slowly forgotten about him. Lu Yin, Mu Rong, Ling Ke and Yi Xingchen were all known as the unequaled Lemeters and the resplendent heavens. Who would remember Lu Xiaoqiu, the genius from the sword sect who had once made an agreement with Lu Yin to challenge the top 100 rankings together. And at this moment, Lu Xiaoqiu displayed his brilliance. Apart from those few people, who else could challenge Xue Shan alone? Lu Xiaoqiu could do it. At the base of Pyrolite Mountain, Quang Wang was panting heavily. He looked at his arm and saw blood dripping down his fingers. He bitterly smiled. The difference was still too great. He had thought that he had closed the gap, but in the end the gap had only widened. He couldn't even block a single strand of sword chi from Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword. Hui Chuan almost died, but even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured and wouldn't be able to fight for a while. Night Queen Yanqing's face was pale. She had withstood several streaks of sword chi and had almost died. Lu Xiaoqiu had become even stronger than before and his sword had become even sharper. She had thought that her cultivation in the Life-Seek Realms mirror had improved greatly, but Lu Xiaoqiu had improved even more. Zhou Day Knight's crimson longsword had been broken and she gripped the hilt tightly. Blood from her right leg had dyed her clothes red and was dripping down her thigh to the ground. She swayed a few times before she could no longer bear the pain and collapsed to the ground. She forced herself to consume the medicine that Shamrock Enterprises had given her and looked up at the sky. This was the 13 swords and it was too powerful. There was only one person on Pyrolite Mountain who remained unscathed after taking the sword chi head-on, Zhanlong Day Night. In the air, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was fixed on him. This person was very strong. Zhanlong Day Night grinned. You're strong as expected of the 13 swords. If you beat me, you can have Pyrolite Mountain. Night Queen Yanqing was enraged. Zhanlong Day Night, don't act on your own. Zhanlong Day Night did not even look at Night Queen Yanqing. He leaped up, clenched his fist and fiercely punched out. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze became incomparably sharp, and the void around his body began to distort as a crack appeared. His sword had not even been unsheathed, but its sharpness had already been revealed. As Zhanlong Dainite's fist approached, Lu Xiaoqiu pressed his sword down and stabbed out. This was the first sword of the 13 swords. This attack surpassed the sword qi of the second sword, and it contained all of the sword intent that Lu Xiaoqiu had gained from his cultivation. Each of the 13 swords had its own strong points, but it did not mean that the second sword would definitely surpass the first sword. The biggest difference between the two swords was their range. If one wanted to fully display one's strength, then the first sword was more suitable. The sword and fist collided and everyone saw the void ripple like water. It then transformed into a gale that swept across the land, carrying with it a powerful pressure that instantly crushed Pyrolite Mountain and its surroundings. Northgate Gang and the others were shocked. Was this a battle between Lemeters? Damn, even a cruiser could not compare to this. Just then Ah Fan shouted, "Let's go." The others hurriedly fled as well. A gust of wind blew past them and the ground was even sliced apart. The situation at the base of Pyrolite Mountain was even worse. Those from the Dainite clan and the second-grade Hall who had been lucky enough to survive were immediately sent flying. Zhou Dainite Hui Chuan and the others were the same. Only Kuang Wang and Night Queen Yanqing were able to hold their ground as they experienced the powerful wind pressure. With a boom, a giant spatial crack spread across the sky. One of the second-grade Hall's cultivators was unlucky and was directly swallowed up by the spatial crack, losing a third of his body. Pyrolite Mountain's foundation had been lowered by a bit. Fortunately, Pyrolite Mountain's body was protecting them. Otherwise, such an intense battle would have likely caused all of the pyrolite or within Pyrolite Mountain to explode. Whether or not they could survive would have been up to the heavens. Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Dainite retreated at the same time. They were evenly matched. Zhanlong Dainite was excited but at the same time he rejoiced. He had originally thought that he was very powerful, but he had never imagined that freakish powerhouses would appear one after another. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough in his day-night restoration technique while he had been imprisoned by the Reverend King's residence on Shenwu continent. Otherwise he would have fallen behind. Zhanlong Dainite had originally planned to find Lu Yin and have a rematch, but he had not expected that Lu Yin would defeat Mu Rong and become the strongest Lemeter. Although he was confident, he still felt that he was a bit lacking compared to Lu Yin. Thus, he had obeyed the clan's summons and participated in the contest on planet Pyrolite. He wanted to defeat the various powerhouses here and break through his day-night restoration technique to challenge Lu Yin again. He wanted to become an explorer as the strongest Lemeter and dominate the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin alone was like a mountain and many people found it hard to breathe. It was not just Zhanlong Dainite. Lu Xiaoqiu, Night Queen Yanqing, Han Chong, Ling Ke, Mu Rong and the others were all suppressed by him. Everyone wanted to defeat him, but now they had another battlefield. The winner of this battle could only be the person second to Lu Yin. Once this person appeared, he would challenge Lu Yin again and everyone looked forward to it. Although no one said anything, this was publicly acknowledged. Only the strongest person on this battlefield had the right to challenge the true strongest. Although Lu Yin had not appeared, his existence was the driving force behind these people's battles. To these youths, the value of Pyrolite ore was not as attractive as the prospect of challenging Lu Yin. Different age groups had different ways of thinking. To Night Queen Qiyu and the others, Pyrolite ore was the most important thing. However, to them the allure of being the strongest was unimaginable. The sky became the main battlefield. Berserk shockwaves swept across the land, and cracks in the void rained down like raindrops. The void on planet Pyrolite was stable, and it was much tougher than most places in the universe. Even so, to Zhanlong Dainite and Lu Xiaoqiu, it was no different from a battlefield in the trial zones. Their battle was earth-shattering, and it attracted the attention of the various great powers outside of planet Pyrolite. This was basically a battle between the strongest Lemeters. This was a contest between the strongest youths of the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan, as well as a contest for the ownership of Pyrolite Mountain. The Day-Night clan could not afford to lose. If they did, their reputation would be greatly damaged. Lu Xiaoqiu had challenged the entire Day-Night clan by himself, which was a huge insult. Night Queen Qiyu stared at planet Pyrolite. The Sword Sect could not afford to lose either. As the leader of the first flow zone, They had always wanted to suppress the Day-Night clan, and this was their chance. Coincidentally, both sides had 10 arbiters. Today it was a battle between the absolute geniuses of both sides. A huge explosion caused Northgate Gang and the others to retreat once more. They looked into the distance in fear, afraid that the battle between the two would cause the pyrolite ore to explode. That would be a disaster. After more than 10 exchanges, Zhanlong Day-Night grew excited. His veins bulged, and at some point, a bloody wound extended from his back to his chest. He had been injured. On the other side, Lu Xiaoqiu's expression was not good either. He had forcefully taken a punch from Zhanlong Day-Night, and the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. Both sides were evenly matched. Lu Xiaoqiu's sword techniques were unparalleled, and he could injure Zhanlong Day-Night. However, the Day-Night restoration technique allowed Zhanlong Day-Night's recovery to be abnormally strong. After a short while, the terrifying wound that extended from his back to his chest healed and disappeared. When Lu Xiaoqiu saw this, he was filled with disbelief. This was his first time exchanging blows with someone as abnormal as Zhanlong Day-Night. Zhanlong Day-Night licked his lips. 13 swords, continue. Lu Xiaoqiu exhaled, slowly raised his sword and closed his eyes. In that moment, the sky changed and the surroundings fell silent. Then sword chi rose from the ground and enveloped the void. This was a force field. This was the fourth sword. Against a powerhouse from the Day-Night clan, the third sword was meaningless. This was a lesson that the sword sect had learned over countless years. Zhanlong Day-Night's expression turned serious. The strength of his domain had formed a force field that changed the environment, turning the entire area into a world of swords. This was the fourth sword, and it was indeed worthy of being called the 13 swords. This sword made him feel a sense of danger, but it also made him more excited. The Day-Night restoration technique was activated at full force, and strange ripples appeared on the surface of Zhanlong Day-Night's body. It was as if his body was alive and his recovery was almost tangible. The muscles on his arms swelled, and his powerful aura formed a pressure that prevented the surrounding sword chi from approaching him. The 1,000-meter-tall ground was crushed by the pressure. Everyone watched on nervously as this should be the final attack. The two had skipped the probing battle and were going straight for the decisive battle. In the distance, Ah Fan's expression was ugly. Even though he had already run far away, he still felt that it was not enough. A battle between limiters could affect an endless distance, and given enough time they could even destroy a planet. Even if he escaped to a place where he could not see them, he still did not feel safe. Northgate Gang was the same, and he kept cursing in his heart. These two bastards' battle was even more exaggerated than his brother Northgate Lie's. Northgate Lie was an expert on the top 100 rankings and an explorer, but he could not even compare to two limiters. Not only them, but even further away, many people also felt the threat of the void. The dust in the air cracked, and an incomparably huge crack extended along the ground. It was unknown how far it extended. Under the crack, boiling magma could be seen. The scorching heat waves distorted the void, making people panic just by looking at it. With a whoosh, the two figures collided in the sky like two meteors, creating a shockwave that was far more terrifying than the previous one. The shockwave tore through the ground. Fortunately, the two had been fighting on Pyrolite Mountain, and the shockwave had spread out in a radial fashion, allowing them to avoid Pyrolite Mountain. Otherwise, this attack would have definitely detonated the pyrolite mines on Pyrolite Mountain, causing a disaster. Chapter 484. This time, Night Queen Yanqing and Kuang Wang could not hold on any longer, and they retreated continuously. It was unknown whether or not it was intentional, but Lu Xiaoqiu's attack actually included Night Queen Yanqing. He had swept both Zhanlong Day-Night and Night Queen Yanqing into his attack. Kuang Wang's position was slightly off, so he wasn't affected. The ground kept sinking, and the corpses of the cultivators who had fought in Shao Mountain were all turned into ashes. Zhou Day-Night was very smart. She did not try to run too far away, as her body's condition meant that she would not be able to run very far. As such, she chose to run underground without looking back. The moment she felt the intense pressure, she had already rushed into the lava. She did not know how deep she had gone, until he could no longer feel the pressure. As the winds howled, the environment around Pyrolite Mountain changed drastically. The ground had caved in by dozens of meters, making Pyrolite Mountain seem even taller than before. High up in the sky, Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Dayknight were still facing each other. Both of them were panting heavily as they stared at each other. Although Zhanlong Dayknight wasn't injured this time, he could clearly feel that his strength had been greatly reduced. The layer of light that represented his recovery ability had disappeared. He had overused the Dayknight restoration technique. This was different from when Lu Yin had defeated Lu Xiaoqiu on the Shenwu continent. Lu Yin had crushed Lu Xiaoqiu with overwhelming power, and Lu Xiaoqiu had defeated Lu Xiaoqiu with a recovery ability that surpassed the Dayknight restoration technique. However, Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword was a direct confrontation with the Dayknight restoration technique, and it was a contest of attrition. There was still no clear victor between the two, but one person had suffered a calamity: Night Queen Yanqing. Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword covered a wide area, and he had purposely enveloped Night Queen Yanqing within it so that she would become a sacrificial lamb for the two of them. Her Night King's body had been destroyed and she collapsed to the ground, heavily injured. Zhanlong Dayknight clenched his fists as he stared at Lu Xiaoqiu. He was still confident that he could win this battle. Even though the Dayknight restoration technique had consumed too much of his energy, he was able to recover very quickly. As long as he could recover before Lu Xiaoqiu unleashed the fourth sword, he would be fine. However, the fourth sword would not be so easy to unleash. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoqiu would be invincible. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His opponent's recovery ability was too abnormal, giving him a headache. He couldn't even defeat him with the fourth sword. Could it be that he had to risk using the fifth sword? He only had a vague idea of the fifth sword and had not mastered it at all. However, if it was a matter of life and death, he could only take the risk and try. Suddenly, Zhanlong Dayknight turned around and stared in Night Queen Yanqing's direction. There, a group of people were rushing towards them, and the leader was the sword sect's Yanhua. Their target was Night Queen Yanqing. During the battle between the Dayknight clan and the sword sect, Yanhua's opponent had been Zhanlong Dayknight. Zhanlong Dayknight had not tried to kill Yanhua, and Yanhua's injuries had been lighter than Lu Xiaoyun's. Because of this, Yanhua had the ability to attack Night Queen Yanqing. Zhanlong Dayknight's expression changed as he did not know if Yanhua and the others would really kill Night Queen Yanqing. Although he disliked that woman, he could not allow her to die in front of him. Otherwise, the Night King clan would not let him off, and neither would Arbiter Zhenwu. Helpless, Zhanlong Dayknight could only give up on his battle with Lu Xiaoqiu. He grabbed Night Queen Yanqing and left. Faced with Lu Xiaoqiu and the sword sect's experts, Zhanlong Dayknight could not change the situation on his own. Yanhua and the rest stood on the desolate ground and watched as Zhanlong Dayknight grabbed Night Queen Yanqing and fled. Lu Xiaoqiu slowly descended, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had not defeated Zhanlong Dayknight, as Zhanlong Dayknight's recovery was too powerful. It would be impossible to determine a victor until the very end. Junior brother, Yanhua walked over and sized up Lu Xiaoqiu. "You're not injured, are you?" Lu Xiaoqiu shook his head. "What about her?" Little Yun took the pyroliter back to outer space. "Her injuries are quite severe, so she needs to recuperate." Not far behind Yanhua, a pair of eyes curiously sized up Lu Xiaoqiu. Her gaze was filled with astonishment. It was Yo Yi. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze swept past the sword sect disciples, and it finally landed on Yo Yi. He had no choice, as the sword sect disciples all had a single temperament, and only Yo Yi was different. The sword sect and Yo court were connected by marriage, and this was the marriage between Lu Xiaoqiu and Yo Yi. However, this was the first time the two had met, and Lu Xiaoqiu did not even know what Yo Yi looked like. He curiously asked, "Why is there a child here?" Yo Yi frowned and became unhappy. She removed her jacket. "You're the child. I'm Yo Yi. Have you heard of me before?" Lu Xiaoqiu looked at Yanhua with a confused gaze. Yanhua explained, "Have you forgotten about the marriage with the Yo court?" Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes flashed and he looked at Yo Yi again. He finally remembered that the moment he had inherited the 13 swords, the sword sect had arranged a marriage for him. It was said that the bride was a princess of the Yo court. However, Lu Xiaoqiu felt that Yo Yi was too young. "Hey, what's with that look? What's the meaning of this? Are you looking down on me?" Yo Yi placed her hands on her hips and glared at Lu Xiaoqiu with dissatisfaction. Yo Yi was rather polite to other people, but she had no choice when it came to Lu Xiaoqiu. She did not want to marry him, so she wanted to leave a bad impression on him so that he would break off the engagement. Unfortunately, she was overthinking things. Lu Xiaoqiu's mind was filled with nothing but the 13 swords and Lu Yin, so he did not even bother talking to her. He turned around and walked towards Pyrolite Mountain. Start mining. From now on, this place belongs to the Sword Sect. Yan Hua waved his hand, and the Sword Sect disciples immediately took out their equipment and began mining the pyrolite. Yo Yi ground her teeth, and her face tensed up as she thought about how to get Lu Xiaoqiu to break off the engagement. She did not want to marry into the Sword Sect, as the moment she married Lu Xiaoqiu, her Yo secret would have to be passed on to the Yo court, which would be equivalent to her losing her Yo secret. She did not want to lose her Yo secret as she still wanted to explore the Neoverse. She did not want to marry someone and raise a child for the rest of her life. How many women were there in the top 100 rankings? How many women were there in the 10 arbiters? Yo Yi's gaze was focused on these matters. She had a fighting heart and she wanted to be famous throughout the universe just like that woman from the Sword Sect. In the Battle of Pyrolite Mountain, the Day-Night clan had been defeated. Lu Xiaoqiu had taken over Pyrolite Mountain by himself, and the 13 swords had defeated the combined forces of the Day-Night clan and the Second Great Hall. The 13 swords had once again revealed their ferocious sharpness, causing countless people's scalps to go numb. Night Queen Chuyu was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She could tell that Zhanlong Day-Night had not been defeated, but because of Night Queen Yanqing he had given up on Pyrolite Mountain. He could not be blamed for this as Yanqing was too weak, or rather too benevolent. If the Sword Sect had been completely wiped out in the previous battle, then the outcome would have been different. On the Sword Sect's spacecraft, Lu Xiaoyun retracted her gaze and sighed. Far away from Pyrolite Mountain, Northgate Gang and the others did not know the outcome of the battle, and they did not dare to go back to take a look. That was another battlefield and it was not a place they could step foot into. Kuang Wang, Zhou Day-Night and a few other cultivators who had not died had not been killed by the Sword Sect. Instead they had allowed them to leave. Zhou Day-Night had been severely injured and she should have returned to outer space, but she had not. She knew that once she returned she would not necessarily receive care and treatment. Instead she would most likely be reprimanded and punished. Night King Yuanjing appeared to be kind on the surface, but he was actually ruthless. He did not care about her life or death. She would rather hide in a corner of planet Pyrolite and silently heal herself or wait for death. Perhaps death was not a bad choice, but unfortunately she had not been able to remove the caged cage technique and save them. Zhou Day-Night dragged her heavily injured body and left a trail of blood behind her as she lay in a desolate and withered cave. She took out Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine from her cosmic ring and used it to treat herself. She quickly fainted due to excessive blood loss. Spacecraft continued to appear in the sky, and each time they appeared there would be dozens of them. Although the Sword Sect had once again seized Pyrolite Mountain, they had suffered many casualties in the battle with the Day-Night clan. Thus they were still mobilizing Lemeters to planet Pyrolite. A few days later Lu Yin returned to Xenu Star. Hai Chichi was shocked when she saw the 3 continents. There's even a planet like this? Aren't you afraid that the 3 continents will suppress you? Lu Yin ignored her and looked at his gadget with a serious expression. His power level was continuously rising until it reached the limit of 200,000. Karthika had not concealed his strength, and he had suppressed Xenu Star all on his own. Hai Chichi pursed her lips. There seems to be someone very powerful. Lu Yin put down his gadget and looked at Xenu Star's space station. There was not a single person in the space station and no foreign spacecraft had entered either. Everyone had gone into hiding and Xenu Star was like a bird in a cage. There was not a single person on the streets and everyone could feel Karthika's power. After Karthika arrived at Xenu Star, he immediately sealed off the entire planet. Everyone could only stay in their homes and were not allowed to leave. No foreign spacecraft was allowed to approach and no one on Xenu Star was allowed to leave. He was absolutely tyrannical. Xianxia and the others were no exception. Fortunately, Karthika had his own misgivings and had not killed anyone. This was a silver lining in a sea of misfortune. Lu Yin really wanted to deal with him, but there was nothing he could do. Even the upgraded money bomb should not be able to harm an enlighter, and his universal armor should not be able to withstand an enlighter's attack. Against Karthika, Lu Yin was no different from Xianxia and the others. The moment Lu Yin's spacecraft entered the space station, Karthika looked up from a cliff on Xenu star that faced the ocean. His eyes were cold and a murderous intent flashed through his eyes. However, it was quickly replaced by fear. He wanted to deal with this hidden danger, but Lu Yin's status left him with no choice. He was the Sea King's future son-in-law, and this alone was enough to make even the old freaks from the Divine Grade Hall with power levels in the hundreds of thousands unable to touch him. It wasn't just Karthika. Xianxia and the others also knew about Lu Yin's arrival. They stood up, tore through the void and disappeared. When the spacecraft landed, Lu Yin and Hai Chi walked out and folded the spacecraft before storing it in their cosmic rings. Not far away, Xianxia, Banjiu and many other explorers were standing quietly. When Lu Yin looked over, they all bowed. "Greetings, Royal Regent." Hai Chi's eyes widened when she saw this, and then she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. "Let's go to the palace." Xianxia and the others stepped aside, and Lu Yin grabbed Hai Chi before disappearing with flash, leaving behind a giant spatial crack. Banjiu was shocked as this level of power was too exaggerated. Lu Yin was just a limiter, but he felt like he was no match for him. Banjiu was a cruiser. It wasn't just Banjiu, as all of the other explorers were shocked. The royal regent was terrifyingly powerful, and there were probably only a few people in the entire Great Yu Empire who could match him. Xianxia felt this the most, especially when he sensed a vague threat from Lu Yin's body. This was his intuition that had been honed from many years of battle. Could the royal regent be a threat to him? How could that be? It had to be an illusion. Chapter 485. Lu Yin didn't slow down as he pulled Hai Chi along. He used the 3 grains of fates and to seal his body's limits to move, and they soon arrived at the palace. Beside him, Hai Chi didn't seem to feel any discomfort at all. Instead, she looked around the palace in amazement and excitement. So this is the paradise of those in power. How interesting. The murals are so beautiful. Lu Yin looked at Hai Chi seriously and said, "Don't wander off. I have something to do and I'll look for you when I'm done." Hai Chi waved a hand. Go on. Have fun." Lu Yin didn't know what the Sea King had said to Hai Chi before leaving, but it seemed like she wouldn't leave him. Lu Yin wasn't worried about her, as the life-saving measures that the Sea King had given her far exceeded his expectations. There shouldn't be anyone in the Outerverse who could harm her. Lu Yin allowed Hai Chi to play as she pleased and gave her a medallion that allowed her to enter any place she wanted. He then went to the imperial court, where Xianxia and the rest were present, including Garop and a few other cabinet ministers. Truthfully, Lu Yin didn't know much about them. Back then he had been urged to leave by San Dios, which was why he had appointed 5 cabinet ministers to oversee the empire. At the same time, Xianxia, Banjiu, Luing Zishan and the rest would report back to him. Of the 5 cabinet ministers, Lu Yin was only familiar with Garop. According to Lu Yin's own thoughts, if the Great Yu Empire was completely under his control, then the cabinet ministers would definitely be reselect, and the 13 imperial squadrons might change as well. However, it was still too early to think about such things. The Great Yu Empire was still the Great Yu Empire, and it belonged to the Yushan and Wendy Yushan. "I'm aware of everything that's happened in the empire recently." Lu Yin sat below the throne, and just like before, he didn't overstep his boundaries. He swept his gaze across everyone. The economy has been sealed and the Innerverse is surrounded by powerful enemies. Plus there's that shameless enlighter. I know all about it. Lu Yin's words caused quite a few people's expressions to change. What a shameless enlighter. Those few words frightened quite a few people, especially the cabinet ministers, who immediately spoke up. "Your Highness, please reconsider your words. An almighty enlighter cannot be insulted." "Your Highness, any almighty enlighter has made irreplaceable contributions to the universe, so please be careful with your words." More than 10 people spoke up one after another and hurriedly expressed their stance. It was obvious that they knew that Karthika was nearby. To an enlighter, even if they had not comprehended a domain, they could still easily find out what was happening on a planet. Even if their star energy swept past the planet, no one else would be able to detect it. Only Xianxia and a few others remained calm. Lu Yin casually sat down. "An enlighter using the lives of billions to threaten a limiter like me? Isn't that shameless?" The expressions of the people below changed again. Some of them even felt their legs go soft and couldn't stand. Junior, don't go overboard with your words. A loud voice exploded in the sky, enveloping all of Xenu Star and causing the seas to roar and the three rings of the continent to tremble. Everyone felt as if they were in a hopeless situation, as if the end of the world had arrived. Hai Chichi was happily looking at the mural when she heard the voice. How annoying. Lu Yin stood up and his gaze turned cold. Karthika, show yourself. Is this how an enlighter acts? Everyone was frightened by Lu Yin's actions. Where had he gotten the courage to insult an enlighter? There weren't any enlighters in the entire Frostwave Weave, which meant that they were truly almighty powerhouses. Xianxia and the others were shocked as well. Lu Yin wasn't as afraid as the others. Even Northgate Taisui, an old monster with a power level of over 400,000, had dared to negotiate with him, let alone an enlighter. If Karthika really went crazy and wanted to kill Lu Yin, then Mr. Mu wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had his own trump cards, and with Hai Chichi's presence he didn't fear Karthika at all. Unexpectedly, Karthika didn't show himself, but the tremors on Xenu Star grew even more intense. Many of the ministers hurriedly asked Lu Yin to apologize, as they were truly terrified. However, Lu Yin remained calm. After a while, the tremors on Xenu Star finally stopped and everything returned to normal. Countless people collapsed to the ground, feeling as if they had just been rescued from a hopeless situation. Lu Yin sneered. Karthika was smart, and he must have recognized that the spacecraft that Lu Yin had used to return to Xenu Star had come from the Sea King's dome. It would be strange if Karthika dared to show himself, since he couldn't attack Lu Yin, and he couldn't force Lu Yin to do anything either. Showing himself would only cause him to lose face, so it would be better if he didn't show himself. Lu Yin casually sat down and his stern gaze swept across everyone present. He took note of all the ministers who had asked him to apologize, as well as those who had made a fool of themselves. He would replace them as soon as he found a suitable candidate, as these people did not have the qualifications to stand in the same court as him. Garop was unyielding and he was not afraid at all. He had been the first to accuse Lu Yin of playing with his gadget in court, and Lu Yin now had a whole new level of respect for this old man. Your Highness, the Empire's economy has been sealed, and we are unable to support the war effort. What plans do you have? Finance Minister Gavin walked out and asked respectfully. He wasn't afraid either, as it was normal for him to be afraid. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. We'll discuss this after that shameless Karthika scrums. Many of the ministers felt their hearts skip a beat, and some of them almost went limp again. Garop was just about to walk out and say something, but he was quickly grabbed by one of the ministers behind him. This minister didn't allow Garop to speak, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would speak and provoke Karthika. Lu Yin snickered inwardly and swept his gaze across the crowd. Alright, you may leave. We'll suspend the court for a while and we'll reconvene after that shameless Karthika scrums. The ministers immediately left as if they were fleeing. Lu Yin gestured for Xianxia and Banjio to stay behind. Lu Yin had Xianxia maintain Xenu Star's stability while he communicated with the ministers and sent people to calm the citizens down. As for Banjio, Lu Yin had originally wanted to give him the blueprint he had obtained from the die roll so that he could study it, but after some thought he decided against it. Who knew if Karthika would try to snatch it away? Many powerhouses were research experts themselves, and Karthika might even be able to understand the blueprint. It would be a huge loss if Karthika snatched it away, even though Lu Yin didn't know if the blueprint had any value. Banjio was still waiting for Lu Yin to speak. Lu Yin coughed. You may leave for now. I'll tell you when I've thought it through. Banjio was baffled and he turned to leave. After everyone left, Lu Yin casually sat down. The void in front of him distorted and Karthika appeared. Lu Yin's lips curled up when he saw Karthika. Old man, you've been hiding your head but showing your tail. You're finally willing to show yourself. Karthika stared at Lu Yin coldly. Junior, don't be too arrogant. The universe is much more terrifying than you think. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the Sea King's protection. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. The same goes for you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're an enlighter. Karthika laughed. How many years has it been since a mere Lemmeter dares to speak to me in such a manner? He then stared at Lu Yin. I won't bicker with you because of the Sea King, But becoming the Sea King's son-in-law isn't so easy. If you don't become the Sea King's son-in-law, then I'll make you regret what you've said today. Lu Yin shrugged. I may be young, but I've never regretted my words, especially when it comes to someone as shameless as you. Karthika sneered. You have a sharp tongue. Now that you've left the Sea King's protection, you've angered me. I can easily kill you without anyone blaming me, as this is the power of an enlighter. Your so-called status is worthless in the eyes of an enlighter. Junior, you better pray that you don't run into me again, or else I'll make you regret being born. Lu Yin did not argue with him any further, as he was afraid that the old man would go crazy and slaughter everyone on Xenu Star. Your reason for appearing on Xenu Star is very simple. Don't worry, I won't go to planet Pyrolite. Skid. Karthika waved his hand and prepared to leave. But even if I don't go, you won't be able to compete for Pyrolite. Don't forget about those who are as famous as me. I'll be waiting to see you suffer. Lu Yin was pleased with himself. Karthika snorted and disappeared into the void. He did not want to talk to Lu Yin at all, as Lu Yin was just a junior. Without the protection of the Sea King's dome, Karthika could easily crush Lu Yin to death. However, Lu Yin's words worried him, as those unequaled limiters would not appear. Lu Yin was not making wild guesses. Mu Rong and the others were so famous that it would be strange if they had not been invited during the crucial period of the contest on planet Pyrolite. Perhaps they were already on their way here. Not long after Karthika left the palace, in the distant astral wilderness, Night Queen Chuyu solemnly looked at the kneeling day-night cultivator in front of her. What did you say? Say it again. The cultivator's voice trembled as he replied. According to the news, Mu Rong is on his way to planet Pyrolite after accepting the Sword Sect's invitation. Ling Ke is also on his way here after accepting the Wen family's invitation. They are less than 5 days away from planet Pyrolite. Night Queen Chuyu's eyes narrowed. These two were just juniors and their names were not enough to enter her ears. However, ever since the contest on planet Pyrolite had begun, more and more limiters had risen to fame. Mu Rong and Ling Ke were at the top, and their reputations even surpassed those of Zhanlong Day-Night and Lu Xiaoqiu. She had originally thought that the battle between those two would be the peak of the astral-reaching realm, but if these two arrived, everything would change. The Wen family would rise to prominence with Ling Ke's help, and the Sword Sect would possess an unstoppable force. Mu Rong alone was enough to make everyone lose the courage to compete. Night Queen Chuyu was well aware of the consequences of this matter. After thinking about it for a long time, she left the astral wilderness and entered North Castle Weave. She then contacted Karthika from a place with a network connection. Karthika was just about to contact Night Queen Chuyu to ask about the situation on planet Pyrolite, but he had not expected her to contact him. How's planet Pyrolite? Karthika impatiently asked. Night Queen Chuyu coldly replied, Pyrolite Mountain has been snatched away by the Sword Sect. Karthika's brows rose. What happened? Your Day-Night clan sent so many powerhouses, but they were all defeated by the Sword Sect. We'll talk about this later. Karthika, has Lu Yin returned to the Great Yu Empire? Night Queen Chuyu asked. Karthika replied, he's back. I already warned him not to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Things have changed. Immediately withdraw from Xenu Star and give Lu Yin his freedom. Tell him clearly that he is not restricted from participating in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Karthika was puzzled. Why? Night Queen Chuyu helplessly replied, a few unparalleled limiters have arrived and we need him to deal with them. Chapter 486. When he heard Night Queen Chuyu's words, Karthika was stunned. Then he recalled Lu Yin's words and realized that it couldn't be such a coincidence. Mu Rong's here. How do you know? Lu Yin said so. He said that Mu Rong and Ling Ke will definitely come. If they do, then we'll be in trouble. A cold glint flashed through Night Queen Chuyu's eyes. A mere junior actually dared to recklessly speculate about an enlighter? Since when had a limiter become so bold? However, this was the perfect time to make use of him. Without him, the Day-Night clan truly did not have any powerhouses who could break out of this situation. Do as I say and let him fall into our trap. But this person isn't on our side. Even if he's involved, he might not necessarily help us, Khadgar said. Night Queen Chuyu grew impatient. I know that. Someone else will talk to him. Just leave. Karthika thought about it for a moment. All right, I hope that your decision is correct. He then hung up and looked in the direction of the palace with a look of unwillingness. How long had it been since they had last met? Even a dignified enlighter had been forced to go back on his word. However, for the sake of the Pyrolite he had to endure. As he thought about it, he converged his voice into a single line and transmitted it into Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin had just returned to King Zishan's palace and was planning to rest while worrying about how to deal with Hai Chi-Chi when he heard Karthika's voice. He froze for a moment and then his lips curled up. Seems like someone incredible has arrived. Is it Mu Rong Ling Ke or even both? Interesting. Unfortunately, I can't join this show. Even if he managed to obtain the Pyrolite it would still end up in the hands of someone else. The best outcome would be for it to end up in the Sea King's Dome's hands in exchange for the Sea King's promise to protect the Great Yu Empire. On the other hand, Lu Yin would be branded with the Sea King's Dome's mark, and the Sea King's Dome would not be able to participate in the disputes between the Innerverse and Outerverse powers. Lu Yin would be permanently imprisoned, which was not what he wanted. In the end, he would definitely offend the Daoist clan, sword sect, Wen family and many other powers, so the gains would not make up for the losses. However, this was still the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that he would not be able to obtain anything and would even offend the various powerful sections. He would then have no choice but to ask the Sea King's Dome for protection, but he would also be branded with the Sea King's Dome symbol and be imprisoned. He would never be able to participate in the disputes between the Innerverse and Outerverse powers, and he might even be forced to stay in the Starfall Sea forever. No, that was not the worst possible outcome. The worst possible outcome was that even the Sea King's Dome had given up on him, which meant that he would be surrounded on all sides. That was the worst possible outcome. The Great Yu Empire had always been Lu Yin's greatest weakness, and Night King Yuanjing had relied on this weakness to slowly gain benefits from Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not afford to give the other great powers another opportunity to take advantage of him. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped and he looked at it. He was speechless as he had just thought of Night King Yuanjing when the latter had contacted him. Karthika's retreat was most likely the Daoist clan's intentions. Was the Daoist clan under that much pressure? She actually wanted him to make a move. When the call connected, Night King Yuanjing's image appeared on the screen, and he looked at Lu Yin with a serious expression. Little Yin, why didn't you ask Grandpa for help with Karthika? Are you treating me as an outsider? Shameless, Lu Yin cursed inwardly. Shameless. The monkey said. Grandpa Yuanjing, what are you saying? It's just that Karthika is an almighty enlighter, and Little Yin doesn't want to make things difficult for Grandpa. Lu Yin pretended to be wronged. Night King Yuanjing sighed. Grandpa just found out and he immediately contacted the Divine Great Hall to have them transfer Karthika away. I never thought that an enlighter would personally threaten a junior. How embarrassing. Lu Yin did not speak and he only looked at Night King Yuanjing gratefully. Night King Yuanjing paused and looked at Lu Yin. Little Yin, don't worry. Grandpa guarantees that this matter will not happen again. Grandpa promised to protect the Frostwave Weave, so I'll definitely see it through. You can rest assured and do whatever you want. Karthika won't dare to come back. Thank you, Grandpa Yuanjing. Lu Yin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. What followed was a bunch of nonsense. Lu Yin was already used to beating around the bush with Night King Yuanjing. In any case, he really did not want to go to planet Pyrolite, and Night King Yuanjing was definitely more anxious than anyone else. Sure enough, Night King Yuanjing could not take it anymore. Little Yin, do you know what happened on planet Pyrolite? Lu Yin nodded. I heard. Do you want to go? If you do, Grandpa will have the clan's spacecraft pick you up, Night King Yuanjing said. Lu Yin shook his head and bitterly replied, Little Yin appreciates Grandpa's good intentions, but Little Yin is tired of fighting and does not want to participate. Senior Sea King also wants Little Yin to not participate in these battles. When the Sea King was mentioned, Night King Yuanjing's expression turned serious. He suddenly remembered that the Sea King's Dome did not participate in the conflicts between the Innerverse and Outerverse powers. If Lu Yin was not allowed to participate, then did that mean that Lu Yin was getting closer to becoming the Sea King's son-in-law? He did not know if this was a good or bad thing for the Daoist clan, but from now on he would no longer be able to threaten this brat. With the Sea King's interference, the speech that Night King Yuanjing had prepared could not be used. From his perspective, Lu Yin would definitely not dare to disobey the Sea King's orders. Who did not want to become the Sea King's son-in-law? This brat was no exception. Helpless, Night King Yuanjing casually chatted with Lu Yin for a while before hanging up. The Great Yu Empire's capital, including Xinyu Star, could only keep Hai Chichi interested for a few days. After a few days she grew bored and began to frantically search for Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her helplessly. Xinyu Star is so big. Have you played around already? Hai Chichi rolled her eyes. I've played around. I want to go out. Where are you going? Planet Pyrolite. I want to fight, I want to break through, I want to fight, and I want to make friends. Lu Yin could understand the first three reasons, but he subconsciously looked at Hai Chichi's mouth for the last one. Make friends? Hee, they're all enemies. Hey Lu Yin, what do you mean? That shameless old man has already left. Why aren't you going to Planet Pyrolite? Hai Chichi grumbled unhappily. I've already told you many times how cruel the universe is. Even if the Sea King's dome protects you, you might not be safe. Do you want me to gamble the lives of countless people in the Great Yu Empire on Planet Pyrolite with you? Lu Yin asked. Who says that my Sea King's dome can't protect you? I'll contact my second brother right now and have him protect the Great Yu Empire in the name of the Sea King's dome. No one would be willing to make things difficult for my Sea King's dome over a small country at the edge of the Outerverse. Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Yin looked at Hai Chichi seriously. She wasn't stupid. Indeed, no one would want to offend the Sea King's dome for the sake of the Great Yu Empire. He just didn't want the Great Yu Empire to be branded as the Sea King's dome, but he still had to follow through with the lie. Chichi, do you know who I'll offend if I go to Planet Pyrolite? Hai Chichi waved her hand. It doesn't matter. My Sea King's dome will take care of it. Lu Yin was speechless. He felt that Hai Chichi was shockingly similar to Lulu at this moment. Her confidence in a certain aspect had reached the limit and she was the type that no one could match. I'm not going to Planet Pyrolite and you're not allowed to go either, Lu Yin said. Hai Chichi gritted her teeth. I'm going to tell father that you have a third, fourth, fifth, and sixth mistress. You're going to help me find them? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Hai Chichi was furious and she panted heavily before suddenly sighing. Sometimes I really envy you. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. You're like a corpse floating through space. You don't have any ambitions and you're only satisfied with what you have. You'll lose even more if you do this. Hai Chichi looked at Lu Yin. My father doesn't like people who don't have ambition. You originally had a small chance of becoming his son-in-law, but the more you shrink back the smaller that chance becomes. Lu Yin shrugged. Don't worry. I won't shrink back but I won't participate in the contest for Planet Pyrolite. Hai Chichi snorted and then turned to leave. Don't even think about leaving. I've sealed off the entire planet. Lu Yin shouted. Hai Chichi was furious. Go to hell. Lu Yin's face sank as he watched Hai Chichi leave. Actually, he wanted to participate in the contest for Planet Pyrolite more than anyone else. But what could he do? If he went to Planet Pyrolite, the Great Yu Empire would be branded as the Sea King's Dome, and the Pyrolite ore he obtained would be given to the Sea King's Dome as a betrothal gift. He would also offend a large group of people and he himself would not be able to obtain anything. What was the point of going there? If he wanted to become the Sea King's son-in-law, then he could go and use the Pyrolite ore to curry favor with the Sea King and Hai Dashao. This would make his name known throughout the universe once again and increase his chances of becoming the Sea King's son-in-law. However, he did not want to become the Sea King's son-in-law, so it did not matter. However, he could not afford to lose this important status. If he did not become the Sea King's son-in-law, then he could not afford to offend the Day-Night clan and other powerful organizations. Even if he went to Planet Pyrolite, he might not be able to obtain much Pyrolite ore. Lu Yin was stuck between a rock and a hard place, so he decided that he would not go to Planet Pyrolite. He looked up at the sky. There was a clear distinction between the powers in this universe. The strong were stronger and the weak could only protect themselves. This kind of situation did not allow him to rise to prominence. If there came a day when the innerverse tentacles could no longer reach the outerverse, then he would be able to do as he pleased. What a pity. There was no sun above Planet Pyrolite, and the entire planet's only source of light came from the dark red soil underground. Zhou Day-Night did not know how long she had been unconscious. But before she had fainted, she had put on her ring armor to ensure that she would not be bitten by the planet's underground creatures. To the Lemeters on planet Pyrolite, ring armor was useless. Its defense was practically non-existent against the geniuses of the same generation, so no one would wear it in battle. Not only did it have no defense, but it also hindered one's movements. However, it was very useful to those who were heavily injured. When Zhou Xian woke up, she saw pairs of green eyes glowing with savagery as they stared at her. Her face went pale and she hurriedly got up. She was surrounded by a circle of strange underground creatures, and her ring armor was covered in bite marks. These creatures were actually able to damage the ring armor, and Zhou Xian did not dare to imagine what would have happened if she had not been wearing the ring armor. She coughed and clutched her chest. Her injuries had healed slightly, and she hurriedly took out some star crystals from her cosmic ring to absorb them. Only by recovering her star energy would she be able to protect herself. The surrounding creatures had scattered in all directions after Zhou Xian woke up, and most of them had dove underground. Zhou Xian supported herself against the dull, dark red earth wall and walked out. The ground shook from time to time, but she did not know whether it was due to a battle or an earthquake. She walked out of the cave and looked up. Her surroundings were desolate and there was not a single person in sight. Zhou Xian raised her hand and activated her gadget, but it was unfortunately damaged. Fortunately, she had the pyrolite ore detector so she could find nearby pyrolite ore. If there was pyrolite ore, then there would be people around. However, now was not the time to search for pyrolite ore. She needed to be able to protect herself first. Chapter 487. Everyone who entered planet Pyrolite had prepared a large amount of food and water in their cosmic rings. Zhou Xian returned to the underground cave and took Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine before resting once more. 1 day, 2 days. Ever since she woke up, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days she had absorbed star crystals as much as she could to recover from her injuries. Her body had finally taken a turn for the better, and although she was not at her peak, she could still protect herself. She did not want to hide anymore, so she had to find the Day-Night clan. Was it the Sword Sect? Or the Day-Night clan? As soon as she walked out of the cave, she sensed several auras approaching her through her domain. Zhou Xian hid in the shadows and watched as the cultivators gradually disappeared into the distance. They were heading towards Pyrolite Mountain. She did not hesitate and followed them. When she had escaped with her heavily injured body, she had not been too far away from Pyrolite Mountain. When she saw a giant crack in the ground, she knew that Pyrolite Mountain was very close. This crack had probably been formed by Liu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day-Night's battle. The ground shook again, and this time, a strong gale swept across the area. Zhou Day-Night's expression changed. This was a fluctuation of star energy. Another battle had broken out on Pyrolite Mountain. At this point, only the Sword Sect or the Day-Night clan could cause a battle on Pyrolite Mountain. There was no other choice, so the Day-Night clan should be there. Zhou Day-Night did not dare to evade the clan's mission. She knew that her every move was being monitored, and if she did not participate in the battle, she would not have a good ending when she returned to the clan. At this moment, 2 figures flitted across the sky. They were 2 Lemeters and they saw Zhou Day-Night. They looked at each other and attacked her at the same time. They were disciples from the first Flow Zone's powers, so they had naturally followed the Sword Sect and attacked the Day-Night clan. Unfortunately, they were too weak. They were not bad among the younger generation, but they were still lacking when compared to Zhou Day-Night, who had comprehended a domain. They were easily dealt with, and Zhou Day-Night left one of them alive. What's the situation on Pyrolite Mountain? The surviving cultivator was terrified. The Day-Night clan, the Wen family, the Soul Dream tribe and many other powers from smaller flow zones are all fighting on Pyrolite Mountain. They're trying to force the Sword Sect to give up the pyrolite ore there. They've been fighting for more than 2 hours now. Zhou Day-Night had not expected the battle to be so intense. The Sword Sect had Liu Xiaoqiu and his second sword could ignore numbers. So why did that woman Night Queen Yanqing attack? Could it be that there was external help? Zhou Day-Night's guess was correct. The Wen family had invited Ling Ke to take action, and he was expected to arrive on planet Pyrolite a little earlier than Mu Rong. Night Queen Yanqing and the others had been planning this for several days, and they were planning to use this time to seize control of Pyrolite Mountain. Then the various great powers would join forces and force the Sword Sect to split the profits. At that time, even if Mu Rong arrived, he would not be able to turn the tables. At this moment, the battle at Pyrolite Mountain was far more intense than it had ever been before. Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Daynight's battle had shifted to the northern part of Pyrolite Mountain, and their battle had spread far and wide. The battle between Lu Xiaoyun and Kuang Wang took place at the foot of Shao Mountain. Although Night Queen Yanqing had been heavily injured by Lu Xiaoqiu, the Day Night clan had gone all out to treat her. She was able to participate in the battle once more, just like Lu Xiaoyun. The Sword Sect had only been able to withstand Night Queen Yanqing's attacks because of one person, Yo Yi. Yo Yi appeared to be only 11 or 12 years old, and she was a petite lowly. However, she had exploded with a strength that shocked everyone, and she had forcefully stalled Night Queen Yanqing. Even though Night Queen Yanqing had activated her Night King's body and battle force, she was still unable to defeat Yo Yi. Not only was the Day-Night clan shocked, but even Lu Xiaoqiu and the others were astonished by Yo Yi's strength. Furthermore, Yo Yi was not the only Lemeter from the Yo court. There were several other Lemeters who were rather old, but they were all very strong. It was the alliance between the Sword Sect and the Yo court that had been able to withstand the combined forces of the Day-Night clan, the Wen family, the Soul Dream tribe, and the other great powers. However, this stalemate would not last for long. Night Queen Yanqing was waiting for Ling Ke, and as soon as he arrived, Pyrolite Mountain would change hands. Right now, she hated the girl in front of her so much that her teeth itched. "Old auntie, you can't hold on any longer, right? If you have the ability, why don't you come?" Yo Yi was dressed in a black devil's snare dress, and she looked innocently and craftily at Night Queen Yanqing. She had a smile on her face, and although she was cute and pretty, her mocking smile made Night Queen Yanqing want to tear her apart. Who would have thought that she would be held back by a little brat? "You won't be able to hold on for much longer, you damned brat. Once I catch you, I'll hang you up and beat you." Night Queen Yanqing bellowed as her eyes flickered with a purple light. Yo Yi's eyes lit up and she hurriedly retreated. Night Queen Yanqing rushed forward at top speed, but her surroundings suddenly changed. She was separated from everyone else, and a courtyard appeared around her. This was the Yo court's inherited battle technique, the quadrangular dragon lock array. The four sides combined into one to form a courtyard. This courtyard could trap any powerhouse as long as the gap between them was not too great. Coincidentally, although Yo Yi had a small appearance, she was actually a Lemeter, and she was not weak at all. With her strength, she could use the quadrangular dragon lock array to trap Night Queen Yanqing. Although the quadrangular dragon lock array was not as famous as the Wen family's literary prison, Night Queen Yanqing had never underestimated it. This was because the Yo court had originated from a super terrifying power, and they were one of the 7 families that controlled the Yo court. Even if they had betrayed the Yo court and left the Yo court, they had still inherited the power of that family. The quadrangular dragon lock array was also derived from that family's power. Night Queen Yanqing could not break through the quadrangular dragon lock array even after using all of her strength. Lu Xiaoyun and Kuang Wang's battle was not over yet. On the other hand, Shi Yu and Wen Qian'er had the upper hand in the battle and were suppressing the Sword Sect. As long as they were given more time, they would be able to defeat the Sword Sect. The biggest variable in this battle was Lu Xiaoqiu, but unfortunately he was being held back by Zhanlong Daynight's. Although Zhanlong Daynight's could not defeat Lu Xiaoqiu could not win either. Both sides were evenly matched and it all depended on the others. The scales of victory were tipping in the Day-Night clan's favor. In the distance, sword chi could be felt from time to time, scaring many people away. The battle between Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Daynight's was the most terrifying. Zhou Daynight's arrived outside Pyrolite Mountain and saw thousands of people fighting. The entire mountain had been turned into a battlefield, and blood had long since dyed the ground red. Yan Hua had already reached his limit, and he could barely hold onto his sword. In front of him, Tiankong Daynight's and Qilian Daynight's both attacked at the same time. Yan Hua could not hold on any longer and he collapsed to the ground. Many of the Sword Sect's disciples had already died, and the Wen family had also suffered heavy losses. Wen Qian'er had also been injured and she was working together with Shi Yu as they panted heavily. Zhou Daynight's could see that the Sword Sect was about to be defeated. In outer space, Night Queen Chuyu revealed a satisfied smile. Even if Pyrolite Mountain was not under the sole control of the Day-Night clan, As long as the sword sect could not control it, the two sides would still be on the same level and neither side would be able to monopolize it. At that moment, Night Queen Chuyu received news that the battle was about to end. She looked into the distance and saw a personal spacecraft rushing towards planet Pyrolite. Ling Ke had finally arrived. Night Queen Chuyu watched as Ling Ke's spacecraft flew past, followed by another spacecraft that was rushing towards planet Pyrolite. Night Queen Chuyu looked over and a strange expression appeared on her face. What was that? Following behind Ling Ke's spacecraft was the group of dedicated female cheerleaders. There was no place that they could not go as Ling Ke had promised to protect them. The more dangerous the place, the higher the reward. Night Queen Chuyu's expression turned ugly. She had lived for so long, but this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Should she stop it? While Night Queen Chuyu was hesitating, the two spacecraft crashed onto planet Pyrolite. They were not too far from Pyrolite Mountain and many people saw them. Night Queen Yanqing was delighted as she recognized Ling Ke's spacecraft. This battle was about to end. As long as they could occupy Pyrolite Mountain before Mu Rong arrived and severely injure Lu Xiaoqiu and the others, then even if Mu Rong arrived he would not be able to reverse the situation. To the north of Pyrolite Mountain, Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Dayknight turned their heads at the same time. They both felt their hearts palpitate and they could not describe it. It was as if they had met their own kind. Yo Year's gaze shifted. Old auntie, what are you thinking about? Don't think about it. You can't beat me anyway. Night Queen Yanqing sneered, but she did not make another move. Lu Xiaoyun stood with her sword in hand while Kuang Wang sat on the azure dragon's body and looked down at them. We can't decide who's the better one right now. Lu Xiaoyun did not look at him. Instead she looked into the distance where the other spacecraft had landed. The spacecraft's hatch opened and Ling Ke walked out alone. Not too far away the hatch of the other spacecraft also opened at the same time. The cheerleaders were all shouting crazily, and the various large organizations in outer space were dumbfounded. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke exhaled as he looked at the crazed cheerleaders. What a wonderful situation. Yes, that's how it should be. Go crazy and shout. The rest belongs to me, Ling Quebec. As he thought about it, he suddenly turned around and looked at Pyrolite Mountain with a sharp gaze. With a light tap of his foot, his body instantly disappeared. The cheerleaders excitedly ran after him. Before Ling Ke even arrived, an enormous amount of star energy wrapped around his K's mighty/'s unique aura and swept across the entire Pyrolite Mountain. Whether it was Night Queen Yanqing, Yo Year, Lu Xiaoyun, Zhou Dayknight, or the distant Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Dayknight, all of them simultaneously felt this terrifying aura. Everyone looked up at Ling Ke, who was standing tall in the sky, and the entire battlefield froze. Ling Ke's lips curled up. This was exactly the effect he had wanted, and he had not hesitated to use a large amount of star energy to achieve it. This was how Ling Ke should appear. The scenes at the Sea King's dome were nightmares that he did not want to think about for the rest of his life, especially those two monsters. From now on, this place belongs to me. Ling Ke's calm voice resounded throughout Pyrolite Mountain as he swept his gaze across everyone. Regardless of whether they were from the Sword Sect or the Dayknight clan, he did not care about them. He had only been invited by the Wen family to help. Kuang Wang was the first to be unconvinced as this person was even more arrogant than he was. Who do you think you are? Ling Ke looked at Kuang Wang in the distance and saw the majestic azure dragon. A trace of disdain flashed across his lips as he raised his hand, and his K's mighty slash flashed out. The next moment, everyone stared blankly at Kuang Wang as he slowly collapsed to the ground. A large patch of blood stained his chest, and the sight of it caused everyone's scalps to go numb. The azure dragon howled in anguish and then disappeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, Pyrolite Mountain was completely silent. That was Kuang Wang, a genius disciple of the Divine Grade Hall and a realm master from the Astral Combat Academy. He had once been the strongest person on planet Pyrolite, but he had not been able to withstand a single attack. Chapter 488. Kuang Wang fell to the ground and stared at the dark red surface in disbelief. Was the difference between them really that great? Lu Xiaoyun stared at Ling Ke in shock. She had not seen that blade as it had pierced through the void without any trace of a trajectory. It was extremely powerful and she did not know if any Lemeter could withstand it. Even Lu Xiaoqiu's 13 swords had not felt this blade before. Ling Ke was arrogant and he had the right to be. His 10 innate gifts had solidified into one eternal innate gift. His K's mighty slash was not only sharp and piercing through the void, but it also had other unfathomable abilities that represented the peak of a realm. Even those two freaks would be able to defeat them if they dared to take on his 3 blades as one, let alone a nobody. To him Quang Wang was just a nobody. Ling Ke's blade had completely terrified everyone. Night Queen Yanqing looked at Ling Quebec. "Brother Ling, do you still remember me?" Ling Ke looked at Night Queen Yanqing and his eyes lit up. The Day-Night clan's men and women were all quite good-looking, and Night Queen Yanqing was especially sexy and enchanting. Her snow-white thighs were dazzling and coupled with her alluring purple eyes, she was definitely a rare beauty. However, most people were intimidated by her powerful battle power and did not pay much attention to her. Only a powerhouse like Ling Ke could recklessly size her up. Ling Ke obviously remembered Night Queen Yanqing, and he was about to say something that would not lose his composure and would not embarrass Night Queen Yanqing when a loud cheer startled him. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. The people from Pyrolite Mountain were also shocked, and they stared blankly at the group of youthful and beautiful girls. What the hell was going on? Ling Ke coughed and smiled at Night Queen Yanqing. "So it's Miss Yanqing. Forgive me for not recognizing you immediately." Night Queen Yanqing smiled and bowed to Ling Quebec. She then gently said, "It's my fault for not greeting Brother Ling immediately. I hope Brother Ling can forgive me." "Ah, Miss Yanqing is being too serious. All right." Ling Ke paused for a moment. "The Day-Night clan wants to fight for this place as well? I'll have to trouble you then. I've accepted the Wen clan's invitation to help you fight for this place." Night Queen Yanqing smiled. The elders of the clan have already mentioned this. In reality, Brother Ling only needs to expel the powerhouses from the Sword Sect and Yo Court. This is the reason why the Wen family invited Brother Ling here. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Wen family's experts. Miss Wen Qian'er is also here. Night Queen Yanqing then looked at Wen Qian'er. Wen Qian'er walked out and raised her head to look at Ling Quebec. "That's right. As long as we chase away the Sword Sect, we'll split Pyrolite Mountain equally." Ling Ke shrugged. "It doesn't matter. Since the Wen clan has asked, I'll help." Those from the Wen family and the Day-Night clan heaved sighs of relief. Only the experts from the second-grade hall had ugly looks on their faces. Quang Wang's defeat had been too unjust, but it was also his fault for being so arrogant. They had already told him that Ling Ke would appear before the battle, but he had been so arrogant that he had even given the wrong name. Suddenly the space in front of Ling Ke began to distort. His eyes widened as the K's mighty slash spun rapidly in front of him. It tore through the void as it collided with a meter in front of him, causing a giant spatial crack to spread out. Someone had ambushed Ling Quebec. Not too far away, Lu Xiaoyun gripped the hilt of her sword tightly as she stared at Ling Quebec. She had been the one to attack just now, and even though she had used all of her strength, she had still not been able to injure Ling Quebec. Ling Ke frowned as he looked at Lu Xiaoyun. "Although I don't like hitting women, your ambush really pisses me off." With that, his K's mighty slash vanished. Lu Xiaoyun felt a chill run down her spine. Quang Wang's miserable state had been imprinted in her mind, and she knew that she definitely would not have been able to block the K's mighty slash. She could see the blade in front of her, but she was unable to dodge it. Suddenly, the K's mighty slash vanished and reappeared in front of Ling Quebec. There was another earth-shattering sound, and it was accompanied by sparks and a crack that tore through the sky. Lu Xiaoqiu was the only one present who could fight against Ling Quebec. For some reason, Zhanlong Day-Night did not stop Lu Xiaoqiu, and he simply watched as Lu Xiaoqiu slashed at Ling Quebec. Ling Ke's face sank, and he solemnly looked to the north. There Lu Xiaoqiu swung his sword. "Your opponent is me." Everyone on Pyrolite Mountain looked up at the sky. There were only 3 people who could decide who Pyrolite Mountain would belong to: Lu Xiaoqiu, Zhanlong Day-Night, and Ling Quebec. As long as a victor was decided between these 3, Pyrolite Mountain's ownership would be decided, and no one else would be able to change it. "You're the Sword Sect's Lu Xiaoqiu, right?" Ling Ke asked in a low voice. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his sword. That's right. Ling Ke's eyes narrowed. I've seen the video of your astral combat tournament. The 13 swords is indeed unique, but you're not my opponent. We'll see if I'm right after we fight. Lu Xiaoqiu did not hold back as he slashed out with his sword. This was the first sword, and just like before, it was a probing attack. However, even the first sword of the 13 swords was not something that an ordinary person could receive. Ling Ke could look down on others, but he could not look down on the 13 swords. His Ke's mighty slash revolved around his body, blocking the invisible sword. There was no visible collision, but the void distorted as formless shockwaves swept across the land. Many people were affected by the shockwaves, and most of them recalled the battle between Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Daoist. They immediately distanced themselves as this battle was not something that they could approach. After Ling Ke received Lu Xiaoqiu's sword, the Ke's mighty slash around his body suddenly disappeared as it pierced through the void. Lu Xiaoyun could not help but cry out, "Be careful." Lu Xiaoqiu had never displayed absolute control over his speed in battle, and he had always relied on the sharpness of the 13 swords. Lu Xiaoyun did not know if he could receive Ling Ke's attack. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his hand and unleashed the second sword, but this time he did not attack anyone else. Instead, he attacked everything within 100 meters of himself. The next moment, a sword chi tore through the void as the Ke's mighty slash pierced through the void and stabbed towards Lu Xiaoqiu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiu saw it. He had used the second sword as a method to track down the trajectory of the Ke's mighty slash, which exceeded Lu Xiaoyun's expectations. Could the 13 swords be used in such a manner? The Ke's mighty slash was fast and formless, but once it was discovered, it would not be as mysterious anymore. Lu Xiaoqiu merely shifted his body to the side and evaded the attack. However, he had still underestimated the Ke's mighty slash, as it was the combination of 10 innate gifts. Its might was not as simple as piercing through the void. Lu Xiaoqiu seemed to have evaded the attack, but his clothes had been destroyed by the scorching power, and his arms had even been scalded. He looked at Ling Ke in confusion. The Ke's mighty slash returned to Ling Ke's body and slowly rotated. When he saw Lu Xiaoqiu look over, Ling Ke's lips curled up. "I told you that you're not my opponent." Lu Xiaoqiu's face turned solemn. He had fought with Zhanlong Daoist for a long time before he had been injured, but this person in front of him had easily injured him. Lu Xiaoqiu did not even know how he had been injured. This was an unprecedentedly strong opponent. It was no wonder why Ling Ke was known as one of the unrivaled limiters of the younger generation. On the battlefield at Pyrolite Mountain, the cultivators from the Sword Sect and the Yo Court could no longer hold on. Lu Xiaoqiu no longer had any hopes of defending Pyrolite Mountain, so he loudly ordered, "All disciples from the Sword Sect and the Yo Court, withdraw from Pyrolite Mountain." Night Queen Yanqing sneered. "Just because you say so? Cripple them." Their goal was to take care of the Sword Sect's experts before Mu Rong arrived. Otherwise, if the Sword Sect could safely retreat, then this battle would not have been in vain. At the very least, they had to ensure that Lu Xiaoyun and the other powerhouses would not be able to fight for a while. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze turned cold as sword chi soared into the sky. The fourth sword enveloped the entire area. Night Queen Yanqing's brows rose. Ling Ke was astonished. What a powerful sword chi. This was a force field. He thought of Mu Rong as he hated force fields. Lu Xiaoqiu stared at Night Queen Yanqing. "You can try and see if you can defeat the people from my sword sect before I unleash the fourth sword and then retreat safely." Night Queen Yanqing looked at Ling Quebec. Ling Ke did not express his opinion. This was the fourth sword, and if it could be defeated so easily, then it would not be the 13 swords. Lu Xiaoqiu had clearly indicated that he wanted to perish together with the sword sect. If they did not allow the people from the sword sect to retreat, then he would use the fourth sword to envelop them all. Even she had been heavily injured by the fourth sword, so she did not expect anyone else to be able to withstand it. Only Zhanlong Daoist would be able to come out unscathed. Helpless, Night Queen Yanqing ordered the Daoist clan second grade hall and everyone else to retreat. She also ordered the people from the Sword Sect and Yo Court to leave. Of course, they also retreated far away, afraid that the fourth sword would land on them. Lu Xiaoqiu did not expect to defeat Ling Ke and Zhanlong Daoist. Protecting the cultivators from the Sword Sect was the limit of what he could do. Now it all depended on whether or not he could leave in one piece. It's useless even if I tell your people to leave. Once you're defeated, they won't be able to compete with anyone else on this planet, Ling Ke said. Lu Xiaoqiu watched as everyone left. Lu Xiaoyun looked at Lu Xiaoqiu with a complicated expression. She was not worried about Lu Xiaoqiu's safety. As long as the Day-Night clan and Lingling clan did not want to fight to the death with the sword sect, then they would not kill Lu Xiaoqiu. However, if Lu Xiaoqiu were to bring up the rear, then he would not be able to participate in the upcoming fight for Pyrolite or... Yo Yi finally realized that Lu Xiaoqiu was rather manly. Damn brat, I'll find you, Night Queen Yanqing threatened as she glared at Yo Yi. Yo Yi pouted. Old auntie, take care of yourself. Don't sprain your back. Night Queen Yanqing was furious and she glared at Yo Yi. Yo Yi paused and turned to look at Night Queen Yanqing seriously. She seemed to have discovered something and she exaggerated. Old auntie, you have a lot of wrinkles. Then she immediately ran off. Night Queen Yanqing was stunned and she subconsciously touched her face. All women, regardless of whether they were cultivators or not, cared a lot about their appearance and she was no exception. No matter how strong she was, Yo Yi's words had pierced her heart. It was already good enough that she had not taken out a mirror on the spot. At the same time, her anger towards Yo Yi had reached its peak. The people around them gradually disappeared into the distance. Ling Ke looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. I didn't sneak attack you out of respect. Now you can go all out. I'm looking forward to the fourth sword. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. The voices of the cheerleaders gradually faded away. Although Ling Ke was very confident, the 13 Swords' reputation was too great. Furthermore, this was not the first time he had experienced such a powerful aura, and he was a little apprehensive. Chapter 489. At the base of Pyrolite Mountain, Zhanlong Day-Night appeared and looked at the sky seriously. He also wanted to know how much the fourth sword could do to Ling Ke so that he could compare their strengths. Not long after, the fourth sword finally descended. The moment the fourth sword moved, Ling Ke's eyes lit up, and his body suddenly split into two. 2K's mighty slashes spun around his body at extreme speeds as they met the fourth sword. Back at the Sea King's dome, when Ling Ke had faced Mu Rong's all-out attack, he had used his soul-splitting technique to its limit. 3 clones and 3K's mighty slashes to defend himself. Only then had he been able to block Mu Rong's attack. Now, against the fourth sword he had only used 2 clones and he was confident that he could block it. In other words, the fourth sword was not as dangerous as Mu Rong's attack. Boom. The ground trembled as a majestic shockwave swept out in all directions, just like when the fourth sword had clashed with Zhanlong Day-Night. The shockwave even formed visible thunderous ripples that spread out. Not only did it tear through the void, but it also shook the ground, causing several giant cracks to appear that extended into the distance. Everyone looked at Pyrolite Mountain in shock. This was an abnormal battle. As the dust settled, Night Queen Yanqing and Zhanlong Day-Night stared at the top of Pyrolite Mountain. They first saw Lu Xiaoqiu and then they saw the unscathed Ling Quebec. As expected, he had blocked the fourth sword. Outsiders would describe Ling Ke as completely unharmed, but Ling Ke knew that blocking the fourth sword had not been easy. He had almost used 3K's mighty slashes to block it. This was the fourth sword and it was indeed powerful. Lu Xiaoqiu should be second only to Ling Ke and Mu Rong, and he should be about as strong as the Greyweed Continent's Blue Blade, who had fought against Mu Rong. However, this was already the limit of what Ling Ke could do. Ling Ke raised his hand, and his K's mighty slash pierced through the void, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Lu Xiaoqiu fell to the ground with a hole in his right shoulder. His long sword fell from his hand and stabbed into the ground. He had lost. The fourth sword had used up too much of his energy and he could not even defend himself. Ling Ke stood tall in the sky, fully displaying his unequaled Lemaitre style. In the distance, the sword sect disciples were sorrowful. Lu Xiaoqiu had been defeated, and not only had he been eliminated from this battle, but he would also have to compete on planet Pyrolite for a period of time. Lu Xiaoyun clenched her fists helplessly. Yo Yi sighed. There was nothing she could do. Her skills were inferior. However, what would happen if she erupted with her full strength? She was also looking forward to it. Wen Qian'er exclaimed as she looked at Ling Ke on Pyrolite Mountain. Back at the Wen family, she had even fantasized about challenging Lu Yin. However, Ling Ke at this moment made her realize just how laughable her thoughts had been. Ling Ke was not even comparable to Lu Yin, and that had already made her feel powerless. There was no need to mention the strongest Lu Yin. They were not even on the same level. Shiyu was shocked. This was the power of the universe's peak. How had Lu Yin become number one when this person was so strong? He could not imagine it. Zhanlong Day Night walked out of Pyrolite Mountain's shadow and directly faced Ling Quebec. Ling Ke turned to look at him. This person gave Ling Ke a feeling that he was not any weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu. Before they had arrived, Lu Xiaoqiu had most likely been held back by this person. Someone from the Day Night clan? Interesting. Is this gaze provoking me? When Night Queen Yanqing saw Zhanlong Day Night appear, she knew that things were not going well. She immediately stood in front of Zhanlong Day Night and threatened him in a low voice. If you dare to disrupt the clan's mission, then you'll definitely be locked up in the ancestral grounds when you return. Think carefully. Zhanlong Day Night was indignant, but he did not provoke Ling Ke any further. He really wanted to fight and experience the power of the soul-splitting technique in Ke's mighty slash, but it was a pity. Lu Xiaoqiu supported himself with his left arm while fresh blood dripped from his right. He walked over to his sword that had been stabbed into the ground. This sword had long since rusted, but it had accompanied him for many years. He had not even taken it out when he had faced Zhanlong Day Night, and now he had used it against Ling Quebec. Night Queen Yanqing glared at Lu Xiaoqiu with a murderous look in her eyes. She walked over step by step, intending to heavily injure Lu Xiaoqiu and prevent him from acting in the short term. Ling Ke frowned. He was very unhappy with her actions, but he did not stop her. Behind him, a group of girls appeared. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. As he watched Night Queen Yanqing walk over step by step, Lu Xiaoqiu was filled with sorrow. He had also been reduced to being trampled on. At that moment, a fiery red light smashed down from the sky. Its target was Pyrolite Mountain. Ling Ke, Night Queen Yanqing, Zhanlong Day Night, Lu Xiaoyan, Wen Qian'er, and the others who were even further away all looked up. Who could appear at this time? Outside the planet, the various great powers were also looking at Pyrolite Mountain. Who would dare to descend on Pyrolite Mountain under such circumstances? Night Queen Yanqing's heart skipped a beat and her expression changed. Not good. Could it be? Boom. Not too far away, a fiery red light smashed down. It was a personal spacecraft that emitted a high temperature that distorted the air. Everyone stared at the spacecraft and soon the cabin door opened. A youth with a calm expression walked out with a wooden flute in his hand. Mu Rong had arrived. Night Queen Yanqing's pupils shrank. Why no? Shouldn't there still be some time before he arrives? Zhanlong Day Night was shocked. Ling Ke's face darkened. He had been tricked. He felt like he had been tricked. No one had told him that Mu Rong would be coming. If he had known, he would not have come even if he was beaten to death. Bastard, why didn't anyone tell me? Isn't this just embarrassing me? In the distance, Wen Qian'er stared blankly. How could Mu Rong appear so quickly? The sword sect must have lied to them. They were smart, but the sword sect was not stupid. The sword sect had long since anticipated this and had deliberately exaggerated the time difference so that they would lower their guard and wait until Mu Rong arrived. This was going to be troublesome. Lu Xiaoyun heaved a sigh of relief as Lu Yin had finally arrived. Yo Yi's eyes widened. An even more ruthless person had arrived, so there was no need to run anymore. Mu Rong's appearance caused everyone to fall silent. Everyone stared at him, and his gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Ling Quebec. Who are you helping? Ling Ke's face twitched and he turned to look at the cheerleaders. Take the spacecraft back to outer space. Don't stay behind. It's dangerous. The cheerleaders were touched and wanted to stay behind, but Ling Ke insisted that they leave. He was panicking as he did not have the confidence to defeat Mu Rong. They had only fought for a short while and he could not find a way to win. He did not want to embarrass himself. After the cheerleaders left, Ling Ke looked at Mu Rong. Help the Wen family. Mu Rong looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. Sword sect Lu Xiaoqiu? Lu Xiaoqiu nodded. You're Mu Rong. Mu Rong calmly replied, I was invited by the Sword Sect to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Is everyone here an enemy? Lu Xiaoqiu nodded. Mu Rong looked at Zhanlong Day Knight and Night Queen Yanqing, and a different glint appeared in his eyes. Night Queen Yanqing felt her scalp go numb, as she had not expected to face Mu Rong directly. She wanted to say something, but Zhanlong Day Knight immediately rushed out to face Mu Rong. He immediately threw a punch at Mu Rong. This punch was full of power, and the brilliance of the Day-Night restoration technique circulated around his body. Just like how Lu Xiaoqiu had challenged Ling Ke, Zhanlong Day Knight excitedly challenged Mu Rong. Night Queen Yanqing was anxious, but she had no choice. She directly attacked Lu Xiaoqiu as she had to make sure that he could not fight back. Mu Rong's eyes narrowed as the grass beneath his feet began to spread. He immediately unleashed his force field, which was the image of a shepherd boy herding cows. At that moment, Zhanlong Day Knight, Night Queen Yanqing and Ling Ke all felt suppressed. In the face of Zhanlong Day Knight's punch, Mu Rong retreated and spun his wooden flute, using his floating stride technique to neutralize the attack. In the distance, a shepherd boy appeared above Lu Xiaoqiu's head and viciously charged towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing felt like she was about to collapse, as she was powerless to defend against this attack. With a whoosh, Ling Ke's mighty slash appeared and slashed at the shepherd boy. The void distorted and with a boom Night Queen Yanqing was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and her Night King's body had almost cracked open. If not for Ling Ke's attack, she would have been struck by Mu Rong's force field. Although Mu Rong had not used his full strength, even Ling Ke did not dare to be careless. Zhanlong Day Knight's punch missed, but he quickly followed it up with another punch that shook the void. However, his attacks were useless against Mu Rong. His floating stride technique could even neutralize Ling Ke's mighty slash, let alone Zhanlong Day Knight's attacks. If Mu Rong wanted to, he could let Zhanlong Day Knight attack him for several days without even touching him. Zhanlong Day Knight's advantage was his freakish recovery ability, so his attacks were the most useless against Mu Rong. While Mu Rong used his floating stride technique to neutralize Zhanlong Day Knight's attacks, he also used his force field to transform into a shepherd boy and attack Ling Quebec. He wanted to take on 3 opponents at once. Lu Xiaoqiu was shocked. This was Mu Rong's strength and he feared no one. When faced with Mu Rong's force field attack, Ling Ke had the urge to curse. This was completely different from when he had attacked Night Queen Yanqing, as Mu Rong was using his full strength against him. Ling Ke had no choice but to split his soul and use his 3K's mighty slashes to protect himself as he charged at the shepherd boy. At the same time, Mu Rong brushed past Zhanlong Day Knight, and his wooden flute slammed into his body. 2 shockwaves erupted at the same time, forming 2 visible shockwaves that swept out in all directions. Space tore apart like raindrops as the shockwaves swept out into the distance, leaving countless onlookers dumbfounded. Night Queen Yanqing and Lu Xiaoqiu were both sent flying by the shockwaves. In the distance, Wen Qian'er and the rest of the onlookers tried to block the shockwaves, but even with their full strength, many cultivators were still knocked unconscious by the shockwaves. Many others fell into cracks in the ground and it was unknown if they were still alive. Zhou Day Knight was also knocked out by the shockwaves and spat out blood. Fortunately, Pyrolite Mountain had not been hit directly. Both of them had managed to avoid directly affecting Pyrolite Mountain. This was Mu Rong's strength and he had suppressed 2 experts with a single attack. This was not the end but rather the beginning. The moment the flute started playing, Ling Ke immediately fled. He was absolutely certain that he would not be able to block Mu Rong's attack. Mu Rong's innate gift was too abnormal and he could directly control others. Unless one had an even more abnormal physical strength, it would be impossible to break free. Zhanlong Day Knight saw Ling Ke flee quickly, but he was not stupid either. He knew that he could not block Mu Rong alone, so he unwillingly fled as well. He was very clear about his own strength and he knew that his attacks were useless against Mu Rong. If he stayed behind, he would only be passively beaten. Mu Rong alone had taken control of the situation. In the distance, Wen Qian'er and the rest had not expected the outcome to be decided so quickly. It was so quick that they could not accept it. The second volume was about to open, and a great change was about to happen. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 490. Although there was no clear ranking, Mu Rong should be one of the top 3 Limiters in the universe's younger generation. Mu Rong could easily defeat him, and only Yi Xingqian's strength was unknown. However, according to what the 10 arbiters had said, Mu Rong should be stronger than Yi Xingqian. Against such an opponent, this result was not unacceptable. Being able to single-handedly change the situation was the power of a powerhouse. The Day-Night clan, the Wen family, the Second Grade Hall, and the other powers all retreated. Mu Rong did not chase after them, and Liu Xiaoyun and the rest did not have the strength to do so either. They simply allowed them to leave. At this moment, Pyrolite Mountain still belonged to the Sword Sect. With Mu Rong's participation, Pyrolite Mountain would most likely belong to the Sword Sect in the future. Liu Xiaoyun found Liu Xiaoqiu and helped him up. "Are your injuries serious?" Liu Xiaoqiu shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just a shoulder injury. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Liu Xiaoyun nodded and then looked at Mu Rong while supporting Liu Xiaoqiu. The others also curiously sized up Mu Rong, as not everyone had the chance to meet an absolute powerhouse. To Limiters, Mu Rong was an absolute powerhouse, and once he broke through to the Explorer realm, he would be at the top of the top 100 rankings. Most people would never meet such a person in their entire lives. Yo Year was especially curious and wanted to chat with Mu Rong, but Mu Rong's face remained cold as he sat alone on Pyrolite Mountain. He was only fulfilling his promise to the Sword Sect and had no interest in anything else, which disappointed Yo Year. After the battle on Pyrolite Mountain ended, the Sword Sect heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mu Rong had arrived in time. Night Queen Chuyu, Karthika, and the rest felt that it was a pity. However, losing Pyrolite Mountain was not what angered Night Queen Chuyu the most. She was more furious about Ling Ke, who had actually run away. Night Queen Chuyu was not clear about the battle between Ling Ke and Mu Rong, and she assumed that he had been scared off by Mu Rong's name. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. "Have you still not found a way for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite?" Night Queen Chuyu shouted, and the Day-Night clan's spacecraft trembled. The Day-Night clan members were terrified. "Not yet, please forgive us." "A bunch of trash," Night Queen Chuyu said coldly as she stared at planet Pyrolite. With Mu Rong overseeing things, Pyrolite Mountain was out of the question. Ling Ke was also helping the Wen family, which meant that even if a place with pyrolite or reserves comparable to or slightly smaller than Pyrolite Mountain was discovered, it would not be the Day-Night clan's turn to obtain it. Since when had the Day-Night clan been reduced to a third-rate clan? Night Queen Chuyu could not accept this, and she thought back to Lu Yin. If he was willing to help the Day-Night clan, then the situation would change once again. Unfortunately, his status was sensitive and it would be troublesome to threaten him directly. The battle at Pyrolite Mountain had been witnessed by the various organizations in outer space. Naturally, there were also some organizations who had recorded a portion of the battle. After leaving the astral wilderness and arriving in North Castle Weave, they selected a portion of the footage and uploaded it onto the network. There was never a lack of people in the universe who enjoyed watching other people's fights. With so many Limiter geniuses gathered on planet Pyrolite, more than one person had uploaded their videos, which caused a heated discussion. Of course, no one dared to reveal the location of the battle or the reason for it, so it remained a secret even though countless organizations already knew about it. Xenu Star had recovered ever since Karthika had left, and it had become prosperous once again. There was finally something that attracted Hai Chi-Chi's attention, which allowed Lu Yin to temporarily break away from her. However, 2 days later, Hai Chi-Chi appeared in front of Lu Yin again, which gave him a headache. "What's wrong now?" Hai Chi-Chi anxiously replied, "Hurry up and go online. Someone uploaded a lot of videos of Limiter battles and Mu Rong is in one." Lu Yin was shocked. "Mu Rong? Limiter battles? Could it be planet Pyrolite?" He immediately activated his gadget and saw a series of videos that dominated the screen. It was hard not to see them. Lu Yin clicked on the video at the top and saw that it was Mu Rong fighting against 2 opponents by himself, forcing back Ling Ke and Zhanlong Day-Night. Lu Yin was not surprised that Mu Rong had such strength. He looked at the dark red battlefield in the video. Was that planet Pyrolite? Wait, Zhanlong Day-Night? Lu Yin's expression changed. Why would Zhanlong Day-Night appear on planet Pyrolite? Hadn't he been thrown to the Reverend King's residence? Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched the battle in the video, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Zhanlong Day Knight, Ming Zhaoshu, Shenwu Continent, and the Day Knight clan. Zhanlong Day Knight had definitely been able to leave Shenwu Continent because of Ming Zhaoshu, or else he would not have been able to escape. His worst fears had come true. Ming Zhaoshu had found an even stronger partner, the Day Knight clan. Lu Yin was apprehensive, but he did not have the time to watch the video. His mind was filled with thoughts of Shenwu Continent and Ming Yan. If Ming Zhaoshu and the Day Knight clan formed an alliance, then Shenwu Continent would quickly undergo a huge change. What would happen to Ming Yan? Lu Yin did not care if Shenwu Continent was given to the Day Knight clan. What he cared about was Ming Yan. The way he saw it, the most precious thing on Shenwu Continent was Ming Yan, and Ming Zhaoshu would not use her as a bargaining chip. If Ming Zhaoshu could do this to Lu Yin, then he could also do the same to Zhanlong Day Knight. That was how it was when you liked someone. You would always assume that everyone else liked you, and Lu Yin was no exception. Right now he was most worried that Ming Zhaoshu would use Ming Yan as a bargaining chip for his cooperation with the Day Knight clan. Even though the possibility of that happening was very small, Ming Yan was just too beautiful and attractive, and Lu Yin could not help but think that way. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Keep watching," Hai Chi said. Her words woke Lu Yin up. He really wanted to go to Shenwu Continent to clarify things, but with his current strength he might not be safe there. Furthermore, now was not the time, as he did not have the ability to take Ming Yan away. The most important thing right now was to find Zhanlong Day Knight and ask him about it. Lu Yin took a deep breath, as there was no point in thinking too much. He calmed down and thought things through. He closed his eyes and exhaled before continuing to watch the video. The second video was of Ling Ke and Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword battle. The video had been edited and there was no explanation or dialogue. It only showed the battle and its outcome. This video caused a huge commotion. Ever since the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Xiaoqiu's reputation had skyrocketed. His loss to Ling Ke had caused a lot of discussion, and many people had left comments below the video. The 13 swords isn't that great. He lost everywhere. He lost to Lu Yin in the Astral Combat Tournament, lost to that woman from the Technocracy in the Tournament of the Strongest, and now lost to that pretentious guy. Don't spout nonsense. The 13 swords is very strong, but his opponent is even more abnormal. That woman from the Technocracy is the representative of an entire astral domain, and that pretentious guy is one of the 4 unrivaled Limiters. Apparently, Lu Yin even defeated Mu Rong and is the #1 Limiter in the universe. Lu Xiaoqiu's loss is not unjustified. I heard that there's an inheritor of the 13 swords among the 10 arbiters. I feel like this Lu Xiaoqiu is just a simplified version, and that person is the true inheritor of the 13 swords. The 13 swords shouldn't have been beaten so badly. Wait, previous poster who said that Mu Rong lost to Lu Yin. That's just a rumor. Although there are many people spreading it, it's definitely just a rumor. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Anyway, that pretentious guy is really asking for a beating. That group of girls is really unrivaled. After reading through all the comments, Lu Yin looked at the next video. It was still the battle between Ling Ke and Lu Xiaoqiu, but from a different angle. There were more than 10 videos that showed the battle from beginning to end, and aside from the dialogue that had been edited out, the rest of the videos were basically complete. The comments below were not very friendly to Lu Xiaoqiu, as he had indeed lost several times. Even further below was the battle between Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day Knight. The Day Knight clan's experts also caused quite a stir. The Day Knight clan is really strong, really strong. Previous poster is a Day Knight braggart. Identification complete. That flashy hair color is enough to blow for a year. It's a pity that the Day Knight clan lost to Mu Rong in the end. Everyone take a look at the top video. There's a pretentious guy and a Day Knight clan member, but they were both scared away by Mu Rong. There's even a Day Knight clan woman who was sent flying by the shockwaves. That woman is really hot, but it's a pity that Day Knight clan women don't marry outside. Stop dreaming. Even if she marries outside, she won't like you. She'll have to at least marry someone at the level of the 4 unrivaled Limiters. Lu Yin continued to watch the videos and he often saw his name in the comments. Many people compared him to Ling Ke, Mu Rong and Lu Xiaoqiu. Some praised him while others belittled him. There were even some who predicted that once he became an explorer he would be completely left behind by these geniuses. This was because these geniuses had a lot of resources, while he only had the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Break through to the Explorer realm? When that time came, let's see who would leave who behind. However, breaking through to the Explorer realm was a difficult problem. He had a premonition that it would be very difficult for him to break through, and it might even take him longer than everyone else. He looked at the top video again and opened the comments section. It was full of praises for Mu Rong. Awesome. This is the way I've been dreaming of making an entrance. He immediately distinguishes friend from foe and then resolves the problem. So cool. This is Mu Rong, the unrivaled Lemaitre praised by the 10 arbiters, including the older generation. Didn't Mu Rong lose to Lu Yin? I don't think so. It's probably just a rumor. Does the person above think that Mu Rong can lose to Lu Yin with his strength? Don't forget that Lu Yin is just someone from the outerverse. No matter how high his innate gift is, being close to Mu Rong is already his limit. It's impossible for him to defeat Mu Rong. He'll never be the number one in the universe. That's right, it's probably just a rumor. During the battle at the Sea King's Dome, only the great powers were able to find a video of Lu Yin and Mu Rong's battle. Most people had only heard rumors and they naturally did not believe them. This was especially true after seeing Mu Rong fight against 2 arbiters by himself and force back 2 absolute experts. With such strength, Mu Rong deserved to be called the strongest. How could anyone surpass him? Lu Yin did not refute this as this was basic human knowledge. It would be strange if people believed what they said. After all, Mu Rong had been acknowledged by the 10 arbiters, and the 10 arbiters' reputation and foresight were like the will of the heavens to the younger generation. As for the name Sea King's Dome, it basically did not appear on the internet. Many places, people, and even organizations' names were automatically censored, so most people did not know about it. What people knew was only what the great powers wanted them to see. Hai Chi continued to stare at Lu Yin, resisting the urge to speak. She stared at him for 10 minutes. Lu Yin glanced at her. Just say what you want to say. You're not angry. Hai Chi's eyes widened. Lu Yin was puzzled. Angry? Why? Hai Chi pointed at the screen. Those people don't believe that you defeated Mu Rong. Chapter 491. Lu Yin smiled at Hai Chi's words. Don't worry, the video of the battle at the Sea King's Dome will be leaked sooner or later. At that time they'll have to believe it even if they don't believe me. It's pointless for me to argue with them as one person's strength is limited. Hai Chi grew anxious. That's not what I meant. Don't you plan on going to Planet Pyrolite to prove yourself? If someone recorded it and posted it online, think about it. Countless people in the universe will worship and respect you, and countless beautiful girls will want to throw themselves into your arms. All you have to do is go to Planet Pyrolite. It's easy for you, isn't it? Lu Yin smiled. No wonder you were in such a hurry to show me these videos. Hai Chi looked at Lu Yin. So, are you tempted? No one there is a match for you. Lu Yin sighed and looked at Hai Chi seriously. I've told you many times that I can't gamble the Great Yu Empire on a meaningless battle. I don't blame you for not understanding, but I can guarantee that I won't go to Planet Pyrolite. Hai Chi gritted her teeth and snorted before turning to leave. Lu Yin's eyes focused on the video once more. Was she really not planning on going? Zhanlong Day Night was on Planet Pyrolite and he really wanted to ask her about it. Suddenly, a video caught his attention. The title of the video was, Ants Caught in the Cracks. Among the many popular videos of battles between astral-reaching realm cultivators, this particular video had appeared. Lu Yin couldn't resist and clicked on it. The first thing he saw was Shiyu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. In the video, she had been injured by Jared and was forced to flee. The video wasn't coherent, and there were many clips that had been edited together. The next thing he saw was Northgate Gang, Fan, and the others vomiting blood as they were swept away by the shockwaves of the battle. After that, more and more people appeared in the video. They were all people who had been injured or even killed. There were disciples from small flow zones, disciples from the second grade hall, and even disciples from the Sword Sect and Day-Night clan. This was a video that reflected the intensity of the battle on Planet Pyrolite. Lu Yin sighed. This was reality. Many people had seen the glory of Mu Rong and the others in battle, and they had attracted the admiration and cheers of countless people. However, even more people had fallen at their feet. Many people hadn't even died in direct combat, but had merely been swept away by the shockwaves. They were indeed ants caught in the cracks. This was only a battle on planet Pyrolite, and the various great powers of the universe were all fighting. Xinwu continent and the Great Yu Empire were also ants caught between the cracks. Just as Lu Yin was about to close the video and clear his thoughts, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. It was Lu Xiaoyan, who had been heavily injured by Night Queen Yanqing. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he saw Zhou Xian's figure behind her. Her pale face was accompanied by scarlet blood, and Lu Yin's expression changed. Zhou Xian was there as well? Yan Hua, Hui Chuan and the others all fell to the ground, and it was unknown if they were still alive. When Lu Yin saw Quang Wang slash to the ground, he subconsciously clenched his fists. Although he was not friends with Quang Wang and might even be enemies in the future, Quang Wang was still a fellow student of the Astral Combat Academy and a realm master. If he had been recorded in this video, then Quang Wang was just an ant. At the end of the video, the shockwaves from Mu Rong's 1 vs 2 battle had started, and a crack in the ground had swallowed up dozens of people. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw the final scene, where Zhou Xian had been heavily injured once again. It was unknown whether she was still alive or not. The video ended and Lu Yin fell silent. His mind was filled with the scene of Zhou Xian helplessly falling to the ground. Had she died? Or had she been heavily injured? Lu Yin could not help but care about this. He treated Zhou Xian as a friend, and from the moment that she had testified for him to the moment that she had been imprisoned in the Daoist clan's prison, there was no way that he could separate himself from this woman. This feeling was very strange. Was she a friend? He did not know if Zhou Xian saw him in this way, but there was one thing that he could not deny. Zhou Xian was his creditor, and he still owed her a promise to lock breaking. Planet Pyrolite had nothing to do with him, so he would not go. Lu Yin kept repeating this sentence, but the scenes of Zhou Xian, Quang Wang, Lu Xiaoyan and Xi kept replaying in his mind. Zhou Xian was especially unforgettable. He did not know why, but it was just like when he had injured her on the pirate spacecraft and he could not abandon her. Her sorrowful eyes kept replaying in his mind. Lu Yin did not know what was wrong with him, but he could not forget the scene of Zhou Xian being heavily injured and the words she had unconsciously muttered. He walked out of King Zishan's palace in frustration and looked up at the sky. He had to find Zhanlong Daoist and ask him about Zhou Xian's fate. He could not maintain his calm. Should he go to planet Pyrolite or not? Should he go or not? He unconsciously activated his gadget and watched the video again. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes before suddenly opening them again. The battle on planet Pyrolite was far from over. He was not going to fight for anything but rather to save his friends. It had nothing to do with the Pyrolite mine. As long as he did not participate in the battle for Pyrolite, he would not interfere with the core interests of the various great powers. In addition, he had Hai Chichi ask Hai Dashao to promise to protect the Great Yu Empire, so there should be no problems. More importantly, he had to get Hai Chichi to ask Hai Dashao to promise to protect the Great Yu Empire, not the Sea King. Lu Yin thought about it for a while before contacting Hai Chichi. Hai Chichi was shopping when she saw that Lu Yin had contacted her, but she did not pick up. What an annoying person. "Seventh bro, have you decided to go to planet Pyrolite?" the monkey asked. "How do you know?" Lu Yin was puzzled, but he did not say anything. The monkey replied, "I've been with you for so long, so how could I not understand you? You can't let go of Zhou Xian, and you're the type of person who would definitely help a friend when they're in trouble. Zhou Xian almost betrayed the Daoist clan for you and almost died. This favor is not that easy to repay. You saved her and hurt her, and the two of you are too deeply involved. You can't avoid it." Lu Yin sighed. Yes, the two of them were too deeply involved. He had hurt her and saved her, and she had also helped him. She was also his Sr. Han Li's Wuxia adventures editor, and he also had indescribable feelings for her. Did he pity her? He did not know. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Since I've decided to go to planet Pyrolite, I won't think too much about it. He contacted Hai Chichi again, but she still did not pick up. She was still angry. Lu Yin sent her a message. "Go to planet Pyrolite." These 3 words represented a huge amount of power. Hai Chichi quickly returned to King Zishan's palace and looked at Lu Yin excitedly. Are we going to planet Pyrolite? Lu Yin looked at her seriously. Sure, but you have to promise me 2 things. What's the trouble? Hai Chichi asked. First, I need Hai Dashao to promise to protect the Great Yu Empire. I'm talking about publicly supporting the Great Yu Empire's unification of Frostwave Weave. Hai Chichi was puzzled. My second brother? There's no need for that. I can ask father to step in. Lu Yin shook his head. It can't be the Sea King. It has to be Hai Dashao. Hey, are you stupid? My second brother might be 7th on the top 100 rankings, but he can't represent the Sea King's dome. Even if he promises to support the Great Yu Empire, it won't be much of a deterrent to the Day-Night clan. At most it will make them fear us to an acceptable extent, but it won't restrict them. That's enough. Lu Yin was certain. Hai Chichi thought about it. All right. I'll have my second brother publicly support the Great Yu Empire's unification of Frostwave Weave, but only in his own name. It won't involve the Sea King's dome. Father won't allow us to interfere in the conflicts between the Innerverse and Outerverse powers. Lu Yin nodded. He wanted the various powers to have some misgivings about the Sea King's dome when dealing with him. Even if Hai Dashao couldn't represent the Sea King's dome, he was still the Sea King's son and no one could ignore him. As long as Lu Yin didn't interfere with the various powers' core interests, Hai Dashao's presence would be enough to protect the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin was only there to save someone, not steal the ore. All right. The second thing is that you have to follow me. You can't leave me, Lu Yin said seriously. Hai Chichi frowned. She was very reluctant, but she still agreed. She glared at Lu Yin. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll contact my second brother. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, Hai Chichi put down her gadget and made a success gesture. Lu Yin relaxed as he had been afraid that the Sea King wouldn't agree. Hai Dashao had specifically mentioned the pyrolite ore as a betrothal gift, which proved that the Sea King's dome needed pyrolite ore. Now it seemed that the Sea King's dome wasn't determined to obtain the pyrolite ore. That was good, as at least no one was forcing Lu Yin to fight for it. Now all he had to do was wait for Hai Dashao to publicly announce that he was personally supporting the Great Yu Empire. Right now he needed to borrow another power to enter planet Pyrolite without attracting the attention of the Day-Night clan or the Sword Sect. This power could only come from Northline Flow Zone. Many people from Northline Flow Zone were in the Astral Wilderness. Lu Yin tried to contact Lily Ann, but he was unable to do so. However, he could use the 10 Arbiters Council's interface to contact the person in charge of Northline Flow Zone's Shanggu Academy and ask him to contact the Lily family. This process would take some time, but Lu Yin believed that as long as the Lily family knew that he was going to planet Pyrolite and that he was borrowing their identity, they would be more than happy to oblige. There was no need to wait on Xenu Star, so Lu Yin gave Xianxia a few instructions. He then took Hai Chichi into a collapsible spacecraft and headed towards North Castle Weave. Hai Dashao moved quickly, and in less than an hour his promise had attracted the attention of countless people. These people would spread the news to the various great powers in the shortest amount of time possible. When the various great powers saw Hai Dashao's promise, they might be able to guess that Lu Yin was going to planet Pyrolite. Of course, there was also a chance that they wouldn't be able to guess. However, if it was the Sea King's promise, then the various great powers would definitely know that Lu Yin was going to planet Pyrolite. Hai Dashao alone wasn't enough to bear the wrath of the various great powers whose interests had been violated. The various great powers were apprehensive of the Sea King, but they weren't afraid of him. Hai Dashao was just the Sea King's son, which wasn't enough to make them feel apprehensive. Lu Yin could only express the Sea King's dome's attitude and do his best to protect the Great Yu Empire as long as he didn't go overboard. With the speed of a Radiant-grade collapsible spacecraft, it only took a few hours for Lu Yin to reach the border between Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave. Just as Lu Yin arrived at the border of Frostwave Weave, Lily Ann contacted him. "Brother Lu, I heard that you were looking for me." Lily Ann looked at Lu Yin through the screen with a trace of excitement in her eyes. He had no choice, as Northline Flow Zone had been severely suppressed during this period of time. Much of their pyrolite ore had been snatched away, and there had been many conflicts with the various powers from the smaller flow zones. It was simply too difficult. If Lu Yin could join them, then he would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Chapter 492. Lu Yin seriously replied, Miss I want to borrow your strength to secretly enter planet Pyrolite. Lillian was astonished. Secret? Lu Yin nodded. I'm going there to save a friend, not to fight over Pyrolite. If Northline Flow Zone is willing to help, I'll do my best to protect your people. Of course, if you're not willing, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Lillian hurriedly replied, We're willing. Since Brother Lu has asked, Northline Flow Zone is willing to help. Please wait a moment. Lu Yin nodded and ended the call. He was not surprised that Lillian was willing to help him, as he had already promised to protect Northline Flow Zone's people as much as possible. Secretly bringing him to planet Pyrolite would be as easy as lifting a finger, and even a fool would do such a thing. Not long after, a map was sent to Lu Yin. His eyes flashed and he rearranged his route to planet Pyrolite. As long as he reached the outskirts of planet Pyrolite, someone from Northline Flow Zone would come to pick him up. He would then enter with a group of Northline Flow Zone's limiters without drawing any attention. Hunters and even Enlighters could use their star energy to scan the space around planet Pyrolite and observe anyone. However, Northline Flow Zone also had an Enlighter in Granny Chan. To show respect to a powerhouse of the same level, the other Enlighters would not monitor Northline Flow Zone. This was one of the reasons why Lu Yin had chosen Northline Flow Zone. It would be easy to be discovered if he chose a power without an Enlighter overseeing it. Hai Chi was very excited as she could finally go out and play. Planet Pyrolite was a gathering place for the top experts of the Innerverse and Outerverse younger generation. Lu Yin glanced at Hai Chi and frowned. You're not thinking of fighting on planet Pyrolite, are you? Hai Chi rolled her eyes. What do you mean by fighting? I don't know how to fight. Sister Seven likes to win people over with virtue. Why do you call yourself Sister Seven? Lu Yin had wanted to ask this question for a long time. According to his calculations, he would need to cross North Castle Weave to reach planet Pyrolite in the astral wilderness, which would take more than a day. During this time he could rest and adjust his condition. Hai Chi answered matter-of-factly, I'm Hai Chi, so of course I call myself Sister Seven. Do you have a problem with that? Many people call me Brother Seven, Lu Yin replied. Hai Chi was not happy. No, you can't match me. You'll be called Eighth Brother from now on. Lu Yin was speechless. He remembered that the Sea King had changed Lu Yin's name the first time they had met. They were indeed father and daughter. Eighth Bro. Ah. Eighth Bro. Interesting. Ah. The monkey laughed maniacally. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he slowly withdrew the star energy from his right arm. The monkey hurriedly begged for mercy and swore that he would forget about this matter. Only then did Lu Yin stop blocking him. How did you convince Hai Dashao to personally support the Great Yu Empire? Hai Chi smirked. I have a lot of information that I can use against him. Isn't that simple? I just need to toss out any one of them and he'll come over to help me. Lu Yin nodded as he believed her. Hai Chi always had a certain charisma when it came to such matters. The astral wilderness was a mysterious place to countless people in the universe. It was an unfamiliar region of space, but from Lu Yin's point of view, it was no different from the Innerverse and Outerverse. It was just as dark, and the only difference was that he could not use his gadget to contact it. Entering this place felt as if technology had regressed by tens of thousands of years. Not long after, an astral beast roared as it flapped its giant flaming wings. This excited Hai Chi as she was especially interested in astral beasts that could soar through space. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. In this region of space that had yet to be fully explored, who knew what would appear? He had not forgotten about the giant centipede's body in the Northline Flow Zone. That creature could easily crush him to pieces with just a flip of its body. However, since Northline Flow Zone had given him this map, it should be safe. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as this route was actually the same route that Northline Flow Zone's Granny Chan had used to enter planet Pyrolite. She had dealt with all the dangers along the way, and there had not even been a single hunter with a power level of over 100,000. This sort of route map was extremely precious to the various great powers. When they handed it over to Lu Yin, they had also paid a price, and it all depended on whether or not it was worth it. Lu Yin was well aware of this, and he looked at the unfamiliar region of space. Planet Pyrolite was not too far away. Planet Pyrolite was like a delicious cake that attracted the attention of all the great powers. When Lu Yin saw planet Pyrolite, he also saw all sorts of spacecraft circling it. There were all sorts of strange shapes and sizes, and the most recognizable one was the Sword Sect's sword-shaped spacecraft, which was quite eye-catching. There were also spacecraft from the Day-Night clan, Soul Dream tribe and others, all of which had very unique designs. Lu Yin was not intercepted, and he smoothly entered Northline Flowzone's warship. With Granny Chan overseeing things, there were no enlighters monitoring this region of space, so no one knew that Lu Yin had arrived. Lily Ann was very excited about Lu Yin's arrival, and Granny Chan had personally come to meet him. This made Lu Yin realize the importance of Pyrolite ore. He did not act arrogantly and bowed to Granny Chan. Junior Lu Yin greets Senior. Granny Chan looked at Lu Yin with satisfaction. You don't have to be so polite. This isn't our first time meeting. Lu Yin glanced at Lily Ann, who was standing behind Granny Chan, and nodded. This junior represented the 10 Arbiters Council in the Northline Flowzone's Northgate platform competition. This isn't our first time meeting, and Senior is still as elegant as ever. Granny Chan smiled. You really know how to speak. Did your journey here go smoothly? Lu Yin replied, It went smoothly. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Granny Chan looked at Hai Chi-Chi, who was standing behind Lu Yin, but she did not ask any questions. Northline Flowzone's influence was small, and their grasp of information was not as detailed as the Day-Night clans or the Sword sects. They also did not know much about the Sea King's dome, and since Hai Chi-Chi was wearing Xenu Star's uniform, it was normal for them not to recognize her. On Xenu Star, Karthika had also recognized Hai Chi-Chi through the symbol on her collapsible spacecraft, but he had not exposed her. Lily Ann had met Hai Chi-Chi before and knew that she was the Sea King's daughter, but she had no intention of telling Granny Chan. Hai Chi-Chi did not care much about Granny Chan. She was just an enlighter and her family had more than one, so it was not strange. Granny Chan quickly left and Lily Ann received Lu Yin. Without the enlighter, Lu Yin relaxed. Facing such a powerhouse made him feel uncomfortable. Even if they did not have any ill intentions, Lu Yin did not want to get too close to someone who could control his life. Brother Lu, you must have had a hard journey. Let me take you to rest, Lily Ann said with a smile. Lu Yin shook his head. It wasn't hard. It was just a spacecraft. That's right, it wasn't hard at all. Hurry up and send us to planet Pyrolite, Hai Chi-Chi said hurriedly, looking forward to it. Lily Ann glanced at Hai Chi-Chi. She had no intention of exposing this Sea King's daughter, as doing so would bring about unpredictable variables. At the very least, Northline Flowzone would have to be responsible for her safety, which would be a huge burden, especially since this Sea King's daughter was especially eccentric. Lily Ann did not plan on getting close to Hai Chi-Chi either. The moment she saw Hai Chi-Chi, Lily Ann knew that this girl's personality would not work, so she treated her normally. Brother Lu, the supplies have been prepared. Do you plan on entering planet Pyrolite now? Lily Ann asked. Lu Yin nodded. Lily Ann ordered someone to put food and water into a cosmic ring and handed it to Lu Yin. She then led him to the personal spacecraft's cabin, where there were already a dozen people waiting for orders. Lu Yin changed his appearance and he also forced Hai Chi-Chi to do the same. They each boarded a spacecraft and confirmed their landing spot. Lu Yin looked up when the spacecraft vibrated. He had never thought that he would still end up on planet Pyrolite, a stage where only geniuses could compete for glory. Hai Chi-Chi was excited as she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She would let her name spread throughout the universe and she would definitely surpass her second brother. As for whether Lu Yin would allow her to reveal her identity, she did not care. She wanted to be famous. Spacecraft after spacecraft were launched from the Northline Flowzone's battleships and charged towards planet Pyrolite. At the same time, many spacecraft from other powers also entered the planet, and new limiters were constantly arriving. Planet Pyrolite was like a giant furnace that was used to temper limiters. In the distance, Night Queen Chuyu was disdainful. No matter how many limiters there were, it would be useless against elite geniuses. She did not care how many people the smaller powers from Northline Flowzone sent, as they were all courting death. She then looked away. The Sword Sect, Wen family and other powers were all the same. They did not care how many people the smaller powers sent. Who would have thought that there was a monster hidden within this group of people? On planet Pyrolite there was a mountain range that rose up quite a distance away from Pyrolite Mountain. It was not very tall, only about 100 meters tall, and it did not cover a large area. However, at this moment, it had attracted over 100 Lemeters to fight over it. This was because this mountain range contained pyrolite ore. Although there was not much, it was still very attractive to the powers from the smaller flow zones. The larger powers did not care for it, so only the smaller powers fought over it. Northgate Gang, Fan, and the other Lemeters from Northline Flow Zone were fighting over this mountain range. Both of them were injured and they could not even retreat in the face of a powerful enemy. They were surrounded by enemies in front of them and behind them. There was a scream as a woman from Northline Flow Zone was injured and fell to the ground. A blade that flickered with a cold glint slashed down towards her head. The woman's eyes were filled with despair as she watched the blade descend. However, just 10 centimeters away from her, it was blocked by a weapon that resembled a blade. The resulting shockwave pushed the woman into the ground and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at the person who had protected her and saw that it was Fan. Fan panted heavily as he viciously slashed at the man in front of him. The man sneered and another person suddenly leapt out from behind him and slashed at Fan. At the same time, two-lined battle force erupted from his body, causing the woman to panic. "Be careful." Fan gritted his teeth and met the two head-on. He managed to block a blade, but his abdomen was still struck by the other person, causing him to fall to one knee. Not too far away, Northgate Gang secretly cursed Fan for being a busybody. He had wanted to join forces with Fan to break out of the encirclement, and with their strength they could have done so. However, Fan was now heavily injured and Northgate Gang was in trouble. There was a chaotic battle all around them. Northgate Gang used his phantom discs to try and escape by himself, but he was forced back. Another group of Lemeters had joined the battle and shockwaves from the battle were everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Personal spacecraft crashed all around the mountain range and two of them landed directly in the middle of the mountain range. From their positions, it seemed that the battles were the most intense. Chapter 493. More than 10 attacks swept through the sky, intending to destroy the two spacecraft. "You actually dared to descend onto the battlefield? Do you think you're Ling Ke?" The man attacking Fan sneered. Fan gritted his teeth as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the ground and onto the clothes of the woman he was protecting. The woman was devastated, she was doomed. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have come and would have stayed at Shanggu Academy. She looked at Fan who had protected her. She had even mocked him for losing her only teleportation stone, but at the end of her life he was the one who had protected her. Life was unpredictable and if she didn't die this time she would definitely repay him. The attacks did not destroy the two spacecraft. One of the doors opened in midair and a youth appeared. He easily blocked the attacks and allowed the other spacecraft to land safely. On the mountain range, many people were shocked that a single person had been able to block the attacks of more than 10 people. This person was very powerful, but in this chaotic battlefield the more powerful one was, the more unlucky they would be. Lu Yin stood firmly on the mountain range and looked at the dark red ground. There were no plants in the mountain range and a group of red-eyed Lemeters had surrounded him. He scanned his surroundings and decided that he couldn't go overboard. In that case he would use the shockwave palm and the space render palm. These were battle techniques that he had mastered on Earth and they could be used without star energy. They were very suitable for this planet that had no star energy. He raised his hand and used the space render palm. There was a thump and the Lemeter closest to him was sent flying. His armor shattered and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was deader than dead. This scene shocked everyone and they all paused in their actions. Lu Yin grimaced. He was still too strong so he had to be gentler. At this moment the door of another spacecraft opened and Hai Chi excitedly rushed out. She immediately slashed at the bear, causing her to cry out in surprise. Her body twisted and she easily dodged the attack. She patted her chest and stared ahead. "Damned black bear, you scared me to death." The man who had attacked Hai Chi was the one who had heavily injured Fan. Hai Chi had landed not too far away from Fan, and the crater created by the spacecraft almost reached Fan's feet. "Damned girl, you're courting death." The man raised his blade and slashed at Fan. Behind him another man slashed at Fan. Hai Chi's eyes were sharp, and she immediately saw Ah Fan and the woman he was protecting. She immediately understood what was going on. They were a pitiful couple and they were facing a life and death situation. As the kind-hearted princess of the Sea King's dome, Hai Chi felt that she had the responsibility to protect this beautiful love. The man's saber strike missed, and Hai Chi disappeared before his eyes. Behind him, Ah Fan closed his eyes in despair. What awaited him was not death but mockery. Hey, shouldn't you hug your wife before you die? What is this? Ah Fan opened his eyes and saw Hai Chi. Wife. He was at a loss. The cultivator with two-line battle force collapsed in the distance. Ah Fan's eyes widened as he couldn't understand how Hai Chi had done it. At this moment, the man who had slashed at Hai Chi had turned around and fled. Ah Fan had not seen it, but Ah Fan had, which was why he had fled. He was certain that he wasn't a match for that woman as she was too terrifying. He couldn't even see her speed clearly, so she was definitely a descendant of some great power. In the distance, Lu Yin saw this scene and retracted his gaze. With Hai Chi's strength, he didn't need to worry about her. This girl's speed was not inferior to his flash, and this speed alone was enough to guarantee her safety as long as she didn't run into someone like Mu Rong. Many people around him exchanged glances, and when they noticed that Lu Yin was distracted, they all attacked at the same time. Lu Yin moved. He raised his hands and waved his arms, causing the crowd to only see afterimages of his arms before he was sent flying by a powerful force. Lu Yin instantly cleared out an area of 100 meters around him, displaying his overwhelming strength. However, it wasn't too excessive as many people hadn't died. Looked like his attacks were just too fast, but they weren't too powerful. But to these small flow zones organizations, the speed of this attack was already overwhelming and many of them had to retreat. Where are the people from Northline Flow Zone? Lu Yin shouted. Northgate Gang was just about to escape, but when he heard Lu Yin's words his eyes lit up. Over here, over here. Lu Yin turned around and saw Northgate Gang. He couldn't help but frown. What a hateful person. Northgate Gang saw Lu Yin frown and his heart skipped a beat. Not good. Is this person not an expert sent by Northline Flow Zone? Does he have a grudge against me? Northgate Gang bent his legs and prepared to flee as fast as he could, but Lu Yin's words caused him to lower his guard. This mountain range belongs to Northline Flow Zone. Everyone else can leave, Lu Yin announced loudly. He just didn't want to interfere with the interests of the large organizations. If Northline Flow Zone was willing to fight over this small mountain range, then it meant that the large organizations didn't care about it at all. Lu Yin didn't mind helping Northline Flow Zone take it as a favor, and he could also leave to look for Zhou Day Night. Northgate Gang was delighted. Thank you for your help, brother. Lu Yin couldn't be bothered with him. The people around him looked at each other. Some of them were unwilling, but when they thought about Lu Yin's speed, they had no choice but to retreat. They had also clearly seen that this person had only used a shockwave palm and hadn't used any battle techniques. This proved that he hadn't used his full strength, and it wasn't worth it to risk their lives over a small amount of pyrolite. After making up their minds, the crowd left one after another, leaving only Lu Yin's group on the mountain range. The people from Northline Flow Zone cheered as Ah Fan fell to the ground. The woman he was protecting gratefully offered him some water, which he accepted and took a sip. Hai Chi was displeased and glared at Ah Fan. Hey, your wife's injured too. Aren't you going to treat her? Hai Chi's words confused Ah Fan once more, and the woman's face turned red. She tried to explain herself, but she pulled at her wound, causing her face to turn pale from the pain. Ah Fan took out Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine and handed it over. The woman bowed her head. Thank you and I'm sorry. Ah Fan calmly turned away and drank the water. Hai Chi looked at the two of them. What a strange pair. She then looked at Lu Yin and immediately ran over. Northgate Gang also ran over, but just as he was about to speak he was stopped by Hai Chi. Lu no. Hey 8th bro, let's go find the others. Northgate Gang was stunned. 8th bro? Lu Yin's eyelids twitched and he stared at Hai Chi threateningly. Call me 7th bro or brother Lu. You're not allowed to call me that, or don't even think about leaving this mountain range. Hai Chi wanted to retort, but after thinking about it she pouted. Fine. 7. Lu Yin was helpless. Northgate Gang finally had a chance to speak. What's your name, brother? Lu Yin casually replied, call me Seventh Bro. Northgate Gang was stunned. How rude. Brother, may I ask if Granny Chan invited you to help? Northgate Gang probed. Lu Yin nodded and looked around. This mountain range now belongs to Northline Flow Zone. You can start mining now. I'll help you stand guard here for a day and then I'll leave. Northgate Gang was shocked. Leave? You're going to help someone else? That's none of your business. Just do your own thing. Lu Yin turned and left. Northgate Gang was infuriated, but he restrained himself, not daring to get angry. This person was stronger than him. It didn't take long for the Northline Flow Zones group to treat their injuries, and they continued mining the pyrolite. Northgate Gang was in a bad mood, so he vented his anger on the others, especially Ah Fan. If not for Ah Fan's stupidity, Northgate Gang would have already escaped, and he wouldn't have nearly lost his life here. Thus, Northgate Gang found Ah Fan an eyesore, and even though he knew that Ah Fan's injuries were quite severe, he still allowed him to mine the pyrolite. The Northline Flow Zones group followed Northgate Gang's orders, and Ah Fan had no choice but to obey. Otherwise he would be held accountable. The girl that Ah Fan had saved looked at him worriedly. Hai Chi couldn't stand it any longer. Hey. Everyone looked at Hai Chi, not knowing who she was referring to. Northgate Gang looked over as well and he saw Hai Chi staring at him. He looked around confused. Hai Chi grew impatient. What are you looking at? Don't look at others. Don't you know that you look like attack? I'm talking to you. Northgate Gang was furious. Who are you? How dare you insult me? Hai Chi rolled her eyes. Who's insulting you? I don't even know your name and I can only call you that because you look like attack. Is there anything wrong with that? The people around them tried to stifle their laughter. Northgate Gang was furious, but he looked at Lu Yin fearfully. He suppressed his anger and said, I'm Northgate Gang. What does that have to do with me? Hai Chi continued to roll her eyes. Northgate Gang's face twitched. What is it? Hai Chi pouted. Nothing. It's just that you're having fun pretending to be attack. Northgate Gang opened his mouth to curse, but he held himself back. He snorted and turned to leave, no longer forcing Ah Fan to mine. Ah Fan's body swayed and he leaned against the mountain wall. The girl that he had saved hurriedly supported him and helped him up. She looked at Hai Chi gratefully and smiled. Hai Chi shrugged. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This girl had a good heart. He had originally wanted to help Ah Fan, but she had taken the initiative. Ah Fan should be in San Dios, but he had actually been summoned here. This pyrolite mine was very important. He did not know if Zhou Knight was still alive or where she was, but he was not in a hurry to search for her. He just wanted to find out where Pyrolite Mountain was and return a favor. Finding Zhou Knight was not easy and there was no point in being anxious. Perhaps he should find the Day Knight clan first. Over the course of a day, several powers tried to fight over the mountain range, but they were all beaten back. Fortunately, there was not much pyrolite in the mountain range, and after Northline Flow Zone defeated several powers, there should not be any more powers willing to fight over it. Lu Yin's display of strength was enough to deter these small powers. A day later, Lu Yin left with Hai Chi under the complicated gazes of Northgate Gang and the others. Northgate Gang hated these two, but he needed to rely on them. Now that they were gone, he hoped that no strong enemies would appear. Lu Yin had already confirmed the direction of Pyrolite Mountain. It would take a few days to search from that mountain range to Pyrolite Mountain. He brought Hai Chi along and asked Northgate Gang for a pyrolite mine detector in case he needed it. A few days later, Pyrolite Mountain came into view. To avoid being discovered by Mu Rong, Lu Yin did not get too close to Pyrolite Mountain. Instead, he kept a distance and circled around the mountain, but he did not find Zhou Knight. He believed that she would not be hiding within the range of Mu Rong's domain unless she was already dead. Chapter 494. Lu Yin felt melancholy and his thoughts were complicated. He did not wish for Zhou Knight to die and he had come here for her. Hey look! There are so many meteors! Hai Chi shouted as she pointed at the sky. Lu Yin looked up and saw that they were not meteors but rather spacecraft. There were actually over 100 of them and they were all heading in the same direction. There were only two reasons for this. Either they were from the same organization or they had discovered something incredible and had sent more people to that area in order to seize it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Let's go. Hai Chichi grunted and followed Lu Yin in the same direction. The spacecraft seemed to have landed not too far away, but it was actually quite far away. It was even further than the distance between Northline Flow Zone's mountain range and Pyrolite Mountain. Lu Yin and Hai Chichi flew over with star essence in hand, recovering their star energy as they flew. Only a few people could use star essence to recover their star energy. Most of them used star crystals, including Northgate Gang and the others. From this, Lu Yin knew that he was not on the same level as them. Lu Yin and Hai Chichi weren't the only limiters they encountered along the way. The smaller ones were in groups of 3 to 5, while the larger ones were in groups of dozens. All of them were heading in the same direction, which made Lu Yin certain that they had discovered something incredible. There was another discovery that Lu Yin did not know whether to feel sad or sympathetic. Some limiters were being used as mounts. There was no star energy on planet Pyrolite, and flying at high speeds required star energy consumption. For some people, constantly absorbing star crystals to replenish their energy consumption was a huge expense, which was why human mounts had appeared. As the name implied, a person would be used as a mount, and they would ride on that person's back and let that person fly. At this moment, Lu Yin saw a group of human mounts. Hai Chichi looked on in shock, as this was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she could not understand it. To those who were being used as mounts, this was a great humiliation. Furthermore, they were being watched by various organizations in outer space. If it were her, she would rather die than become someone's mount, but now she saw a group of such people. Why is this happening? Even if it's to preserve their lives, these people might still be wiped out by their respective organizations after they leave planet Pyrolite. Hai Chichi was puzzled as she looked at the group of human mounts and the limiter sitting on some of them. They'll definitely die, but at the very least they'll be able to live for a bit longer. That extra time might bring them a chance of survival. Hai Chichi turned to look at him. But do they not care about their dignity? Lu Yin smiled. I've said it before. You were born into a noble family and you'll never understand how terrifying it is to be at the bottom of society. Death is very distant to you and you only treat it as a word. It's very difficult for you to treat it as a necessary part of your life because your father is protecting you. But if you break away from your status, then you'll be able to experience the despair and sorrow that death brings. Hai Chichi frowned. This was the first time that she had seen Lu Yin destroy a spacecraft, and the deaths of so many people had impacted her greatly. However, she was still an adult, so she could accept it and quickly recovered from it. However, this person's mount was something that she could not understand. Between dignity and life, which was more important? Lu Yin and Hai Chichi flew past the mounts and Hai Chichi purposely glanced at them. She saw the expressions of the people who had been used as mounts, and their hearts were ashen. However, there was still a trace of unwillingness and anticipation in their eyes. They knew that they were going to die, but they still held on to hope for the future. These people had chosen life and abandoned their dignity. Hai Chichi did not know if these people had made the right choice, but she had no right to judge them because their lives were not hers. She turned around and took a deep breath, intending to forget those gazes. Suddenly, scorching flames swept through the sky, forming a wall of flames that blocked Lu Yin and Hai Chichi's path. The two of them stopped and looked in the direction of the mounts, where the flames were coming from. The mounts surrounded Lu Yin and Hai Chichi, and in the middle one of them flew out. On its back was an old acquaintance of Lu Yin's, Jared. You can either become someone's mount or die. Choose one, Jared said in a low voice as he stared at Lu Yin and Hai Chichi. The two of them did not fly very quickly, so they were treated as soft persimmons. Hai Chichi was stunned. These people wanted her to become someone's mount? How audacious, Hai Chichi subconsciously blurted out. Jared raised a brow. You're courting death. Lu Yin frowned. He had noticed Jared earlier, but he had ignored him as he did not want to complicate matters. He had not expected this person to take a fancy to them, so there was no need to be courteous. He did not waste any time and raised his hand, aiming his palm at Jared. Space Render Palm. The air trembled as a transparent shockwave swept forward. Jared's eyes widened as he felt the pressure. Not good, this is an absolute expert. He tried to dodge without thinking, but he was still a step too late. His right shoulder was swept by the shockwave and shattered. The human mount beneath him was crushed to the ground by the shockwave, and it was doomed. Lu Yin did not pity him. This was how the universe worked, and sympathy could not be exchanged for a person's dignity. Lu Yin would just let him end this quickly. The people from the Blaze realm all attacked Lu Yin at the same time. Jared shouted, "Stop." The space render palm had clearly shown him the difference between him and this person. This person was definitely a top-tier Limiter, and he was at least at the Astral Combat Academy's Realm Master level. He was not someone they could match up to. Lu Yin grabbed Hai Chi and swept past the cultivators from the Blaze realm to appear in front of Jared. Jared's eyes narrowed. It's a misunderstanding. Believe now. However, Lu Yin did not plan on letting him go. He had wanted to deal with this person back in the centipede's body, but things had changed. Now he would not let him go. This person was not the Blaze realm's only successor, and he was not qualified to be killed. There was no burden in killing him, and it did not matter if the Blaze realm knew that he was the culprit. As long as it was not a terrifying clan like the Day-Night clan, Lu Yin did not care. Hai Dashao's reputation was enough to make the Blaze realm apprehensive. There was a thump as Jared spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not even have time to use a battle technique before his organs were shattered. He could not believe it. How could the difference between them be so great? Lu Yin moved closer to Jared. Go in peace. Jared's expression changed. This voice belonged to Lu Yin. His fingers trembled. No wonder the difference between them was so great. He had met the strongest Limiter, but unfortunately he could not make a sound. His vitality quickly faded away as his body fell to the ground. Everyone from the Blaze realm was stunned. Jared, the strongest of them all, had not even been able to retaliate. Who was this person? Jared's power was only above average among Limiters, and there were many who surpassed him. There were also many who could instantly kill him, so Lu Yin was not worried about exposing his identity. At this moment no one dared to stop Lu Yin. He was just about to leave with Hai Chi when he felt his heart palpitate. He lowered his head and looked at Jared's corpse, which had been incinerated by an unknown flame. The karmic flame sword. Lu Yin suddenly recalled this battle technique. Jared's body contained karmic flames. There was a whoosh as the ferocious flames tore through the sky and burned the ground. Jared's corpse completely disappeared as the karmic flames burned the ground. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. If he had known earlier, he would have thought of a way to remove the karmic flames from Jared's body. What a waste. Hai Chi was shocked. What a powerful flame. How could this person have such a powerful flame? Lu Yin did not explain and simply left with Hai Chi. Around them, the cultivators from the Blaze realm were confused as they did not know where to go. In outer space within the Blaze realm's spacecraft, Huahui was enraged. The Blaze realm's strength was already weak on planet Pyrolite, and now even Jared had died. It did not matter if Jared died, but the Blaze realm had lost a strand of their karmic flames. This was what angered Huahui the most, as the Blaze realm did not have much karmic flames to begin with. Is she not here yet? Huahui barked. A disciple from the Blaze realm trembled. She's almost here. She's already arrived in the Outerverse. Huahui's eyes narrowed. It's time to reveal my identity. My Blaze realm is not without outstanding disciples. Spacecraft occasionally landed in the distance, and when Lu Yin and Hai Chi arrived, they could faintly smell the stench of blood in the air. They could also hear the sounds of fighting. Those who were qualified to compete on planet Pyrolite were the elites of the Limiters. Even the weakest of them were considered experts in the various powers of the smaller flow zones. There were not many people, but the fact that this area had become a battlefield showed how many Limiters had been attracted. This place was not a mountain range, but rather a rare red lake on planet Pyrolite. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes widened and she looked at the lake in surprise. There were at least 1,000 Limiters fighting both inside and outside the lake. There were battles in the sky and on the ground, and the area of effect was very wide. Lu Yin casually grabbed one of the Limiters and interrogated him about the situation in this area. This lake is called Pyrolite Lake, and there's a lot of pyrolite ore at the bottom of the lake, the Limiter said in a trembling voice as he looked at Lu Yin in horror. This person had lifted him up like a little chick and his strength was too terrifying. More than Pyrolite Mountain? Luin asked. The Lemmeter shook his head. I don't know. I haven't investigated it in detail, but there shouldn't be a small amount. Even if it can't compare to Pyrolite Mountain, it shouldn't be too far off. Luin released his grip and allowed the Lemmeter to leave. He then scanned the entire Pyrolite Lake and expanded his domain. He wanted to find Zhou Xian. Most of the people fighting here were from the smaller flow zones. Even if there were some from the 8 great flow zones, they were not very strong. There were very few geniuses who had comprehended a domain, but that did not mean that they did not exist. When Lu Yin's domain extended outwards, it was met with resistance and it was even attacked. Lu Yin frowned and looked 1,000 meters to his right. There a woman was staring at him provocatively. She had comprehended a domain, and when she sensed that Lu Yin's domain was expanding, she immediately attacked him. She even tried to use her domain to suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin was just about to attack when Hai Chi pursed her lips and caused layers of ripples to appear in the air. The ripples then spread out and covered almost half of Pyrolite Lake. Not only did she suppress Lu Yin's domain, but she also suppressed the other geniuses who had comprehended a domain. Above Pyrolite Lake, a few people looked up in shock. Who could have such a powerful domain? Lu Yin also looked at Hai Chi in shock. This girl's domain was very powerful. Although it could not compare to Lu Xiaoqiu's, it should not be any weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu's when he did not display his force field. This girl couldn't have comprehended a force field, could she? The woman who had provoked Lu Yin was frightened and hurriedly ran away. With such a powerful domain, one could only imagine her strength. Hai Chi proudly raised her head and glanced at Lu Yin as if she was waiting for praise. Chapter 495. Lu Yin did not disappoint her. You've comprehended a force field, right? Hai Chi blinked and smiled. I don't know. You can go ahead and guess. Lu Yin had only been testing the waters, but judging from Hai Chi's expression, she might really have comprehended a force field. Up until now, Lu Yin had only seen 3 people who had comprehended a force field. If Hai Chi really had, then she would be the 4th. A force field was a powerful force. Mu Rong had used his force field to force Ling Ke to defend himself with the soul-splitting triple blade, and Lu Xiaoqiu's force field from the 4th sword had snatched Pyrolite Mountain away. A force field was not something that the average person could comprehend. It was already difficult for Lu Yin to comprehend a domain, so he had no hope of comprehending a force field. If Hai Chi had truly comprehended a force field, then her strength would not be simple. At the very least, she would be comparable to Zhang Dingtian. As expected of the Sea King's daughter, she was definitely not weak. How large is the area of your force field? Lu Yin asked. Hai Chi thought about it. I'm not sure, but it should be quite large. Help me find this person. Lu Yin activated his gadget and brought up Zhou Xian's image. Hai Chi rolled her eyes at him. Why should I? Help me find her and I'll let you play wherever you want, Lu Yin tempted. Hai Chi's eyes lit up. Deal. She then released her force field with all her might. After being suppressed by her force field, the average Lemmeter would not be able to tell what was going on. However, the geniuses who had comprehended a force field all knew that someone incredible had arrived, and they did not dare to release their own force field. Instead, they secretly joined forces and gradually surrounded Lu Yin and Hai Chi, with the woman who had provoked Lu Yin as their leader. Pyrolite Lake was only so big and these people had fought with each other before. They had even reached an agreement to work together to deal with the heirs of powerful organizations. Now Hai Chi and Lu Yin were the heirs of powerful organizations in their eyes, and they needed to work together to deal with them. Lu Yin noticed this and casually glanced behind him. There were 5 people in total, and they lived up to their reputation as the elites of various large organizations. 5 geniuses who had comprehended a force field had appeared all at once, and their strength was comparable to an area master in the Astral Combat Academy. One of them might even be a realm master. However, to him these people were still too weak. Hai Chi completely ignored him and continued to search for Zhou Xian with her domain. Lu Yin slowly turned around, raised his hand and aimed it at one of the domain geniuses. Space Render Palm. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm trembled and distorted the void as a shockwave swept out. In that instant, the 5 domain geniuses' expressions changed drastically. Through their domains, they could sense just how terrifying Lu Yin's palm was. The domain genius who had been attacked by Lu Yin's attack even narrowed his eyes and hurriedly retreated. The shockwave from the space render palm brushed past his shoulder and swept him away, leaving half of his body numb. "I'm not interested in this place. I'm just here to find someone," Lu Yin said coldly as he swept his gaze over the domain geniuses. Several people stared at him in horror. This was too terrifying. They were just Lemeters, so how could the disparity between them be so great? This person was definitely a top-notch monster. He was not someone they could afford to offend. Without another word, they left immediately. In order to survive in the universe, having more friends was always better than having more enemies. Lu Yin didn't like killing, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't kill anyone. The battle at Pyrolite Lake had been going on for a long time, and it still hadn't stopped. The surface of the lake was red, but it had become even redder after being stained with blood. In the sky, spacecraft after spacecraft crashed down and landed around Pyrolite Lake. Even more Lemeters appeared. Hai Chi looked around and then shook her head. "I didn't find her." Lu Yin was disappointed. Hai Chi said, "I'll try again." Lu Yin did not say anything. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the chances of Zhou Xian surviving that battle were very low. Even if she had, the chances of her coming to Pyrolite Lake were also very low. Hai Chi suddenly exclaimed and looked to the east. "What's wrong?" Lu Yin asked. Hai Chi pointed to the east. "There's an expert from the Day-Night clan." Lu Yin's brows rose and he looked in the direction that Hai Chi was pointing. A group of more than 20 people were rushing towards Pyrolite Lake, led by Night Queen Xianxia. Pyrolite Mountain had already been occupied by the Sword Sect, so it made sense for the Day-Night clan to want to seize Pyrolite Lake. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he stared at a figure not too far away from Night Queen Xianxia. That person was Zhanlong Day-Night. "I've been looking for you for a long time." Lu Yin almost couldn't resist the urge to grab Zhanlong Day-Night and ask him why he had been able to leave. Had he reached an agreement with Ming Zhaoshu? But after some thought he decided not to act rashly. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. He had to find Zhou Day-Night and send her to outer space before he could find Zhanlong Day-Night. The arrival of the Day-Night clan meant that Pyrolite Lake would belong to them. Even if all the Lemeters here worked together, they would not be a match for the Day-Night clan. Furthermore, they did not dare to compete with them. Hai Chi had just used her domain to search for Zhou Day-Night, and she had coincidentally clashed with a domain expert from the Day-Night clan. Their tracks had been locked onto. Numerous Day-Night clan cultivators appeared in front of Lu Yin and Hai Chi and stared at them coldly. "Who are you? What are we doing?" "Counting the population," Hai Chi retorted. "That domain just now was yours, wasn't it?" The Day-Night clan cultivator stared at Hai Chi cautiously. Hai Chi pointed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was speechless. It wasn't like they couldn't sense it. The Day-Night clan cultivator frowned. "I don't care who you are. Pyrolite Lake has already been taken over by the Day-Night clan. Leave immediately." Lu Yin did not want to reveal his identity, so he pulled Hai Chi away. But at that moment Night Queen Xianxia came over. Although she had not comprehended a domain, she could still sense the power of Hai Chi's domain. The fluctuations that had flashed past had shocked her. "Wait." Night Queen Xianxia blocked Lu Yin and Hai Chi's path. She glanced at Lu Yin and then at Hai Chi. "Who are you?" Hai Chi rolled her eyes. "Your Day-Night clan specializes in counting the population. Who we are is none of your business. Good dogs don't block the way." Lu Yin sighed. They were about to fight. This brat's ability to provoke others never disappointed. Sure enough, Hai Chi's words angered the Day-Night clan members and Night Queen Yanqing's brows jumped. "Little brat, you lack discipline. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." Although Hai Chi's words were vicious, she would not provoke others all the time. However, she was especially displeased with Night Queen Yanqing, especially with her large breasts. They had been an eyesore in the videos, so she was particularly aggressive. "There's no need for that. It's obvious that you're an elder and old auntie." Night Queen Yanqing's anger completely exploded. The words old auntie reminded her of Yo-Year as that brat had called her that. Another person had appeared in front of her, and Night Queen Yanqing subconsciously combined Yo-Year and Hai Chi-Chi together. Her four-lined battle force suddenly erupted, and her purple eyes flashed as she punched Hai Chi-Chi. She wanted to make these two brats pay a heavy price. Hai Chi-Chi curled her lips and the void around her body trembled. Her domain caused Night Queen Yanqing's movements to falter, and a roar that sounded like the roar of the sea swept past. Layers of the air overlapped and transformed into a terrifying force that swept towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's fist was unstoppable, and it tore through the domain as she grabbed at Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi immediately looked at Lu Yin and blinked pitifully. Lu Yin had no choice but to grab Hai Chi-Chi and lift his foot. He instantly swept past Night Queen Yanqing and rushed into the distance. Night Queen Yanqing's attack had missed and she was shocked. She suddenly turned back to stare at Lu Yin. His speed was terrifying. Even further away, above Pyrolite Lake, Zhanlong Day Night also looked over. What speed? Interesting. His eyes gradually filled with battle intent. Lu Yin knew that he could not wait any longer, or else Zhanlong Day Night would attack. Thus he grabbed Hai Chi-Chi and prepared to leave. Wait. I have a question. Hai Chi-Chi struggled in Lu Yin's grasp. Lu Yin stopped. What's the question? Hai Chi-Chi looked at Night Queen Yanqing and pointed at her breasts. Those two lumps of yours are fake. They're drooping. Drooping. Above Pyrolite Lake, countless people stared blankly at Hai Chi-Chi. Her voice was especially loud, and not only did Night Queen Yanqing hear it, but even the Day-Night clan and the Limiters who were gradually retreating had heard it. Suddenly, countless gazes turned to Night Queen Yanqing's breasts. Night Queen Yanqing's face flushed red, and her eyes filled with killing intent. She roared, "You damned brat, I'll definitely kill you." She then activated her Night King's body and charged towards Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi. Lu Yin grinned, grabbed Hai Chi-Chi and ran away. His speed far surpassed Night Queen Yanqing's and they soon disappeared from sight. Because of Hai Chi-Chi's words, Zhanlong Day Night had subconsciously looked at Night Queen Yanqing's breasts, which had prevented him from attacking in time. Night Queen Yanqing hurled madly in midair, and an enormous amount of star energy swept out in all directions. She was furious, she had never been so furious before. In the distance, Lu Yin stared at Hai Chi-Chi in amazement. For some reason Hai Chi-Chi seemed especially lofty to him at this moment. Language was an art, and Hai Chi-Chi's words were a weapon of mass destruction. Seventh bro, I've suddenly realized that I like this brat a lot. In the future when we run into any enemies we can just get her to taunt them. I guarantee that they'll die from anger, the ghost monkey said with a strange smile. Lu Yin seriously considered the monkey's words, and they were not without reason. He had clearly sensed that Night Queen Yanqing's aura had become chaotic. If she had been in such a state during the astral combat tournament, then Lu Yin would have won much more easily. Hey, why are you staring at me? I'm warning you, you won't be able to obtain my body and you won't be able to obtain my heart either, Hai Chi-Chi warned him. Lu Yin retracted his gaze as he realized that Hai Chi-Chi had definitely been merciful to him in the past. Night Queen Yanqing did not chase after him as she could not catch up to him with her speed. Lu Yin did not go far either, as the best place to find Zhou Day Night was the Day Night clan. He wanted to capture a Day Night clan member and ask them about her whereabouts. The atmosphere at Pyrolite Lake was a little strange. The Day Night clan had occupied this area, and the cultivators who had been fighting had all retreated. It was very quiet, but everyone who had retreated couldn't help but glance at Night Queen Yanqing, especially her breasts. Night Queen Yanqing clenched her fists and her face flushed red. Leave for a while. They'll leave soon, Zhanlong Day Night said as he walked over to Night Queen Yanqing's side. As he spoke he also subconsciously glanced at her. Night Queen Yanqing glared at Zhanlong Day Night with hatred, but she did not leave. She was stubborn by nature and the more people looked at her the more she would not leave. She was Arbiter Zhenwu's younger sister and she did not want to embarrass him. Chapter 496. There were times when Zhanlong Day Night admired this woman. She was bold, stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. She was despicable and jealous, but she also worked hard to improve herself. She was a woman who was full of contradictions, and she had caused him to be imprisoned in the mausoleum. Logically speaking, he should hate her, but for some reason he could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he felt a little sad for her. Everything she had done was to be worthy of her brother, Arbiter Zhenwu. Arbiter Zhenwu was the pride of the entire Daoist clan, and he was the greatest genius in the history of the clan. Even someone as crazy as Zhanlong Daoist had to admit that Zhenwu was a genius that could not be surpassed. With such a brother, Night Queen Yanqing's life was very tiring. Enduring the countless gazes, the cultivators gradually retreated. Night Queen Yanqing stood in place and stared into the distance. She coldly ordered, "Start mining immediately." The Daoist clan members hurriedly complied. Half a day later, there were no more cultivators from the other powers around Pyrolite Lake, and no more spacecraft descended from the sky. However, Zhanlong Daoist and Night Queen Yanqing did not relax. If they wanted to completely occupy Pyrolite Lake, they still had to deal with Ling Quebec. The other powers did not dare to compete with the Daoist clan, but the Wen family was different. They were originally the ruling family of the erudite flow zone, and their strength was not any weaker than the Daoist clans. They had also invited Ling Ke to help them, so they could not deal with him. Night Queen Yanqing did not have any confidence in Ling Quebec. Even if the Daoist clan joined forces with the second-grade Hall's experts, they would not be able to deal with him. Now, it all depended on how they negotiated with Ling Quebec. Hopefully he would not come. Lu Yin took some time to capture a Daoist clan member and interrogate him about Zhou Daoist's whereabouts. He learned that Zhou Daoist had been abandoned and that her fate was unknown, but she should still be around Pyrolite Mountain. Lu Yin guessed that she might be hiding underground and that she was very close to Pyrolite Mountain. He should have gotten closer, but it was a pity. He did not have time to think too much about it, so he brought Hai Chi back to Pyrolite Mountain. Hai Chi was not happy as she had already been to Pyrolite Mountain. She wanted to go somewhere else to play, but she could not do anything about Lu Yin's tyranny. She could only attack him with her venomous tongue, and Lu Yin pretended not to hear her. About half a day after the two left Pyrolite Lake, they suddenly landed. Up ahead, a figure rushed towards them at high speed. It was Ling Quebec. When he saw Lu Yin and Hai Chi, he didn't pay them any attention. However, he did praise Hai Chi's appearance, and he raised an eyebrow and flashed a charming smile. Hai Chi suddenly exclaimed, "Narcissist." In the sky, Ling Ke's figure paused as he stared blankly at Hai Chi before descending. Lu Yin was speechless. He'd gotten himself into trouble again. "Miss, what did you just say?" Ling Ke asked. Hai Chi said, "Narcissist." It's whoever answers. Ling Ke pursed his lips and his expression did not look too good. Ever since it had been revealed that he had spent money to hire the support team back in the Starfall Sea, there had been quite a few people talking about him behind his back. However, Hai Chi was the first person who had dared to call him a narcissist to his face. "Miss, you should know your limits. Be careful of what you say. Just like what you told Mu Rong." Hai Chi asked innocently. Ling Ke choked and rolled his eyes. He looked at Lu Yin. "Teach her well." Ling Ke, don't hit women, but I won't go easy on you." Hai Chi was just about to speak when Lu Yin covered her mouth. "Got it. Sorry, this woman doesn't think before she speaks. She mistook me for someone else. Don't mind her, don't mind her." Ling Ke glanced at Hai Chi again and felt that it was a pity. She was quite a beautiful woman. With that in mind, he soared into the sky and left. Only after Ling Ke was far away did Lu Yin release his hand. Hai Chi gasped for breath and glared at Lu Yin. "Hey, are you trying to suffocate me? Are you trying to anger me to death?" Lu Yin retorted. Hai Chi was furious. "I was just speaking the truth. Didn't you see that he was deliberately teasing me? But you shouldn't have said such nasty things. I don't want to reveal my identity. What if he attacks me? Everyone will know who I am. I don't care. It's wrong of him to tease me, and he even dared to teach me a lesson. Help me beat him up." "No, you can't reveal your identity." "Lu Yin, I'm breaking up with you, you coward." Lu Yin was speechless. He grabbed Hai Chi and left. Hai Chi was furious and shouted loudly, but Lu Yin used his star energy to block out her voice. They were about to reach Pyrolite Mountain, but Hai Chi was still unwilling to give up. Lu Yin said, Help me find that person and I'll let you have your fun. Hai Chi could not resist the temptation and agreed. Lu Yin warned her, Mu Rong is at Pyrolite Mountain. Your domain is child's play to him. Be careful and don't get too close. Search slowly, especially underground. Got it. Hai Chi grew impatient and carefully released her domain. She was not stupid and she was not stupid enough to compete with Mu Rong in terms of domain. Lu Yin hoped that he would be able to find Zhou Day Night this time. Otherwise he really did not know where to start. He just hoped that she was not dead. In outer space, Granny Chan, Lily Ann and the other higher-ups of Northline Flow Zone looked towards the vicinity of Pyrolite Mountain. They looked at Lu Yin and Hai Chi but they did not know what they were doing. Only Lily Ann knew that Lu Yin had mentioned that he had come to planet Pyrolite to save someone. Could that person be hiding near Pyrolite Mountain? Soon, everyone in Northline Flow Zone shifted their gazes away from Lu Yin and towards Pyrolite Lake. Ling Ke should have arrived and a great battle was about to begin. However, after a while someone said with uncertainty, Ling Ke is running in the opposite direction. Lillian blinked. It really did seem like he was running in the opposite direction. He couldn't have gotten lost, right? Someone asked strangely. It's possible. Pyrolite Lake is too far away from his current location, and there are scattered pyrolite ores all around. It's impossible to pinpoint his exact location. The Wen family is rushing towards Pyrolite Lake. If Ling Ke isn't there, then the Wen family will be in trouble. The Day-Night clan will cripple the Wen family first. Then even if Ling Ke arrives, the Wen family won't have anyone left. In outer space, the various great powers realized that Ling Ke had run in the opposite direction. The Wen family was the most anxious, as Wen Qianer and the others were already very close to Pyrolite Lake. Wen Kitchen, an elder of the Wen family, widened his eyes as he stared at Ling Ke on the screen. He could not hold back any longer, so he tore through the void and appeared outside of planet Pyrolite. He wanted to shout for Ling Ke, but the moment he appeared, Night Queen Chuyu appeared and looked at him smugly. You're not allowed to attack the juniors who leave planet Pyrolite. And you're not allowed to interfere with the battles on planet Pyrolite. These are the rules. Wen Kitchen, you're not thinking of violating them, are you? Wen Kitchen's face twitched and he sighed helplessly. No, I'm just taking a walk. Alright, then I'll accompany you for a walk, Night Queen Chuyu said. She was worried that Wen Kitchen would tell Ling Quebec. Generally speaking, a powerhouse at the cruiser realm or above would be able to spread their words throughout the entire planet. In order to prevent the pyrolite on planet Pyrolite from exploding due to the shockwaves generated by a powerhouse's words, the various great powers had long since established a set of rules. One of the rules was that no one was allowed to speak about the situation on planet Pyrolite outside of outer space. Wen Kitchen glanced at Night Queen Chuyu and then returned to the Wen family's spacecraft. He helplessly stared at the screen, but Ling Ke had already run in the opposite direction and was not coming back. He wanted to send someone to planet Pyrolite to inform Ling Ke, but there was not enough time. Furthermore, he did not know where Ling Ke had run off to, and they had not agreed on a rendezvous point. Even if he sent someone, they might not be able to find Ling Ke on the vast planet Pyrolite. No matter how many people he sent, it would be pointless. Besides, they were fighting for time. They had to get Ling Ke back before Wen Qianer and the others reached Pyrolite Lake. With Ling Ke's extreme speed, he might be able to catch up. Mira also stood in front of the screen with a helpless expression. Ling Ke was too unreliable and it would be great if Lu Yin could help. Suddenly she thought of an idea and she told the Wen family about it. Not long after spacecraft flew towards planet Pyrolite and landed at Pyrolite Lake. Since they were not allowed to speak, the Wen family used a spacecraft to do so, and they directly indicated where they would land. Not only that, but the spacecraft also formed words at the intersection between the sky and outer space. Lake opposite. With the strength of a limeter, they could see outer space. Thus, almost half of planet Pyrolite could see the words formed by the spacecraft. Many people stared at them blankly. What did this mean? Night Queen Chuyu stared at the scene in a daze, and she became flustered and exasperated. Wen Kitchen, you cheated. Wen Kitchen proudly walked out. Night Queen Chuyu, don't spout nonsense. When did I cheat? I just sent people to planet Pyrolite normally. Why? Are the rules restricting the number of people who can enter planet Pyrolite? Night Queen Chuyu was furious, but the Wen family had not violated any rules, so there was nothing she could do. The various powers were watching the Wen family's performance, but Ling Ke did not see it. He believed that he was a man who kept his promises and was a man of integrity. Since he had promised the Wen family that he would occupy the pyrolite mine, he would work hard. Right now he only wanted to rush to Pyrolite Lake and help the Wen family occupy it. Thus he kept running and did not see the words formed by the spacecraft in the sky. When Kitchen grew anxious. One more time. Mira spoke up. There's no time. Senior, I suggest that we use the spacecraft to warn Xianxia and the others so that they don't act rashly. They can't be discovered by the Day-Night clan. When Kitchen immediately ordered the spacecraft to move out again. Very quickly, spacecraft after spacecraft flew towards planet Pyrolite. Night Queen Chuyu was furious and she wanted nothing more than to destroy these spacecraft. Luyin looked up at the sky. Lake? Opposite? What did that mean? That direction was Pyrolite Lake. Opposite? Did someone run in the opposite direction? Could it be Ling Ke? That would be interesting. Hai Chi also looked at the sky. How interesting. Hey, do you think there will be more words formed by the spacecraft below? Lu Yin shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Everything was a little strange. Hurry up and search. Be careful and don't let Mu Rong discover you, Lu Yin urged. Hai Chi rolled her eyes and continued to use her domain to cover the ground as she searched for traces of Zhou Day-Night. Not long after, another batch of spacecraft appeared in the sky. This time they formed the same 3 words. When, don't move. On planet Pyrolite, many Limeters stared blankly at the sky. When Xianxia and the others saw this and immediately stopped. At this point they were less than 3 hours away from Pyrolite Lake. Suddenly, another batch of spacecraft appeared in the sky and formed the words, when, do move. When Xianxia was stunned. What was the meaning of this? When Kitchen was furious. Night Queen Chuyu is despicable. Continue launching the spacecraft. Following that, a very exciting scene played out in the sky. When, don't move. Lake opposite. When, do move. When, don't move. When, move. When, retreat. Bai chase. Countless people watched in a daze as if they were watching a show. Chapter 497. Even Mu Rong was attracted by the commotion. With so many spacecraft performing in the sky, anyone would be attracted to the commotion. Only Ling Ke foolishly focused on one direction and rushed forward without thinking about anything else. He didn't even look up. All of you shut up. Another batch of spacecraft appeared. This time it was from the Sword Sect, and the Sword Sect could not bear to watch any longer. The Wen family and the Day-Night clan were competing in the number of spacecraft, but from the Sword Sect's point of view, they were being ridiculed. They were great powers on the same level, so how could they be ridiculed? However, the Wen family had gotten off to a good start. Over the next period of time, spacecraft constantly formed words in the sky to guide the various Limeters and help them avoid danger. Planet Pyrolite's skies were bustling with activity, and the number of spacecraft rapidly decreased. Suddenly, North Castle Weave, Frostwave Weave, and the surrounding weaves received a large number of orders to purchase personal spacecraft. Even the Great Yu Empire received a large number of orders. The Great Yu Empire's finance minister, Gavin, was delighted, and he ordered people to send the obsolete spacecraft that the Great Yu Empire had accumulated over the years to North Castle Weave to be sold off. It was foreseeable that planet Pyrolite would become a graveyard for spacecraft, and countless spacecraft would crash down. At this time, when Kitchen had already ordered someone to take a spacecraft and head in front of Ling Quebec. He planned to stop him and tell him that he was running in the wrong direction. When Xianxia and the others had already received a warning, so they did not approach Pyrolite Lake. As long as they brought Ling Ke to Pyrolite Lake, it would belong to the Wen family. Although Night Queen Chuyu continued to launch spacecraft and form confusing words, when Xianxia was determined not to move. Someone from the Wen family had already reached planet Pyrolite and informed her of the situation. When Xianxia cursed Ling Ke to death in her heart as she had almost been tricked. The Wen family had sent at least 30 people to stop Ling Ke on planet Pyrolite, and they hoped that they would succeed. Lu Yin watched a great show, but after a while he lost interest. Someone had a brainstorming idea that there would be countless spacecraft-forming words. One day later, Ling Ke finally felt that something was wrong and stopped. Why hadn't he reached Pyrolite Lake yet? Around him, dozens of cultivators from the Wen family were engaged in a fierce battle with the cultivators that the Day-Night clan had sent out to stop him. They were afraid that Ling Ke would discover them and find Pyrolite Lake. Ling Ke turned on his detector, hoping to find a nearby pyrolite mine. If there was a pyrolite mine, then there should be people there. He ran in a different direction. Although it was also wrong, at least it was not the complete opposite. More importantly, there were cultivators from the Wen clan in that direction. Furthermore, Ling Ke saw various words formed by spaceships in the sky. What was going on? Wen Kitchen heaved a sigh of relief as Ling Ke had finally realized that something was wrong. Wen Kitchen felt extremely tired, even more so than when he had fought with Night Queen Chuyu. Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi were already very close to Pyrolite Mountain. They had been searching for Zhou Day-Night for more than a day, but they still hadn't found her. If they got any closer to Pyrolite Mountain, they might be discovered by Mu Rong, but Lu Yin couldn't give up. Chi-Chi, let's keep going. Okay, wait, what did you call me? Call me Sister Chi, said Hai Chi-Chi. Freedom and play, Lu Yin said indifferently. Hai Chi-Chi obediently continued to release her domain to search for Zhou Day-Night. On Pyrolite Mountain, Mu Rong suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Hai Chi-Chi and Lu Yin. He stood up, took a step forward and vanished. Many disciples of the Sword Sect were astonished. Ever since Mu Rong helped them occupy Pyrolite Mountain, he had not left. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he was unable to avoid Mu Rong in the end. Hai Chi-Chi used her domain to search underground, but it suddenly distorted. She cried out in alarm and looked up, only to see Mu Rong appear in front of her. She was startled and immediately ran behind Lu Yin, looking at him warily. Mu Rong stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? I don't have any hostility. It's just that a friend of mine went missing during the battle at Pyrolite Mountain, and I want to see if he's hiding underground. Mu Rong's expression was calm. No, there's no one underground. Lu Yin was disappointed. So there really wasn't anyone here? Why should we believe you? Hai Chi-Chi poked her head out. Mu Rong calmly replied, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. You can search for him yourself. He then turned to leave as he had only wanted to confirm whether or not Lu Yin was an enemy. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and turned back to look at Lu Yin seriously. You look very familiar. Lu Yin had used the invisible aura technique to hide his aura and change his appearance. Even a hunter might not be able to detect him, so it was normal that Mu Rong couldn't see through him. I look very ordinary, Lu Yin said. Hai Chi-Chi nodded her head seriously. Mu Rong's eyes flashed, but he stopped thinking about it and returned to Pyrolite Mountain. Lu Yin hadn't expected Mu Rong to be so easy to talk to. He turned to Hai Chi-Chi and said, search Pyrolite Mountain with everything you've got. Hai Chi-Chi grunted and released her domain. This time Mu Rong wasn't the only one who sensed it. Even Lu Xiaoqiu, who was even further away, felt it. What a powerful domain, but it wasn't a threat to him. He looked up at Mu Rong but didn't pay it any mind. In the current universe there were only 2 Limeters here. Unless that person appeared, no Limeter could threaten Pyrolite Mountain. Hai Chi-Chi quickly retracted her domain and shook her head. There's no one. Lu Yin had a complicated expression. She really wasn't at Pyrolite Mountain, so where could she be? Was she really dead? Had her corpse been destroyed? That was the only thing he could think of. With Zhou Day-Night's strength, she had been struck by the shockwaves from Mu Rong's battle. Furthermore, she had been heavily injured, so the chances of her death were very high. Lu Yin was helpless as he had already done his best. Planet Pyrolite was huge and he couldn't possibly search every inch of the planet. His current plan was to find Zhanlong Day-Night and ask him about the situation on Shenwu continent. Then he would return to the Outerverse and contact Night King Yuanjing. He would ask the Day-Night clan outside of planet Pyrolite to search for Zhou Day-Night. Right, there was also the Northline flow zone so they could search together. As long as Zhou Day-Night wasn't dead, they would definitely be able to find her. Right now they were heading to Pyrolite Lake. Lu Yin brought Hai Chi-Chi to Pyrolite Lake once more. On the other side, Ling Ke was traveling at an extremely fast speed towards the pyrolite mine. Halfway there, a cultivator from the Wen family saw Ling Ke and excitedly chased after him. Ling Ke glanced at him and then left without paying him any mind. In outer space, when Kitchen had almost smashed his spacecraft. This was what he was most worried about. No matter how many people he sent to search for Ling Ke, they might not be able to find him. Even if they did find him, they might not even be able to say a single word to him. Even if they did, Ling Ke might not even be able to hear them. Being fast was not always a good thing. However, in the end, the cultivator from the Wen family still managed to find Ling Quebec. He was very smart and he also searched for the nearest pyrolite mine. Then he met Ling Ke face to face and recounted everything that had happened in the sky over the past day. Ling Ke was stunned when he heard this, as he had never expected that the words in the sky would appear because of him. He did not know what to do and he had actually gotten lost. At this moment, the Wen family launched another batch of spacecraft into the sky. This time, the designs of these spacecraft were old, and it was obvious that they had been hastily put together. They formed the words "lake" here. Ling Ke pursed his lips, his thoughts complicated. However, before he could set off, another batch of spacecraft appeared in the sky and formed the words "lake" here. This time there was a difference in their directions. Generally speaking, they were all in the south, but one was in the southeast while the other was in the southwest. Ling Ke was stunned. Where was it? Soon after, another batch of spacecraft was launched, but they did not form words. Instead, they formed arrows that pointed in a certain direction. Then batch after batch of spacecraft formed arrows to indicate their direction. Ling Ke stared blankly as there were already more than 10 arrows. Which one was the real arrow? He grabbed the cultivator from the Wen family, feeling flustered and exasperated. Where is Pyrolite Lake? The cultivator from the Wen family was also dumbfounded. How would he know? He only knew that it was in the south, but he could not pinpoint its exact location. In outer space, when Kitchen was furious. The Day-Night clan was despicable and shameless, and they had actually mixed up the directions. Mir was also helpless. Fortunately, at least Ling Ke knew that he had gone in the wrong direction. The worst that could happen was that he would search in different directions. Ling Ke had also thought of this and he did the same thing. He covered his head and started running towards the south. He wanted the Day-Night clan to pay the price. Night Queen Chuyu was helpless. She had tried her best, but Ling Ke would definitely find Pyrolite Lake in the end. He was not stupid and a fierce battle was unavoidable. Outside Pyrolite Lake, a desolate figure appeared, her long black and white hair fluttering in the wind. A Day-Night clan member saw the figure and immediately stepped forward to shout, "Zhou Day-Night, why did you only appear now?" The figure was Zhou Day-Night. The battle at Pyrolite Mountain had sent her underground, but fortunately she had not been completely struck by the shockwaves. She had managed to escape and find a place to recuperate. She had only come here because she had seen the words. Actually, when Lu Yin had gone to Pyrolite Mountain for the first time, he had only needed to run a little further south to find Zhou Day-Night. It was a pity that he had missed her. Zhou Day-Night glanced at the man and then indifferently walked towards Pyrolite Lake. The man snorted. Every Day-Night clan member who had entered planet Pyrolite knew that Zhou Day-Night was a thorn in Night Queen Yanqing's side. One was a Day-Night and the other was a Night Queen. They naturally knew which choice to choose. Aside from Zhanlong Day-Night, who had helped Zhou Day-Night block an attack from Night Queen Yanqing, the others were all eager to see Zhou Day-Night die. Night Queen Yanqing and Zhanlong Day-Night also saw Zhou Day-Night arrive at Pyrolite Lake. Zhanlong Day-Night did not pay her any mind, but Night Queen Yanqing sneered. "It's good that she's here. The battle with the Wen family is unavoidable, so I'll let her die here." Zhou Day-Night stood by Pyrolite Lake and looked at her reflection. Perhaps she would never be able to go back. She looked up and her gaze seemed to cross the endless sky. She saw her parents, her clan members, and the nightmare that had terrified her for the rest of her life. "Father, Mother, I'm really tired. I'm sorry." The battle at Pyrolite Lake erupted a day later. Even though the Day-Night clan constantly tried to interfere with Ling Ke's location, he still managed to find Pyrolite Lake. He captured people and interrogated them, as many cultivators had been defeated at Pyrolite Lake. As for Wen Qianer and the others, they did not approach as they were afraid of being destroyed by the Day-Night clan. Instead, they moved further and further away from Pyrolite Lake. Ling Ke faced the entire Day-Night clan alone, just like when he had first arrived at Pyrolite Mountain. Night Queen Yanqing stood in front of Ling Ke and pretended to be wronged. "Brother Ling, are you really going to make things difficult for me? My Day-Night clan has always been respectful to you and we've never slacked off." Ling Ke looked at Night Queen Yanqing's charming face and alluring figure. His eyes burned with passion, but his mood was quickly ruined by the numerous spacecraft in the sky. "Your Day-Night clan has played me quite a bit." Night Queen Yanqing helplessly replied, "We're doing this for your own good, Brother Ling. The clan elders don't want to make things difficult for you, which is why they're interfering. Brother Ling, are you really going to force me?" The second volume is about to begin. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 498. Before Ling Ke could reply, Zhanlong Day-Night threw a punch at Ling Quebec. "What nonsense are you spouting? The Day-Night clan doesn't need to wag their tails and beg for mercy." Zhanlong Day-Night's fist transformed into a gust of wind that could be seen with the naked eye as it smashed into the ground, but Ling Ke easily dodged it. He then raised his hand, causing his K's mighty slash to pierce through the void and disappear. Zhanlong Day-Night's expression changed as he clashed with Ling Ke's fists. In that instant, the void distorted as layers of shockwaves spread out in all directions with Zhanlong Day-Night at the center. His K's mighty slash pierced through the void and headed straight for Zhanlong Day-Night, but it was obstructed by the shockwaves midway, causing its might to greatly decrease. Even though it was still able to draw a line of blood, it was unable to deal much damage to Zhanlong Day-Night. This was the method Zhanlong Day-Night had come up with to deal with K's mighty slash. Lu Xiaoqiu used the second sword to form a defense, switching between offense and defense. He could do the same. When he punched himself, the force generated was enough to form a defensive shockwave. Ling Ke was surprised. Interesting. Night Queen Yanqing was cursing Zhanlong Day-Night's stupidity, but she did not hesitate in the face of battle. Her purple eyes flickered as she suddenly shouted, "Brother Ling." Ling Ke reflexively looked at her and met her purple eyes. In an instant, the soles of Ling Ke's feet turned into stone, and the stone quickly spread out. This was Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift, purple eyes which could turn everything into stone. Ling Ke's eyebrows twitched as his body suddenly trembled. Following that, a second Ling Ke appeared. This was a spirit clone, and the petrified Ling Ke gradually disappeared. "Miss Yanqing, you've gone too far." Ling Ke's tone turned cold. He had been ambushed. Night Queen Yanqing felt bitter as her Night King's body and battle force erupted. "I'm sorry, Brother Ling. I didn't want to, so please don't blame me." With a whoosh, Zhanlong Day-Night swept past Night Queen Yanqing and punched out at Ling Quebec. Ling K's mighty slash flickered as he slashed out horizontally. Thunder accompanied the explosion of sound waves as it tore open a giant spatial tear in the void. It was as if a black slash had traveled across the entire Pyrolite Lake. Zhanlong Day-Night twisted his body and dodged the attack. He then lashed out with a kick at Ling Quebec. At the same time, Night Queen Yanqing attacked from another direction. Ling K's mighty slash spun rapidly around his body, allowing Zhanlong Day-Night and Night Queen Yanqing to attack him. The ground was instantly shattered and the three of them were smashed into the ground at the same time. Terrifying waves of air surged upwards, sweeping the ground high into the sky. Zhanlong Day-Night and Night Queen Yanqing immediately leaped out of the ground. The next moment, all of the surrounding Day-Night clan members simultaneously attacked the ground. The Day-Night clan wanted to use their combined strength to defeat Ling Quebec. In outer space, Night Queen Chuyu stared at the screen. Would this be useful? When Kitchen frowned. Ling Ke had been too careless. The Day-Night clan was no weakling, and every Day-Night clan member had mastered a battle technique that had a certain degree of effectiveness against spiritual force attacks. So many Day-Night clan members had attacked at the same time, but they did not expect to cause any harm to Ling Ke's body. Their goal was to attack his spiritual force. This was also the reason why the Day-Night clan had not been able to cause too much damage to Pyrolite Lake even though they had attacked together. Although their attacks did not seem to be very destructive, they were actually very damaging to one's spiritual force. After the first round of attacks, many of the Day-Night clan members were panting heavily. Zhanlong Day Knight clenched his fists tightly, as this was the first time he had ever bullied someone with so many people. It made him sullen, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could not defeat Ling Ke in a one-on-one battle. Night Queen Yanqing looked on expectantly, hoping that Ling Ke would not be able to hold on. However, reality disappointed them. Ling Ke slowly walked out of the ground and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. The Day-Night clan's first round of attacks had not been completely ineffective. He had felt a little dizzy and this had further enraged him. Ling Ke raised his head and swept his cold gaze across the Day-Night clan members. Do you all want to die? Night Queen Yanqing's heart skipped a beat. Everyone retreat. Zhanlong Day Knight growled and punched Ling Quebec. Ling Ke's body trembled, and he leaped up with his K's mighty slash. A crack extended through the void and eventually tore through the sky. Zhanlong Day Knight fell to the ground with a loud thud as he bled profusely. Ling Ke looked around and his K's mighty slash disappeared. The next moment, more than 10 Day Knight clan members had their necks ripped apart, and they were instantly killed. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes narrowed and she hurriedly tried to escape. Ling Ke's eyes narrowed and his K's mighty slash appeared and then disappeared as he stabbed it towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing felt her scalp go numb. Brother Ling, please have mercy. Ling Ke's gaze was cold and arrogant. Even though he was a little narcissistic and lecherous, he was still Ling Ke, one of the 4 unequaled Lemeters. He was also a super genius of the Lingling clan, and he would not tolerate any humiliation. He was infatuated with Night Queen Yanqing's respect and worship for him, but the battle just now had crossed his bottom line. He had to die. Powerhouses all had their own bottom lines, and those who crossed them were nothing more than wild beasts. Night Queen Yanqing truly felt the threat of death looming over her. She would fall under his K's mighty slash in 3 seconds at most. 1 second, 2 seconds. On the 3rd second she suddenly made a move and grabbed Zhou Day Knight, using her as a shield. Zhou Day Knight had participated in the previous attack, and the moment Ling Ke revealed his killing intent, she knew that she would die without a doubt. Zhou Day Knight's face turned ashen when she was grabbed by Night Queen Yanqing. It was time to end this. K's mighty slash appeared in the void and pierced towards Zhou Day Knight's forehead. Ling Ke showed no mercy and his gaze was icy cold. Night Queen Yanqing hid behind Zhou Day Knight, her face deathly pale. Zhou Day Knight's death would only buy her 1 second at most, and during that 1 second she did not know how to block the K's mighty slash. Ling Ke was too terrifying. Above the planet, Night Queen Chuyu could not help but make a move. Night Queen Yanqing could not die. But at that moment, just as Zhou Day Knight felt that her forehead was about to be pierced, 2 fingers suddenly appeared in front of her and clamped down on the mysterious K's mighty slash. The void trembled and everyone felt as if their hearts had stopped beating. Even the air became silent. Everyone stared blankly at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Day Knight. This person had used 2 fingers to clamp down on the K's mighty slash. Ling Ke's mind trembled as he stared at the scene before him in shock. How was this possible? Even Mu Rong could not do such a thing. Night Queen Yanqing stared in disbelief at the man who was just inches away from her. He was a stranger, but this person had saved her life. Beep. Drip. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Even though the K's mighty slash had been clamped down, it had still pierced through Zhou Day Knight's forehead. She had completely fainted, or rather she was on the verge of death. The person who had appeared in front of Zhou Day Knight was naturally Lu Yin. He had seen this scene as soon as he had arrived at Pyrolite Lake. He had immediately shifted the fates and around his heart and left arm, unsealing most of his physical strength. Only then had he been able to clamp down on the K's mighty slash with 2 fingers. However, he had still been a step too late, and the K's mighty slash had still pierced through Zhou Day Knight's forehead. In the distance, Hai Chi-Chi covered her mouth as she could not bear to watch this scene unfold. The blade had pierced through the forehead and her forehead had split open. This was a fatal wound and even Shamrock Enterprises' best medicines could not treat it. Humans could reconnect most parts of the body, but there was nothing they could do about an injury like this. This was because the moment the blade had pierced through her forehead, Zhou Day Knight's life had been cut off. Pyrolite Lake was completely silent. Lu Yin's arm trembled and his eyes flickered as he stared at Zhou Day Knight. Zhou Day Knight's gaze was dim. She had finally seen Lu Yin, but he was a stranger. Lu Yin had disguised himself, but she was not unwilling. Perhaps death was a form of release for her. The K's mighty slash that had pierced through Zhou Dainite's forehead had disappeared as Ling Ke had retrieved it. Lu Yin hugged Zhou Dainite as a shockwave spread out from his body, forcing Night Queen Yanqing to retreat. He then rushed out of Pyrolite Lake. He had suddenly thought of something, that white fruit. He had spent over 100 star essence to upgrade it to the point where it could help him avoid danger. The trial master had said that the older this fruit was, the stronger its effects would be. Some fruits could even bring one back to life and be filled with life energy. Lu Yin did not believe that it could bring the dead back to life, but he had no choice but to use it on Zhou Dainite. Everyone else was stunned. Only Ling Ke stared at Lu Yin and suddenly rushed over. "Stop right there. Who are you?" In the entire universe, Ling Ke could not think of any Limiter who could clamp down on his K's mighty slash with 2 fingers. Mu Rong could not do it, and Lu Yin should not be able to do it either. So who was this person? This person was the universe's strongest Limiter, and Ling Ke had to figure out his identity. It wasn't just Ling Ke. Everyone wanted to know this person's identity, including the experts from the various great powers. When Kitchen, Night Queen Chuyu, Viletree and the others were all staring at the scene. When had such a powerful Limiter appeared? How could they not know about it? Only Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan, Lily Ann and a few others were aware of this, but they had not expected Lu Yin to be able to clamp down on his K's mighty slash. This completely overturned their understanding of the strength of a Limiter. Even Granny Chan and Enlighter could not understand how Lu Yin could possess such strength despite only being a Limiter. Ling Ke quickly chased after Lu Yin and raised his head. His K's mighty slash shot out and pierced through the void towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned as he did not want to reveal his identity. He had Hai Chi-Chi leave on her own while he turned around and faced the K's mighty slash. The moment the blade appeared, Lu Yin tilted his body, grabbed Zhou Dainite and smashed them into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and pretended to look at Ling Ke with unwillingness before quickly fleeing. Ling Ke stood in place confused. This person had been injured by his attack, and the blood on his K's mighty slash was real. This person should not have been able to block Ling Ke's mighty slash, but how had he been able to clamp down? He could not figure it out. No one could figure it out, and there was only one explanation. This person had used his innate gift to clamp down on his K's mighty slash, but such an innate gift could not be used continuously. This was the only explanation, as there were all sorts of innate gifts in the universe. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that this person had pretended to be injured, but no one could think of a reason for that. This was an opportunity to become famous throughout the universe, so it should not be fake. Many people relaxed when they thought of this possibility. Fortunately, no unpredictable powerhouses had appeared. Lu Yin had purposely allowed himself to be injured by the K's mighty slash in order to confuse everyone. He did not want to reveal his identity. As for rescuing Zhou Dainite, perhaps some people would have guessed that it was him, but as long as he did not reveal his true identity, he would be fine. Lu Yin hugged Zhou Dainite tightly as he stomped on the ground and sank down, avoiding the surveillance of the various powers in outer space. He then took out the white fruit from his cosmic ring, pried open Zhou Dainite's mouth and stuffed it inside. Whether or not she could be saved would depend on luck. "Seventh bro, what did you feed that woman? Why does she have such a surging life force?" the monkey asked. Chapter 499. At that moment Hai Chi-Chi arrived. She hadn't been too far away from Lu Yin, and when she saw him staring at Zhou Dainite, she hurriedly said, "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Someone's coming after us." Lu Yin grabbed Hai Chi-Chi and carried Zhou Dainite before charging into the sky and flying off into the distance. Many people wanted to chase after them, but they couldn't because Lu Yin was too fast. Even if he can't defeat Ling Ke with his innate gift of being able to catch the K's mighty slash and his speed, he's definitely one of the top Limiters, someone exclaimed. No one objected, as this was the strength that Lu Yin had displayed. Back at Pyrolite Lake, Ling Ke had killed many people from the Dainite clan, severely injured Zhanlong Dainite, and almost killed Night Queen Yanqing. The Dainite clan didn't dare to stay any longer, so they had no choice but to retreat from Pyrolite Lake. Pyrolite Lake was now officially occupied by the Wen family. This battle had fully demonstrated the terror of an unparalleled powerhouse. Just like how Mu Rong had helped the Sword Sect occupy Pyrolite Mountain, Pyrolite Lake was now occupied by Ling Ke alone. Any one of the 4 unparalleled Limiters could only be stopped by the other 3. Of the 4, no one could stop Lu Yin. This was what everyone thought, but unfortunately, Lu Yin hadn't come. Everyone retreated from Pyrolite Lake and waited for the Wen family to arrive. Zhanlong Day Night crawled up. He had been severely injured by Ling Ke, but his injuries had healed in an extremely short amount of time. This caused many to call him a freak, and even Ling Ke was surprised. Zhanlong Day Night's recovery ability was much stronger than his own. North of Pyrolite Lake, Lu Yin grabbed Hai Chi-Chi and Zhou Day Night and quickly left. He didn't know where to go, but he wanted to find a place to settle down. He looked down at Zhou Day Night and saw that the wound between her eyebrows was gradually healing. Lu Yin was shocked. Could it really be healed? This was inconceivable, as this was a fatal injury. Hai Chi-Chi cried out, "She's not dead." Lu Yin looked up in front of him. With his current speed, even Ling Ke couldn't catch up to him. He had been running for half a day, so he should be quite a distance away from Pyrolite Lake. If he didn't use his current speed, he would need a few days to cover this distance. In other words, if he had headed northeast, he would have reached Pyrolite Mountain. This place looks very familiar. Hai Chi-Chi was surprised. Lu Yin looked at the mountain range in front of him and his eyes flashed. This was the mountain range that many cultivators had fought over when they had first landed here. In the end, Lu Yin had snatched it and gifted it to the Northline Flow Zone, but he had never thought that he would end up back here. This mountain range was directly north of Pyrolite Lake, which meant that this mountain range, Pyrolite Mountain and Pyrolite Lake, formed a triangle. He didn't think too much about it, but he felt that the Zhou Day Night in his arms had become a little strange. How should he put it? From the very beginning, Zhou Day Night had given him a very unreal feeling. There was an illusory feeling of confusion. It was as if he wasn't hugging Zhou Day Night, but Zhou Day Night was in his embrace. Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi returned to the mountain range, and under the puzzled gazes of Northgate Gang and the others, they blasted a hole in the ground. Lu Yin hurriedly put Zhou Day Night down and looked at her in amazement. At this moment, Zhou Day Night's hair had changed color. It had turned a grayish silver, and her entire body was enveloped in a layer of white light. The white light was gentle, but it was ancient and full of vicissitudes, as if it had transcended countless years. What was going on? What was the use of the white fruit? Wasn't that supposed to be used for healing? Hai Chi-Chi also looked at Zhou Day Night in shock, and her face was filled with confusion. "Seventh bro, she's glowing," the monkey muttered. Lu Yin pulled Hai Chi-Chi out of the hole. "Go play by yourself. You're not allowed to leave this mountain range." Hai Chi-Chi was dissatisfied, but she didn't argue with Lu Yin. She knew that he was in a bad mood, and she guessed that the woman might be someone that Lu Yin liked. Lu Yin could only leave Zhou Day Night's situation to the heavens. "If you still die this time, then I'll have that woman, Night Queen Yanqing, accompany you." This mountain range was occupied by the Northline Flow Zone, so there weren't many outsiders here. Northgate Gang and the others didn't disturb Lu Yin either. Hai Chi-Chi wandered around the mountain range for a while before returning with a bitter expression. Planet Pyrolite's geology was unique. It was dry and there weren't many plants or animals. Rather than calling it a mountain range, it would be more accurate to call it a mound. There wasn't anything special about it. She only hoped that she could leave, but if Lu Yin didn't agree, she couldn't leave. Sometimes, Lu Yin was curious about what the Sea King had said to Hai Chi-Chi that made her follow him closely. Not long after, Pyrolite Lake was confirmed to be occupied by the Wen family. When Qianer and the others had played hide-and-seek with the Day-Night clan before Ling Ke had arrived at Pyrolite Lake. One party searched while the other hid. Now that the Day-Night clan had been defeated, they were finally able to reach Pyrolite Lake. When Qianer felt very apologetic towards Ling Ke as they hadn't done anything at all. However, Ling Ke didn't mind. His mind was filled with the scene of that person clamping down on his K's mighty slash. Had that person really relied on an innate gift? Ling Ke looked to the north and really wanted to find that person, but he didn't know where that person was. That person was also extremely fast and Ling Ke might not be able to catch up. Ling Ke couldn't stop worrying about someone who could clamp down on his K's mighty slash. He suddenly thought of Lu Yin. It couldn't be him, right? But then he shook his head. That shouldn't be the case, as Lu Yin hadn't displayed any innate gifts. Ling Ke had also asked around about Lu Yin, but he hadn't heard of any innate gifts that could clamp down on his K's mighty slash. As for Lu Yin's physical strength, Ling Ke shook his head again. That shouldn't be possible. He was very clear about the power of K's mighty slash. Lu Yin could dodge or block it, but he definitely wouldn't be able to clamp down on it with 2 fingers. If he could do that, then his battle with Mu Rong wouldn't have been so difficult, and he wouldn't have been injured by K's mighty slash a second time. Suddenly, Ling Ke recalled the final moment of Lu Yin's battle with Mu Rong, when the farmer boy's song had played. Ling Ke hadn't been able to experience that strength because he had been too far away, but he knew that it was terrifying. Could that strength have clamped down on his K's mighty slash? Ling Ke was at a loss. Right now he wanted to find Mu Rong and confirm Lu Yin's explosive strength. If that person could clamp down on his K's mighty slash, then that person would definitely be Lu Yin. His injuries from the K's mighty slash had been an act, but if he couldn't, then that meant that a strange powerhouse had appeared on planet Pyrolite. Atop the mountain range, Lu Yin had been waiting beside the cave for a few days now. Over the past few days, the cultivators from the Northline flow zone had encountered something strange. When they closed their eyes to rest, they would see a vast expanse of whiteness. Planet Pyrolite's main body was dark red, and there was no white to be seen. However, the cultivators were still able to see white when they were resting, which was very strange. Northgate Gang saw it as well, and everyone was bewildered. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Hai Chi saw it as well, and she approached Lu Yin fearfully. Actually, Lu Yin had seen it as well. Not only had he seen it, but he also knew the cause. This white light was exactly the same as the white light that covered Zhou Knight's body. He looked at the cave in astonishment. What had happened to Zhou Knight that could affect everyone? Monkey, you really don't know? Lu Yin asked. The monkey was helpless. 7th bro, I'm just a limiter who's been cultivating for 20 years. How could I possibly know everything? Even if you ask those almighty enlighters, they might not know the answer. 2 more days passed, and Zhou Knight was still emitting the same white light within the cave. The wound on her forehead that had been pierced by the K's mighty slash had already healed, but there was still a vertical scar left behind. It was inconspicuous, but anyone could see it. Her silver-gray hair fluttered in the wind, and she exuded a gentle aura. Over the past 2 days, not only had everyone seen white when they closed their eyes, but they had also seen white when they opened their eyes. This caused Northgate Gang and the others to panic, as they felt as if they were being watched by something. Northgate Gang had specifically sought out Lu Yin to investigate the matter, but Lu Yin had a confused expression on his face. Finally, after 3 days, the crowd no longer saw the white light, which allowed them to relax. However, over the past few days, the Northline flow zone cultivators had become much more haggard. Even Hai Chi-Chi's face had turned pale. Within the cave, the white light around Zhou Knight's body had disappeared, and her silver-gray hair had turned back to a blackish-white color. She looked exactly the same as before, and she had returned to her original appearance. Lu Yin walked into the cave and stared at Zhou Knight. He crouched down and carefully examined her. She was still breathing, so she wasn't dead. Zhou Knight suddenly opened her eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. Her eyes were filled with surprise, confusion, and finally gratitude and complex emotions. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Lu Yin replied. "Why did you come to planet Pyrolite?" Zhou Knight straightened her back and her gaze returned to normal. She looked at Lu Yin, but there was no joy in her eyes. Lu Yin raised his brows. "You know who I am?" Zhou Knight looked at him. "Shouldn't I know? How did you know?" Lu Yin was puzzled, as he had obviously disguised himself. Zhou Knight did not answer. She merely touched the scar on her forehead and fell silent. Lu Yin thought that she was concerned about her appearance, so he comforted her. "Don't worry, this kind of scar is easy to remove." Zhou Knight replied, "There's no need to remove it. Just keep it." Lu Yin did not say anything else. He stood up and stretched out his hand. Zhou Knight did not hesitate and reached out as well. She grasped his right hand and allowed him to pull her up. I thought I was dead for sure. What did you feed me? Zhou Xian asked curiously. Lu Yin shrugged. I obtained a type of fruit during lock breaking. My mentor said that it had a lot of life force, so I tried it. I didn't think that it would actually save you. Zhou Xian looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Why did you save me? Lu Yin was stunned. This why? He did not know either. All he knew was that he had come to planet Pyrolite when Zhou Xian had been in a life-or-death situation. First, it was for Zhou Xian, and second, it was to find Zhanlong Xian to understand the situation on Shenwu continent. No, the main reason was because of Ming Yan. Strange, why was it all for women? When Lu Yin did not answer, Zhou Xian lowered her head. I owe you my life and I owe you a huge favor. Lu Yin was puzzled. A favor? Zhou Xian looked at Lu Yin seriously, and a strange expression appeared in her eyes. At the critical moment, I comprehended a battle technique. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is it related to your hair color? Zhou Xian looked at her black and white hair and nodded. The battle technique is called Night's End, Daybreak. Lu Yin did not understand. However, the monkey suddenly exclaimed, Night's End, Daybreak? Isn't that a battle technique that shocked an entire era in ancient times? Lu Yin was shocked. It had shocked an entire era. Night's End, Daybreak is an inherited battle technique of my Day-Night clan's Day King. It's a pity that no one else comprehended it after the Day King passed away. I never thought that I would be the one to comprehend it at the critical moment, Zhou Xian said with a complicated expression. I'll add another chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you all for your support, thank you. Chapter 500. 7th Bro, that's right. Night's End, Daybreak is a battle technique from the Day-Night clan, and it's a top-tier inherited battle technique. I've read about it in the autobiography of an ancient powerhouse. Night's End, Daybreak ruled over an entire era. During that era, everyone lost their color and even the stars were white. The monkey's words shocked Lu Yin. Was it really that exaggerated? So you're saying that you're the only person in the Day-Night clan who comprehended Night's End, Daybreak? Lu Yin asked. She nodded. Yes, I'm the only one. The Day King's inheritance. Then what about your caged cage technique? Lu Yin hesitated. She looked at him in shock. You know about it? Lu Yin nodded. She replied, I can remove the caged cage technique at any time. The Night King bloodline does not have the right to imprison the inheritor of Night's End, Daybreak. Let me experience your Night's End, Daybreak, Lu Yin said expectantly. The monkey's words had piqued his interest. She raised her hand and closed her eyes. A gentle white light flickered in her palm and after a while she lowered her hand. Sorry, I can't use it as I wish right now. Lu Yin nodded and did not force her. However, I can try to let you experience it. She looked at him, raised her hand and waved it slowly. Lu Yin only saw a vast expanse of white in front of him, and then he felt as if he had entered a dream. It was as if he had fallen into an endless white abyss. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared at her in shock. He had thought that he would be lost forever. Was this Night's End, Daybreak? Was this an illusion? He had been forcefully dragged into the illusion without any ability to resist. Zhou Xian's face was pale and she stared at Lu Yin in shock. Night's End, Daybreak was not effective on everyone. The stronger one's spiritual force was, the more difficult it would be to drag them into the illusion. The moment Lu Yin had been dragged into the illusion, she had been unable to withstand it. It was just too strong. Fortunately, she had removed it quickly, or else she would have been seriously injured by Lu Yin's strength. Both were shocked by each other's strength. So this is Night's End, Daybreak. What a terrifying technique. Lu Yin sighed. That white abyss had left him with lingering fear. Zhou Xian coughed and leaned against the wall. Lu Yin said, Daybreak. Rest for now. Zhou Xian nodded and sat down. Lu Yin walked out of the cave and saw Hai Chi-Chi kicking pebbles in boredom outside. Lu Yin walked to the other side and looked at his right arm. Do you feel it? Night ends, day dawns. The monkey solemnly replied, I felt it. No one was able to resist being forcefully dragged into the illusion. 7th Bro, this is an unbreakable battle technique. Lu Yin frowned as Zhou Day Knight had actually comprehended this battle technique. The Day Knight clan's battle techniques all had the ability to damage one's spiritual force, and this night's end, daybreak, was too terrifying. It was no longer just damaging but rather sinking into oblivion. Daybreak, 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 is. But if it's not her but Night Queen Yanqing or even Zhanlong Day Knight, then I'll be in trouble. Daybreak, 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 daybreak. How could a legendary battle technique that had dominated an entire era be so easy to deal with? Of course, there was one thing that Lu Yin did not mention. He had the Stonewall Scriptures. If he really was dragged into an illusion, he just had to recite the scriptures to have a 90% chance of escaping. He had already experienced the wonders of the Stonewall Scriptures. All right. He filled his eyes with star energy and scanned the cave. In that instant he saw Zhou Day Knight's rune lines. Her rune lines were no less than Zhanlong Day Knight's. Not only was she recovering, but she was also cultivating Night's End, daybreak. She had only comprehended one battle technique, but her strength was already comparable to Zhanlong Day Knight's. As expected of a legendary battle technique. Seventh bro, I have to remind you that this woman is still from the Day Knight clan. Your relationship with them is definitely not good. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he smiled. You're wrong. She's not just from the Day Knight clan but also from the Day King bloodline. What do you mean? The monkey was puzzled. Lu Yin calmly replied, nothing. While Zhou Day Knight was recuperating, Lu Yin spent every day either chatting with her or dealing with Hai Chi-Chi's unreasonable tantrums. The brat was already at her limit and she even had the urge to destroy a mountain range. Northgate Gang was very vexed as he realized that Hai Chi-Chi was specifically targeting him. Every now and then she would verbally attack him, which almost caused him to suffer internal injuries. This was Hai Chi-Chi's only form of entertainment, so Northgate Gang had no choice but to slip away. He would rather go to dangerous places than stay with Hai Chi-Chi. Lu Yin and the rest quieted down. Almost all of the various powers had a stable place to mine pyrolite, and there were many spacecraft flying back and forth in outer space every day, either transporting pyrolite or cultivators. In short, planet Pyrolite was like a mine that had been covered in a mechanical shell. Zhou Day Knight rested for a few days and her condition improved considerably. Shamrock Enterprises' special medicines were very powerful, and Lu Yin had bought a bunch of them. They had all been reimbursed by the Sea King's medallion at the Sea King's dome. Now that her injuries had improved, Zhou Day Knight planned to visit the Day Knight clan. You're not planning on revealing that you comprehended Night's End daybreak, Lu Yin said. Zhou Day Knight shook her head. Of course not. You're not stupid. If you reveal Night's End daybreak, you'll probably be exterminated by the Night King clan. Zhou Day Knight looked at Lu Yin. You seem to know a lot about the Day Knight clan. What? Lu Yin casually answered, I'm just curious. The first time I heard you talk about the cage technique I was curious. I never thought that the Night King clan would be so cruel. Zhou Day Knight's gaze was sorrowful but she did not speak. How many members of the Day King clan are left? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Day Knight replied, I don't know. Nobody knows. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is it because they all have their own masters? Zhou Day Knight's body trembled and she fell silent. If you want the Day King clan to regain their freedom in the future, then Night's End, daybreak might be your only hope. If I'm not wrong, gray hair is the symbol of the Night King clan, and the symbol of the Day King clan's descendants is silver hair. Zhou Day Knight stared at Lu Yin warily. You're guessing too much about the Day Knight clan. I'm very grateful that you saved me, but it's best that you don't touch the Day Knight clan. They have a foundation that you can't even imagine. Lu Yin laughed. What does the Day Knight clan have to do with me? I'm just worried about you. I don't want to save you for nothing. Zhou Day Knight retracted her gaze and looked outside the cave. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. How do you plan on explaining why I saved you? Zhou Day Knight frowned. She had thought about this before but she hadn't been able to come up with a solution. Lu Yin reached out and retrieved a source box from his cosmic ring. He tossed it to Zhou Xian. I'm a lockbreaker. I saved you because you had 2 harmless perceptive intermediate source boxes that caught my eye. In exchange you gave me one of them. As for your injuries, the K's mighty slash only pierced your skin and did not damage your skull. Zhou Xian looked at the source box and softly said, thank you. Lu Yin currently had 2 harmless perceptive intermediate source boxes on him. One of them had been a reward from the Astral Combat Tournament and had come from the Nalan family. He had obtained the source box from the Sea King's dome, and he had given it to Zhou Xian as an excuse for her to return it to him the next time they met. A harmless source box that was suitable for perceptive intermediate lockbreakers was extremely tempting to lockbreakers, especially those who were close to the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker level. Saving someone in a situation where it was within his capabilities was not a bad excuse to obtain this source box. It was impossible to determine the value of any source box from its appearance. It was possible that an ordinary source box could unlock a treasure that could shake the universe. This was something that could never be confirmed, so it was normal for lockbreakers to do anything for a source box. This source box should be enough to offset the lockbreaking promise I made to you, right? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Xian straightforwardly threw the source box back to Lu Yin and turned to leave. Lu Yin was stunned. This source box is very valuable, but it's not enough to offset the promise? Zhou Xian seriously replied, whether it's because you saved my life or because I owe you a favor, it's already more than that promise. But unless I die, I won't use that promise to offset it. That promise represents hope. Lu Yin pursed his lips and tossed the source box back to Zhou Xian. Take it with you. That promise is still valid. Zhou Xian's eyes flashed and she thanked him again before leaving the mountain range. Hai Chi stood outside the cave and watched Zhou Xian leave. When she saw Lu Yin walk out, she smirked. Hey, you're quite bold. You're actually looking for a mistress in front of the first wife. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. How can there be a first wife? Hai Chi pointed at herself proudly. I'm the first wife. Hurry up and let me go out to play, or I'll tell father that you're a scumbag. Lu Yin was speechless. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with you. I still have to meet people. What do you mean? Am I not good enough for you? I don't know how to lie. You're despicable. With Zhou Xian's current strength, she was able to protect herself, so Lu Yin did not need to worry about her. The next step was to find Zhanlong Daoist and ask him about the Shenwu continent. In the sky, spacecraft constantly formed words to guide the cultivators below. Ever since the Wen family had set a precedent, everyone's imaginations had been stimulated, and all sorts of strange guidance methods had appeared. There was even one power that had created a huge detector in an attempt to scan the entire planet. Of course, it had ended in failure. Over the past few days, another huge pyrolite mine had been discovered, and it was located northwest of the mountain range. If nothing unexpected happened, this place would definitely be occupied by the Daoist clan. Northgate Gang returned with a solemn expression. He immediately went to find Lu Yin and told him a terrifying truth. Many powers had even forced the older generation of explorers to lower their strength and come to planet Pyrolite to compete for the pyrolite mines. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. The various powers had no lack of explorers. Once these powerhouses lowered their strength and became limiters, their average power level would be higher than a normal limiters. This was a price they were willing to pay. It seemed like planet Pyrolite contained more pyrolite than expected. Thank you for your continued support. The second volume is about to be released. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.